bad man. From sun come up, beat up the jump like a bomber. Man a bad man. From sun come up, whole place bad run up. From we stepping on the club, we a beat up with chest. Real bad man, them boy they can't test. Real girls man, hot girl them can't rest. We a burn up every road and we couldn't care less. Don't bother ready so you don't have to guess. Who bust it up best? Who make you happy, who take away your stress? Bad man love it, you don't need no less. Bad man, she no ready for, but if you're ready for, put your hand up, baby. Bad man, she no ready for, but if you're ready for, put your hand up, baby. Bad man, she no ready for, but if you're ready for, put your hand up, baby. Bad man, you no ready for, put your hand up, baby. Man a bad man, the whole place turn up. When me come, you know the whole place turn up. Man a bad man, the whole place turn up. When me come, you know the whole place turn up. Man a bad man, from sun come up, beat up the jump like a bomber. Man a bad man, from sun come up, whole place bad run up. Man a bad man, body in the north and me body in the east, body in the south and me body in the west. Man a bad man, man a bad man, man a bad man. Body in the north and me body in the east, body in the south and me body in the west. Man a bad man, man a bad man, man a bad man.
Yo, ND. See the boy self-made. So I don't watch face. Yo, look. See the boy self-made, so I don't watch face. No way, I just do myself. On my feet all day, this is see that pay. My boss Arteta Mikel. But you know about nights in the rain, no pain, no gain. Gotta stack that highlight shelf. Came in the game, no name, no bust down chain. Just me in the world. Men lie, women lie, but money don't. She a bad bee with a lady mind. That's a honeycomb. You got my bell when I got your bell. Don't worry, that's a funny phone. Came a long way from my one trainers, no clothes and a runny nose. Cause I been it, seen it, feel it, believe it. See my Andrex thump up for a feel it. See nothing, ain't see no dreaming. Show only team that I'm teaming. Music, therapy, need it, I'm feeling, I hear it, I feel it, I write it, reveal it. Start, don't stop till it's mission completed. Chart, don't drop till the feeling deleting. See the boy self-made, so I don't watch face. No way, I just do myself. On my feet all day, this is see that pay. I'm a boss, I'll tell me go. Well, you know about nights in the rain, no pain, no gain. Gotta stack that highlight shelf. I came in the game, no name, no bust down chain, just me in the world. Yeah, self-made, so I don't watch face, I just do myself, yeah. All day this is see that pay, I'll tell me kill, yeah. Nights in the rain, no pain, no gain, that highlight show, yeah. I came in the game, no bust down chain, just me in the world, yeah. I'm a real champion G, I'm in the Champions League. Man, what you say, we not talking to me, I'm a boss only rap, pull up in the Jeep. 4x4, interior clean, pass it to me, let me score for the team. 3-0 hat-trick, living the dream, you see. I ain't a regular teen, pop champagne, celebrate with the G's. All of the work that we did for the P's. A-star boy, now I need me a B, see my diamonds cold, man, it's 100 degrees. Never giving up, so don't do it please. I smell the wind and it's strong like a breeze. Everyone raise up your hand to the beat, cause the night we gon' scream for the ease, G's. Cause I been it, seen it, feel it, believe it. See my Andrex thump up for a feel it. See nothing, ain't see no dreaming. Show only team that I'm teaming. Music, therapy, need it, I'm feeling, I hear it, I feel it, I write it, reveal it. Start, don't stop till it's mission completed. Chart, don't drop till the feeling deleting. See the boy self-made, so I don't watch face. No way, I just do myself. On my feet all day, this is see that pay. I'm a boss, I'll tell me go. Well, you know about nights in the rain, no pain, no gain. Gotta stack that highlight shelf. I came in the game, no name, no bust down chain, just me in the world. Yeah, self-made, so I don't watch face, I just do myself, yeah. All day this is see that pay, I'll tell me kill, yeah. Nights in the rain, no pain, no gain, that highlight show, yeah. I came in the game, no bust down chain, just me in the world, yeah. We are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions. Yes, we are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions. We are the champions, we are the champions.
santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Una egoísta, te busco la noche si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Una egoísta, te busco la noche si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Pero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me habla, que te explica si otra me habla. Solito no ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí.
Da-dum, da-da-dum, da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-dum, da-da-dum, da-dum, da-da-da-dum.
Give me girls, give me drinks. I wanna party, don't wanna think. I wanna do, how about you? What do you say? Give me bottles, give me a buzz. Give me the music, give me some love. Wanna get drunk, I wanna play. Give me drinks, I wanna party, don't wanna think. I wanna do, how about you? What do you say? Give me bottles, give me a buzz. Give me the music, give me some love. Wanna get drunk, I wanna play.
Da-dum, da-da-dum.
for the party. Pull up in your space and I don't say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody, I'm not everybody. Wake up feeling like a 10. Call me an Uber and he pull up in a Benz. Wake up feeling good again. Want a good time, so I'll bring my friends. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. And this morning, no one is around and it's getting kinda boring. Rain falls down and the rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring, rain keeps pouring. Damn, it feel good when the sun come up. Glass in the air, better light one up. Friends are all around and they say what up, what up. Pass that cup. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You can kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have
It's the read on it. Watch the challenge. Oh! With the shotgun, are you kidding? Prevails from the front. Stops the most of our keep from hitting. Whoa, are going to be your COD Mobile champions.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We talked about it for weeks. We watched hours and hours of gameplay, and it all comes down to this weekend. All the hard work in our challenge season culminates in this, the Mobile Masters for Call of Duty Mobile. We're live, or they're live from São Paulo, Brazil, and the best teams in the world will be competing here over the next couple days. But at the end of it all, only one team will be crowned champion. Who will take home the prize pool and the title of the best in the world? It's time for us to find out. My name is Glitter Explosion and I'll be your host here today. We're starting things off and we're joined by Infinity, and this time we've got Lanex for the first time on our broadcast. Lanex, first of all, are you excited to be here with us? Thank you for joining.
Hey Lauren, hey guys. Yes, I'm extremely excited to have this chance, have this spot at the NA booth here with you guys. So it's going to be a fantastic day, a pair of days to be honest, since we're going to have day 2 tomorrow as well. I'm very excited. I want to see a blast of plays. I want to see the best talents on the world performing.
And Brody, I feel like we've been waiting a long time to get to this point, and it's finally here. It's all on the line after all the hard work we saw our teams putting in. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited. Obviously, we've had a lot of chats over the course of Season 4, right? We talked a lot about North America, we talked a lot about Europe, and we talked about that kind of in its own capsule, right? But now we get to see them once again face off against some of the best teams around the rest of the world. And we'll see whether some of the storylines from Champs back in December will continue or not.
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest thing that we have to be focusing on here. This is that global stage we talked about time and time again during the challenge season. Will it change the way some of our teams are performing here today, or will some of them really rise to the occasion? Now, if you are unable to be here today and you can only join tomorrow, or you want to find out what's going to happen tomorrow because you can't make it then, follow us on social media. Okay, you guys should know the drill at this point. We're on X, Instagram, and Facebook. Facebook, and you could follow along on there for all updates related to the Snapdragon Pro Series, specifically to our Mobile Masters and who will be crowned our global champion here today. Now, it's going to be very exciting. We have a massive LAN set up in São Paulo, Brazil, with all of our teams who had to fly into the country, get prepared to play here today. They've had lots of time to nail down and kind of iron out any wrinkles that we might have seen in those challenge season weeks. So let's talk about that, Brody. How much do you think our teams have really done preparation-wise? I did not realize how much time had passed.
Look, I think there's going to be a lot of preparation. I think specifically for some of the teams from North America and Europe as well. And I know I kind of naturally gravitate to a lot of these teams, right? But I think specifically when we look towards those teams in particular, they do need to do a lot. We talk a lot about the East versus West storyline. I think that's probably the most talked about thing over the entirety of the course of the North American and Europe Snapdragon Pro Series. Those teams, they needed to do better than what happened at Champs. We need to see those guys elevate their game, and they're going to have spent a lot of time working on deepening their map pools, making sure their gameplay is better. We're really excited to see what that looks against some of the better teams, because we've also got teams from Latin America, we've also got teams from APAC here as well. It's going to be a really good time to see how those kind of play styles clash again.
All right, well, we've got the countdown live in Brazil right now. We can see the audience getting ready to officially kick off our Mobile Masters. The lights are going. I'm hoping that we're getting some hype from our players as well here, Lanex. This is what everyone has been working towards.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic atmosphere right now in São Paulo at Komplexo Tempo in Brazil, as you said, Lauren. And I'm very excited. I barely slept from yesterday to today to see all these beasts unleashing their best mode here. As we see a fantastic opening ceremony already taking place and happening. I'm sure the audience is excited. Many folks from many states in Brazil surely gathering here and giving their best hopes and energy for these players and teams.
Obviously, we're getting some shots, some first looks at that trophy in the center of the stage as well. And that's what all of those players want to be hoisting above their heads when it is all said and done here this weekend. Like Lanex mentioned before, we've got 2 days of competition here for our Mobile Masters. So we'll get through 5 matches here today, then we'll go into our semis and our finals tomorrow. More information on that. We'll break it all down for you guys as we get to that point. But you can hear our stage host in Brazil starting to kick off all of that action, getting everybody hyped to dive into our first match. And that will come here in a little bit. Before that, we still have lots of stuff we have to talk about with all of you at home. And if you're just joining us in the stream, while we're waiting for some of the stuff, I'll ask you throughout the day, throughout the show, but I want to start hearing from everybody in chat who some of your favorites are, whether that is teams or players to win the entire event. We've got lots of squads here that we'll be talking about over the next 2 days, and I want to know where chat kind of stands and who you're supporting heading into the culmination of everything here in Mobile Masters, while that opening ceremony starts to get everybody ready live in Brazil. We'll hang out here and we'll chat all things Call of Duty Mobile and start giving you guys a little bit of a lay of the land as well. So starting off, we have to explain to you what is going on here. This is a little bit of a recap from things that happened leading up to this event.
Will continue as they are your North American champions. As they do it in 7, the Search and Destroy goes King's way. What a phenomenal performance from King. Galleries completamente campeón de Latinoamérica. Tenemos victoria, amigo.
It is a clean sweep in the control for Q9 Club. A clean sweep in their opening best of 5.
Little bit of a hype reel there to get everybody prepared and also kind of refresh you on some of those pop-off moments that we got to see in our challenge seasons obviously coming in here to Mobile Masters. And for anyone on the English stream who might not be familiar, we've got Lanix here as our resident Brazilian expert, kind of bringing you all that LATAM knowledge for today. What were just quick hits, like highlights maybe from LATAM that our viewers might not know? Which teams came out on top, the performance, things like that?
Yeah, Laurie, we know that these two teams that initially were going to represent LATAM and Brazil here, I'm talking about specifically Galleries and Amigos. They came from a very tough, I would say, competition on the last season. They have actually had different ways. Galleries, they have been establishing themselves since last year. They dominated the first semester during 2023, being a very, very winner team on the region as a whole. And then they fell a little bit during the second semester. Their gameplay level, I would say, suffered a little bit when it comes to converting maps and games to results and titles. And then we could see Inco stepping up, and Amigos especially. Amigos, they managed somehow to stabilize their roster in the last months of the last year. So finally, they stepped up and they maintained their position inside of the elite in Brazil and Latin, I would say. So we can expect a lot of confidence by them, of course, playing in their homeland and trying to bring the best to the stage.
And then, of course, Brody, we obviously did weeks and weeks of it, but we covered both NA and EU. So talk to me about a couple of highlights for you from that challenge season.
Oh boy, there were a lot, Lauren. We'll talk about it in depth here. I mean, like, there were so many moments throughout both of those where we were just like, oh my god, we're going to see some massive upsets. I mean, we go towards Europe, for example, right? And I think it was the very first stream that I got to do as a COD mobile caster was like Kings versus Omniscient, if I remember correctly. On Omniscient,
Yes.
took them all the way to a game 5, something that we didn't expect whatsoever. And that kind of volatility went all the way towards the end of Europe, where Kings Clan, obviously, back in towards playoffs, they had to fight from the lower bracket. They ended up losing in the upper bracket final to Exclusive. So having to go through Omniscient in a game 5 once again, having to go all the way to game 7 with Exclusive to get it done. Europe was an absolute thrill. And obviously North America, I think everybody kind of expected North America to be the 3 teams, you know, again, Rejects, now Seminal, formerly Luminosity Gaming, for those of you guys who might not know about that change, and Team Mayhem. And that's almost exactly what we got, right? Nobody expected anything different, and we saw really competitive games. Rejects, they got a lot better. Team Mayhem, of course, stepped up in playoffs as well, but that's a whole thing that I guess we're not going to touch on too much. There's a lot there, but ultimately it was Seminal and Rejects that come out on top.
Yeah, and you guys at home will start to hear kind of more tidbits about those storylines as we start to get into the games, as I'm sure they will weave into the storylines we end up seeing here in Mobile Masters. But now that everyone is here, what are they playing for, right? Let's start talking about some of the important information. Prize pool, we talked about it time and time again during our challenge season, but now it's finally here. First place taking home $90,000, $200,000 in total on the line here today for Mobile Masters. I mean, this is an epic amount of cash here, Lanex.
Precisely to $100,000. As you said, it's a large chunk of money, especially when you think on reais. Okay, so for the Brazilian teams, we're looking at 5 times these figures. They're precisely fighting for a million reais. So the currency is gonna motivate surely the Brazilian players to deliver their best. And let's see what's going to happen. As we've seen, Lauren, such a nice international recap with some of the best moments. And I'm sure that the international audience is going to be thrilled to learn more about other regions and other teams, especially the Brazilian Latins, who are going to have the majority here, right? We knew before, was invited that we were going to have like 2 teams, as I was trying to say before. And then we moved into 3 teams from Brazil, Latin. So, I mean, this region is totally excited, I guess.
Yeah, and a little bit, not in a bad way, but obviously first place, $90,000 goes down to $40,000 for second place from there. So, you know, everyone's going to be fighting to try and get into those top spots as much as possible. And with the level of competition being as high as we expect it to be, now that we're here on this global stage, it's not going to be an easy journey for any of these teams. It'll be interesting to see what type of a leg up some of our teams get, putting themselves in a little bit of a snowball situation, starting off really strong strong on the first day, because that will be one of the most important parts of this entire competition. But now that everybody at home knows exactly what is on the line for these teams, what they were fighting to even get to, let's talk about the teams that are here with us at this event. We'll take a look at the groups participating in the competition here today. This is Group A, Brody. Talk to me about some of these squads.
Yeah, this is a really exciting group. I think, a lot of people's eyes would immediately be drawn to Q9, of course, the team from China that did spectacularly well at Champs, made it all the way towards the semi-finals. But it's not just them in this group, of course. Galeris from Latin America, from Brazil. They are going to be a supercharged team now that they've got Lucasin on side, and I think that's going to be a team that really people have to watch out for within this group. They are joined by Kings Clan from Europe, which I think a lot of people have had kind of issues with, if only because of the fact that Europe has been relatively disappointing internationally over the last couple of years. And then, of course, the team that was gifted the lifeline in Inco Gaming. Honestly, I have a lot of queries about Inco, and the biggest one is going to be, without Lucasin, where are they going to be? Because Inco, again, just like Kings Clan over the last couple of years, have not performed that well.
Yeah, important to keep our eyes on a lot of these squads. And then, of course, we also have the other half of what we've got going on. We've got Group B here, Lanex. So talk to me about some of these standouts.
Yeah, we could say that Group A would be kind of a Latin group with 2 teams from the region, and now this will be the more American-ish group, since we're gonna have Seminal and Rejects together on Group B. And it's gonna be also a very strong group, I would say a more balanced group when it comes to expectations on which of these 4 squads are gonna move ahead today too, Lauren, because we're automatically looking at Seminal as the strongest team from this NA region. We have also Stalwart coming from the Asian Pacific, proving themselves with aggressiveness, and Rejects, they managed somehow to find their ticket to São Paulo, Brazil, after whatever happened to Mayhem. And we're going to see also Amigos is striving to step up their level of gameplay to an international basis now. So it's a very blended group and a very hardly predictable group, I would say.
Yeah, and lots of experience as well from many of these teams, having not only competed on this international stage before, but taken home that trophy. I think quite a few squads want to try and reclaim some of that glory based off of what we saw even in just the challenge season alone. So I think we're in for some really exciting gameplay here today. And now that everybody at home knows which teams have qualified from their respective regions and how they're broken down into those groups, we'll kind of get to talk to you guys a little bit about what you can expect when it comes to the overall gameplay. There will be some matches that we won't catch, but if we miss them, we'll make sure to be keeping you guys updated on anything that's going on off stream, so you will always know where everybody is standing when it comes to the overall competition. And then as far as things go on our side of the stream, we've got a couple specific matches that we will be covering, and we've got some bangers coming your way. So I hope everyone at home is excited, Brody, because we'll start talking about the schedule here when it's ready to go in just a second. We're kicking things off with Kings versus Galoris. This is a great one.
It is a great one. Now, I will admit, I think our expectations for this one are relatively lopsided, if only because of the varying storylines going into this match. Again, I kind of mentioned it there when we talked about the groups. Kings Clan, they come from the European region, a region that has been really disappointing internationally, especially looking back towards 2023 champs, right? I think Kings ended up placing, I think it was top 14, was the last placement for them, and that is not good enough, and they know that as well. So we're going to have to see some real effort coming out from them. On the other hand, we've got a Galeris roster that I think at first glance might not look that exciting, but you have Mihawk and you have Lucasin now on the same team. It's hard to imagine a situation now where Galeris is not a successful team, and I think the only situation where maybe that kind of thing does arise is maybe where Galeris haven't had the practice that they'd otherwise like. But that's a really exciting first matchup. We look down the line as well. You saw there, Lauren, and the rest of the matchups as well. I mean, they're all spicy. We've got 8 of the best teams in the world here. That's what we're going to expect, right?
Yeah, there's literally no way we could go wrong with these matchups. Are going to be exciting. Like, I like the points you're making about Galeris as well, but then like you guys at home saw when it came to that schedule, we also have Seminal versus Amigos moving down, and then question marks on the rest of the slots, because those will be filled as our teams start getting some wins in the column, and we'll know who is going to be playing in the next match as we move on throughout the day. So like we said, we've got lots of action that we'll have to be keeping you updated on, so that you can expect to see how that bracket's starting to get filled out and where these teams will fall when it it comes to their overall placements here in the competition. But we will at least be bringing you a team that everyone at home will be familiar with to start things off with, someone that you might not have watched if you haven't seen those other regions. Lanex, and I want to get your thoughts on what you think Gallerus is going to bring to the table here going up against Kings.
Yeah, I'm gonna second everything Infinity said before when it comes to putting Galleries as the team that's gonna gather the most expectations from fans and from CODM lovers as a whole. Because, as he said, Mihawk and Lucas, it's gonna be a brand new duo. They never played together all these 4 or 5 years of CODM that we have officially. So it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be a nice new experience for the fans, not only from Brazil, I'm sure. And yeah, they've been called abroad as the first Super Latin team in history, gathering a lot of fantastic pieces. So I'm excited to see them performing at a stage. They are all experienced players at this point. They're not, I would say, going to shake so much on the stage. And on the side of Kings, as Brody said, it's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders because they're going to be the only representative from Europe. And lately, Europe has not only performed, let's say, not ideally in 2023, but also in 2022. They have been not at the ideal peak of their gameplays. And I'm sure they are individually very talented. They're going to try to prove themselves already in this opening match. As we see here, Lauren, the squad, fantastic team, by the way.
Yeah, we're getting a chance to look at the roster for Kings Clan. As we mentioned, it will be our first match on the day. Little bit of a sneak peek there. And we actually had many opportunities during the challenge season, Brody, to talk to Marvel every time that they would kind of take down a match. And he was always someone that had a lot of faith in what Kings Clan could bring to the table internationally if they could kind of just make all of those pieces of the puzzle start to come together.
Yeah, definitely. I think, Kings, I think they're aware of the fact that they need to make these massive improvements going forward, right? They know that they can't rest on their laurels moving forward into an international event like this. And we've already seen that. They made a roster move. You saw it very briefly there. Neil is joining the roster from Exclusive. I don't think that he's starting, despite being in that graphic. At least the conversation I had with Marvel suggested that that was not the case. But still, you've now got the two best sniper players in European Call of Duty Mobile on the very same team. And they might be two of the best snipers in the world as well. So I think that is going to be a real boon of success for them going into the story. It is, of course, also important to note that this is a very good control team as well. So I think Kings Clan, they've got a lot of potential on side, but it really does just come down to that preparation. It has to be there between now and what we saw back in Season 4. They have to make those improvements because what was there, for some of the mistakes they were making, isn't going to be good enough.
I like the call out though, Brody, that potentially some of the best snipers in the world. This is where they prove it. This is this is that opportunity to put themselves on that leaderboard of greatness. I'm excited to see what they are able to bring here up against Gallerus, a team that obviously they haven't had a chance to go up against during the challenge season. So it'll be new for them, which is my favorite part about this competition, which means that they are probably starting to get ready for the first match of the day. I guess if we talked about the Kings roster, we might as well also start to touch on the Gallerus roster. I know you mentioned a couple things about them already here, Lanex, with that new duo, but anything else you want to kind of expound upon a bit, but while we wait for our players to get ready for their walk-ins?
Surely, Galleries was already before Lucasin comes a fantastic squad, a very complementary and organic and versatile roster with a lot of options. I've always called them, even casting in Brazilian Portuguese, that they are a very resourceful team and especially strong on hardpoint modes. And especially within that, Hacienda HP would be their strongest, combination of map mode. So they're gonna totally excel. I would say if their foes allow these combinations to come up to the draft, that's going to be something to be watched. And not only talking about players, not only we're going to have the chance, of course, of seeing like Mihawk and Lucasin together, but also we're going to have the experienced IGL on Pabzera, who's a fantastic player, a very, very smart guy, a cold guy to make decisions inside of the maps and especially in hard situations. And other than that, Lauren, we're going to also see a very, very talented and bright pair in Henriquete or Henry and also Fokke. They are fantastic players. They are a duo that has been played together since 2021. These guys are beasts. And when we look at Galleries versus Kings, we gotta talk about the R9 players. The shotgun players are maybe a step up, and I'm talking about specifically, Fokke on the R9 side and Gris when it comes to Kings. I'm totally excited to see this battle.
I think this is going to be a great choice to kind of kick off the day with here. I think both of these teams, a lot of it will come down to how much information they were able to really find on both of these teams. I mean, you both mentioned strengths when it comes to those map mode combinations, and we saw time and time again throughout the challenge season, Brody, just how important those vetoes are, really trying to pick apart people's weaknesses. So it'll be interesting to see what we get when we are at that point. And that point is almost here, as it is time for us to start getting our teams walking in on this beautiful stage live in Brazil, getting themselves set up for match number 1. You can see everybody hanging out, waiting for the squads to roll in, and everyone's gonna show up on the stage right now. This is like that a beginning moment where you get to celebrate all of the teams at once, Brody, and this is one of those rare moments where you get to see everybody together on the international stage. It's just really cool to see.
Ótima sorte, mas perguntar mais uma vez para vocês. Vocês estão preparados? Acho que eles estão. Minha mesa de análise, Brenda, Tauê e Ogro com vocês.
All right, so that was a little bit of a sneak peek at our first group there on the stage. We obviously still have more squads to make their entrance. And I was asking you before we got into that, Brody, how cool is it to see everybody at least there together for just that one moment?
It's rare, right? I think it's just so cool to see these guys going head to head in an international setting. I think just on the whole, this is something we talked about when Mobile Masters got announced, right? It's this idea that usually I think you kind of have to wait for these big international competitions like champs for these international teams to go head to head with one another. Sure, there's some like international, like smaller tournaments where some regions go head to head, but nothing like this. So to get to see everybody in the same room once again, you got to imagine they've got to be super nervous, Lauren, right? Again, there's $200,000 on the line here, and everybody has to be sweating bullets at the moment, and just in terms of how nervous they've got to be.
Yeah, we were saying that watching the video, some of the players looked really stressed almost, you know, like the anxiety of kind of getting the event kicked off and started, because we know how important a strong beginning is here for these teams. Lanix, we get a little bit of a backstage view here as our teams start those pep talks heading into the matches too. And I love when we get to see this side of our players, because when we are online for the challenge, we miss all of this.
Yes, you nailed it. Fantastic footage of galleries getting ready, and those guys, they are just so thrilled. I mean, they've been playing together for a long time, and look at Seminal is a fantastic addition, as we get to see also, I'm assuming, the guys from Kings. A lot of these players, you know, coming down to this moment of delivering everything they have been working for in the last months and years. So it's a very special moment for them all, and everything's got to be right. You got to have the right even chair position, Lauren. You have to have the nicest spot as you can. As we see, Lucas in also the beast, one of the players that is most famous, I would say, worldwide, and sure, it's gonna be a massive addition to galleries at this level of the championship.
All right, well, we're seeing them up here on the screen while our players are starting to get prepared. Always the pillows in tow, making sure that they're comfortable on their devices. But we have the picks and bans through as well here, Brody, so we can start talking about these.
Alrighty, you know we love the picks and bangs where we get to talk about and we get to talk about the strengths of these rosters. Again, it is worth saying that it's going to be difficult to talk at this point in time about what the strengths and weaknesses are of these rosters, especially when we're looking at two teams that are the best in their respective regions, only because of the fact that, again, they look good on everything, right? I mean, they dominated their regions respectively. However, I will say the most interesting thing looking at that best of 5 map set, and it's something that people should keep in mind if you only watch North America and Europe, is the Crossroads strike control. We didn't see any Crossroads strikes control during the regular Snapdragon Pro Series in North America and Europe. However, for Galeris, it is a favored map. They are 6-1 in it, going back towards Season 4. It is their strongest control by far. So to get that through, for that not to be veto, is a huge win for them.
All right, and as you were taking a look at those picks and bans as well, Lanix, did anything jump out at you in favor of Galeris?
Yeah, I would say definitely the Crossroads control is going to be fantastic for them. It's their best map, to be honest, on the control mode. But the beginning of the series is going to be challenging for Galeris, since Summit is not their strong map for hardpoint, even though they are very strong on the mode itself, but the map has not been delivered to the fans at their best. So I'm very, very eager to see how the Brazilians are gonna get things kicked off here in the series, Lauren, to be honest. And moving forward with that, I think a search and destroy is gonna be very balanced, between both sides.
All right, well, while we're waiting for Kings and Galeris to be ready to dive into match number 1, you could see that our entire group is getting set up on this stage and prepared. And like I mentioned earlier, any matches that are happening off stream, we'll make sure to keep you guys updated on the outcomes of those so you can keep track and kind of stay up to date with some of your favorite teams if they aren't the match that we are currently spectating. And as we prepare to get into match number 1, it's time for Brody's favorite part of the day. I want to get some predictions out of everybody for how they think match number 1 is going to go. Chad, I want to hear from you as well. I want to hear your thoughts if you think it's going to be Kings or Galeris that take home match number 1 of the event as we kick things off. And then, Brody, I know, like you said, we don't necessarily have all of the numbers you would like, and you are a numbers guy for those stats. But if you just had to go off of strictly their previous performances, very limited knowledge we're going off of here, how do you think these teams are going to fare?
You already know what my prediction is because we discussed it earlier. I think this is going to be a throw to Galeris. Look, I'm going to disrespect my own region here for a second. I think Galeris are just such a brilliant roster now. You got, again, we've talked to death. You've got Mihawk and Lucas in on the same team, and I think that's just such a boon of success for this team. You look at the strengths in the map set there as well. I think, you know, you look towards the Slum Search and Destroy and the Crossroads Strike control. Having those 2 maps in the first 3 for Galeris is huge. And honestly, I feel like Kings Clan, unless they start strong on this Arsenal hardpoint, they might find themselves buried really quickly here in this first best of 5. So I'm gonna say Galeris 3-0.
Okay, I like it. I'm sure that makes you happy too, Lanex, because I want to get your prediction on who you think is going to be taking home match number 1.
Well, sure thing. I think Galeris is gonna take this one, to be honest, and I'm even, I don't know, potentially waiting for a 3-0. It wouldn't be totally surprising, as Brody said, because the thing is, Galeris, they're gonna have to begin the series in a confident way. I mean, if they manage to win the first map, which is, as I said, not their best, then they're gonna totally roll over after it. I think Slums is also a very strong map for Galeris on Search and Destroy, so we may very well be looking at a potential clean victory by them here, as we see already Bigodera from Inco Gaming And we're gonna talk a lot about Inco because there's a lot of interesting things to approach. But yes, getting back to galleries and Kings, I don't know. Kings are gonna have to overcome a lot of dependencies they've had on individual plays. They're gonna have to do a lot to potentially beat galleries over here.
I'm seeing a little bit of love for both teams in chat as well, so we'll have to see who ends up being right. And guys, we appreciate your patience. We're just making sure that all of the tech is good to go for our players, making sure everyone is set up 100% ready to play in this match. You can see we've got all of our officials making sure everyone's set up successfully, ready to go. So we're just going to be taking our time here and hanging out until that first match is underway. You can see that we're getting a little bit of some looks at our players as they're looking prepared, locked in, starting to get ready. I think there's probably only a few more minutes. So while we're hanging out here, watching our players get ready for match number 1. I can't tell if Marvel Brody looks like relaxed or kind of hyped for this first match.
I would like to hope he's hyped, to be honest with you. I think especially given the position that he's in, given the position that Kings have been in, right? Again, their story on the whole, right, Lauren? Because, again, it is worth noting for a lot of people out there that Kings going into European Season 4 were not the #1 team in Europe, right? It was exclusive to beat them over at Champs. And so I think for them now to not only have beaten them out towards the spot in Brazil, but also to have taken one of their best players in Neil now on the roster, I think they know now that they can do this. They know that they're going to be really excited to going in towards this series to be the European representatives. And again, you know, we've talked a lot about it. We talked a lot about the preparation that these guys will have put in. Ultimately, I think they will have put that preparation in. These guys, they worked really, really hard during Season 4. So yeah, I'd imagine there's probably a lot of hype on side at the moment for him. But look, we'll see. There's also probably an element of nervousness just because I think everybody in the international community knows just how damn good of a player Lucasin is. So this is going to be difficult nonetheless.
Yeah, when you make that big of a name for yourself, Linux, you also kind of put a little bit of a target on your back, becoming a feared competitor in that way. So do you think that's something that's potentially weighing on Lucasin's mind?
Yes, I think definitely he knows the responsibility he's gonna have on his shoulders, and he has been such a great player and a fantastic person as well. Very humble guy at the same time as he's a competitor. He likes to win. He likes to be at his peak, and surely a fantastic guy to have in the squad whenever you face some down moments. He has already been a lifter, I would say, if I can so, for the teams he was in. He was, again, a leader back in the day inside of Inco roster, and then he moves to galleries after Inco, of course, were disqualified for ESL Mobile Masters. But hey, here we are, all of them again, facing each other for one potential last dance on the side of Inco. They have been phrasing this on socials for a while. So back to galleries, I think, yes, they're going to have to keep their crown. If you're talking about playing against Kings, they're going to have to keep their crown on LATAM server at least and try to expand that to an international basis. I'm very, very curious to see how that's going to happen. These guys, they're going to have the chance to really step up, as I said, and show that they can also win and be the best over here, especially Homeland.
I mean, that'll be a fantastic way for Galleries to kick off the Brazilian event, starting off with a clean 3-0. As not only you guys were saying, but I'm also seeing a couple predictions in chat agreeing with that potential scoreline. So that'll be exciting to see for, or on behalf of Galleries, if they are able to start with a clean 3-0, because that'll give them a nice amount of momentum. But we are still waiting just a little bit for a few more players to be 100% ready to go for that first match. So appreciate all of your patience at home, but we just want to make sure that everyone is absolutely set so that the games are fair and 100% good. I mean, we got to see their picks and bans. We've gotten quite a few opportunities to see our players and kind of assume what the vibe might be on stage. I'm not going to lie. I am always a fan of the, I guess, put togetherness of squads like Galaris when they have those team jerseys ready to go and everybody's kind of locked and loaded. But for now, we appreciate you bearing with us. I think match number 1 is ready to go. So let's get straight into the game, though. Let's kick off Mobile Masters. Brody, Lanix, let's go.
Alrighty, thanks, Lauren. Really appreciate that. We're ready to get into this game. Galaris versus Kings. It's the first game of Mobile Masters. And again, the best team from each region going head to head. There are a lot of storylines going in this matchup, Lanex. We're so excited.
Oh yeah, man, it's gonna be exciting to see them perform at a high level, as I said. Number ones on each of their regions, and the first gunfight already coming to top and also to P1, but Galaris seems to regain the reign over here, invading, and of course already locking the potential entry points. We see they're very dominant over here inside of the objective as Kings are pushed away. I'm gonna have to we're gonna have to see actually how they're gonna manage to retake this one, Brody. It's looking already kind of complicated.
Yeah, I think P1 just on the whole, it's always a very difficult hill to get a wealth of time away from. Galaris doing a really good job at it at the moment. You can see the kill feed pretty much consistently lighting up blue, and 3 players on Kings Clan at the moment sitting on donuts. So they want to start to get themselves moving sooner rather than later. Summit's one of those maps that can really snowball away from you pretty quickly, and this is a wealth of time that Galaris are able to steal away from P1. But finally, you see a couple of kills now starting to come through from Kings Clan. They might well have a shot at garnering some time from Hill, but already you're starting to see why this Galaris roster is so powerful. You're already starting to see streaks on the board.
Oh yeah, they already are playing on a massive level. We can see that the prep for P2 is gonna begin to happen, and Kings manage to maybe get reorganized here in the backline, but let's see how that's gonna be able to be converted into an actual objective control as Galaris keep moving ahead. I mean, they have not been challenged hardly so far in this first map, and we see Kings attempting to get into the point. But again, fucking with this R9 is gonna be very, very deadly to try to take down. And the kill feed itself, Brody, it's totally looking blue so far.
Yeah, this is not a good position to be in if you're King Clan whatsoever. You're losing kill feed. You've got R9 control for Galaris too, and, well, you've got map control for Galaris as well. It's all looking up if you're a Galaris fan at this point in time. Kings Clan, there's still 15 seconds worth fighting over in Old, but you cannot get it done, and now you're starting to see that snowball effect coming through. Hen sitting inside, has the Purifier ready to go, gonna throw that Hunter-Killer drone into the sky as well. Galaris are getting every single second away. I mean, Sazen Infernal, double chow for the hill, but Lucasin is not allowing it. Galaris are having a hell of a start to this game.
Beautiful pair of kills, and we have Mihawk also helping him as much as he can, and Galaris is smartly already locking in the spawns and locking the objective itself as Kings are gonna try this challenge here with Marvel. Nice entry by him, and Inferno also managing to gather some eliminations. Kings finally stepping up and obtaining some points as we have Han inside of the point himself, managing to also protect this region. Interesting by Henry Caddy with the Fennec, as we can see, and protecting also these open areas. Galaris managing to get to the first 100 points here, Brody. Such a fantastic and massive ride so far against Kings.
Yeah, that, what was it, rotation from P2 to P3 is just not good enough from Kings Clan. Lucasin going to wipe 3 off the map, and that'll be the start of a rotation towards New as well. Kings Clan need this. They need to hold every single second here, or this game is going to run away from them pretty darn quickly. And we already discussed the importance of winning game number 1 in this series, a series that, from the map set, looks pretty stacked in Galaris' favor. Now, though, Galaris around the backline already. Couple of players here. Henry Cat, can he get the slide chal out on towards Marvel? The Predator missile down from the sky as well, but the SMG Geo gear in Saves and Grizz doing well enough to hold it first.
Oh yeah, more than 100 points now as an edge against Kings, who have tried to actually reorganize their work, their teamwork, to be fair, dominated the spawn. And now, of course, the objective, we have Grizz with the Sparrow trying to protect the entry coming from the snow, and we see Inferno also helping him out. And this point, firstly, this Hue actually is looking pretty solid on their side, finally, right? Stepping up and coming to the map to try to offer a bit more of a challenge against Galaris.
Yeah, you can't even afford to get this back 30 away, though, and I think they know that as well. That's why you're seeing a couple of players run up towards the line. Fokke, though, he's going to be inside with a couple of kills with the R9, make that 3. Mihawk also getting number 4 as well, and towards the top line, Mihawk has whipped the claw out to ensure that the scrap time does go the way of Galaris. They know how valuable that early lead they built up is, and they do not want to let it slip away from them. Grizz looking for some exit frags towards the new hill here as we go towards the second set. Okay, Pabzera not allowing it whatsoever as they find 3 between them. And again, we're in that same kind of position here, Lanex, where Galoris in control of P1 once again.
Yes, once again, and not only in control, but like using these points against Kings, already rolling the scoreboard against the Europeans, which is going to be even harder for them to overcome from now on. Galoris managed to use the last few seconds, scrap seconds from P4 to already prep the second P1, as we see Says trying to gather back again. Kings needing desperately points now, and it's already looking a very complicated map for them, as we have Raid also managing to step in, but Galoris doesn't give him a shot, doesn't give him a chance over here, Brody, and it's looking very, very one-sided so far for the Brazilians.
Oh man, Kings Clan, how about this for finding a depth pretty quickly in the game? Galoris not only again building up time from P1, but they've built streaks, they've built operators ready to go for the next hill, and Kings Clan have absolutely nothing to speak of. They have to get it with their weapons alone, and the kill feed just doesn't look favorable whatsoever. Mihawk already over here, as is Lucasin. Ready for the gunfight. Lucasin going to jump up top, has the help from Henry Cat as well, and then Galoris, excuse me, already inside Kings Clan. They just feel like they're constantly getting wiped out. You need to see something right about now, and 4K just comes through with a triple with the equalizers. That is damning.
Absolutely astonishing by Focky, keeping his streak, trying to move even ahead. As we could see before, Brody, a very smart play. Again, Pabzera with the Pred being fantastic as well, but like I was gonna try to say, Lucasin on the top, being the strongest play when it comes to trading. So it's very smart by them to place him at top to offer the respawn, offer comfort on this P2. Galoris moving ahead into 200 points. And the main question is this map gonna last to the third rotation, or we're gonna keep seeing this ride by Galoris so far against Kings?
I don't know, dude. At this point, Kings need something special. I mean, look, they are trying things. You can see that on the minimap as well. You just saw them attempt to put Raiden towards the flank, but he immediately gets shut down by Foke, and, well, Mihawk in towards the hill is able to clear a couple of players. And what you generally speaking expect, which is to see players try and make their way around the backline and flip the spawns, Kings just can't do it whatsoever. And now you're forced to go through the front of the hill. You've got Henry Cat here with the Purifier as well, and the water setting. He's just cooking all of these players alive, looking for more kills. Slides out for Inferno. And, well, Inferno will survive the engagement, but, I mean, it just doesn't matter at this point. Kings Clan cannot find a way in. Perhaps Grizz can get it done with a Sparrow again. Just, it's nowhere near as good as what Galoris are doing.
Absolutely crazy job by Galoris, especially with Lucasin moving ahead to 40 kills already. And it's gonna begin to look like a countdown in the favor of the Brazilians, who are massively dominating the map against Kings. Marvel brings up his Annihilator to try to, of course, escalate the level of damage, making a pair of kills, but then falling ahead. We see Kings not even managing to get to the 100 points. So the next P4 is going to be a very, very open skies battle between both sides, but Galoris managing potentially to drop this one already in the next hill.
Now, it is important to note that last hill on this rotation was, this hill on the last rotation, excuse me, was where Kings Clan managed to get a wealth of time, but they've already got a couple of spawn-in players from Galoris. The first few kills are already in for them. They just need 4 seconds, and goodness gracious me, I mean, this is not the bang that we wanted to open in the tournament with. This is a whimper for Kings Clan, as the hype is there for Galoris, and for good reason. The Latams have come through, mate, and they absolutely just destroyed them.
Wow, just a crazy, crazy run, right? We didn't even see the third rotation, as I said, and what a massive win on their side, Brody, with all the tension on the shoulders of Henry already being dissipated into a victory. Such a nice exhibition. They were very smart to play along with the map control, along with the eliminations as well, and we already can see the effect of Mihawk with Lucasin. Massive amount of eliminations. Pabzera already bringing them into a breakdown of whatever worked out well, whatever needs to be fixed, because as Lucasin likes to say, also in Portuguese and English, we always need to do a regain. From map to map, we need to work as if things were not perfect. We need to go ahead and do better. And we can see Focky already trembling, kind of. His hands are not totally there. But I mean, he played very well, and he was fantastic with the equalizer as much as with the R9, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is just crazy how good Galoris looked there. I think we expected them to win map number 1. I don't think we expected them to do that. And you can see the frustration there. You looked over towards King's Clan, how frustrated they look. And you already see Marble kind of, I guess, speculating what went wrong on that map. How could they not put things together? And to be honest, I say this as a caster, sometimes you kind of want to over embellish, right? You want to be like, I think they did X, Y, Z wrong in the map. And that's what led them to an L. And I'm sure that there were certain things maybe they could have done better. But ultimately, they just got outslayed. I mean, look at this one. Raid coming in here. He was the savior of King's Clan towards the end of Season 4 when he rejoined the roster and made them a lot better. Going double negative in the game. Says, Grizz, players that you normally expect. The SMG duo would just not perform. I mean, I could name the entire roster, to be honest, mate. Everybody was just having an absolute stinker of a game. And then you look towards Galeris and you've got 3 players effectively double positive. It is just so tough when that's happening.
Yes, as we have some of the best moments. Lucasin said his love to Brazilians into the world. And this guy, he was such a special player, such a key, I would say, piece on their offensive system, as much as in the defensive, as we could see on P2 some moments ago, Brody. So it was a hot start, such a stellar performance by the Brazilians. Let's see how they're going to keep it up during the whole series. And I have just to point it out, before tossing it back to you, that I would say Brazilians managed to dominate also the objective as a whole. So 4 players playing as an OBG out of 5. They had fantastic times inside of the flags. And on the other hand, we have to talk about Kings not managing to acquire even a whole minute on any of the players.
Yeah, I think it's just tough sometimes. I think when we look towards the first set in particular there, you saw it in the replay, right, where they just didn't manage to get those early rotations, specifically towards P3. I think very often, especially against a team of Galeris' caliber, you do have to make those decisions just to be like, oh, look, right, we're losing this hill. We've got 25 seconds left. Yes, all right, it's a lot of time to give away. But let's chalk this one up and make sure we full send, rotate 3 or 4 players over towards the next set. And that just did not happen. Those decisions were not made there by King's Clan. Look, I know it's easy for us to say here in the moment. It's so difficult for those players to make those decisions, but at the end of the day, they weren't made. And it means that Galeris now are 1-0 up in a series that we already highlighted, maps number 2 and 3, Eagle. We talked about it, mate, that we expected those maps to be in favor of Galeris. So there's a real uphill battle now here.
Yeah, Brody, I think the challenge was big enough for Kings before the series began, and now it's even huge. It's even bigger, excuse me. And let's see how they're gonna do to overcome, to see whatever they can fix during the game itself. Because Galleries, they were massive on all of the aspects of the game. If you stop to think about the collective side of the plays, also the individual decisions they have taken so far, especially with, I would say, Henry, killing a lot, and Lucasin doing the same. So they were massive on the eliminations. The team was confident. They didn't commit any minor mistakes, if you want. But again, there's always the appearance, the first appearance factor against Kings that was very clear over here. I don't know how they're feeling the pressure from the stand-ins, how they're feeling the pressure from the Brazilian audience watching them today. But I'm sure that must not be very easy, mate, to deal with.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on side for sure, right? I mean, again, you're on home turf effectively, so you feel like, yeah, this should be tournament that is yours. Because ultimately, I think that is an important note, right? Is that Champs, what we talk about it the last couple of years has been in North America, I believe, right? And it is going to be in North America. That was just announced. I think it was either yesterday or the day before. Time is a construct. It was announced that it's going to be in Atlanta again this year, I believe. So to have an international tournament on home turf, I think, is such a massive advantage for these guys, and they're going to be very, very happy with the way they perform for the home crowd there in map number 1. Let's start kind of hyping up map number 2, though, right here, Lanex. We've got a Slums Search and Destroy up next. This is a map that I think is very defensively heavy, and I think it's going to be interesting, right, because so much of this map, specifically in the defense, comes down to, can you break out of that kind of offensive trap, if you will? Can you get past the 30, 40-yard line towards the middle of the map? And there's always a lot of pressure from the snipers on the defense, right? And you've got now Lucasin coming in, who has played that sniper role in the past, is primarily a sniper player in Search and Destroy. Previously, we had Pabzero and Henry Cat doing that for Galeris. So do we see kind of Pabzero and Lucasin now taking that role, and how oppressive is that going to be?
Yeah, so I would say that Galeris likes to play on the defensive side, mostly on Search and Destroy mode. They are very comfortable to give to the opponent the responsibility for taking action. So Kings are gonna have to be extra, not only cautious but also aggressive, and they're gonna have to impose their own pacing into the map. Otherwise, galleries are gonna just mount the setup and just wait for the foes comfortably, because they have the quality when it comes to trading for that. And of course, as you said, we're talking about Lucas in as a sniper. We're talking also about Pabzera, Hand, and also Mihawk. Back in the day, he was such a great AWP player. Let's see how all of those factors are gonna play out, because usually galleries, they build a lot of points on their defensive side, and then they manage to break the mindset of the opponent right after that. So I'm assuming Kings are gonna have to be not only creative, cautious, but I would say strong mentally to face Lucazine on one of his best maps on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and it's funny as well, because I had the conversation about the snipers. You've got Lucasin now joining the roster for Galeris, but also we mentioned it in the pre-show there. Kings Clan, they've got Marvel and Neil now on the same team. You've got a lot of sniper power on this roster, right? So I think that kind of sniper conversation here going in towards this map is going to be really interesting, right? How things up against Galeris, right? I mean, that's been the conversation for the longest time in terms of Kings Clan, in terms of the sniper power that they've got on side. Is that a massive positive for them now on the defensive front?
Yes, I would say on paper, right, Brody? I think both teams, they work with the same kind of, I would say, damage layout. Let's put it this way. Both sides liking a lot to combine, of course, 1-2 snipers with a lot of assault rifle players, and also with a special R9 player here or there in the case of both teams. So they usually bring up the same kind of damage setup against foes. Let's see how that's gonna help them, of course, inside of a search and destroy map such as Slums. As you said, it's a very much defensive map, meaning that the defensive sides usually they're more comfortable to rotate on the back lines, to use the middle portion of the map to reorganize their lines again in their efforts. So all of that, all those factors are gonna play as a challenge to both teams. And galleries, they know that as much as Kings. Kings are gonna have again to be extra aggressive because they're playing against the best Brazilian and Latin team in their own hometown.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup regardless for these teams. Again, a reminder that map number 1 was a big one for Kings Clan to lose. We talk about the strength of the better map set here for Galeris, how good that they looked, and, getting the Slums Search and Destroy, arguably their strongest Search and Destroy map going into map number 2, getting a Crossroads strike control, which is an interesting kind of conversation, right, in terms of the fact that European and North American teams apparently just really like Crossroads strike control, and getting those two maps in the next couple of this best of 5 is really peculiar. So, we'll see kind of what's going on here as we get into the next couple of maps. Apparently, I sound kind of bad. I don't know, like a robot or something, Lennox.
Yes, we're gonna see all that playing out, man. As you said, and we know that Kings, they have worked on their psychological side as well. We've seen Marvel talking on socials, especially on ESL profiles, stating that their greatest strength is going to be their mindset, their willingness, to never step down, to never give up. And they were mostly anxious to face Q9. Let's see if that's going to ever happen from now on. But again, Kings are also ready for longer matches, for long series. So let's see if it's going to be the case today, as we already have action rolling on. So you guys are going to hold my hand, you're going to hold Brody's, and let's see what's going to happen. Round 1 already happening in a very fast pace, I would say, mate, with galleries having the numbers on their side. There was just massive losing, just one player, and we are looking at already 1-0.
And that's a big round for Galeris to take, ultimately, right? You talk about how defensively this map actually is, and to win an offense is like gold dust. So for Galeris to come out the gates and do exactly that is really particular. We'll see whether Kings Clan can respond in kind. That's a nice start coming out from them, as Grizz and Ray going to draw double first blood. And I love the aggression coming out from Grizz as well. He is going straight for these kills. Lucasin gets cut short. Meekorp will trade on out, but the numbers here definitively in favor of Kings Clan. Very quickly, it all falls apart. Pabzera 1 versus 3. And this is very difficult because I don't think Kings Clan are going to give him anything for free.
Yes, only Pabzera to deal with this problem, right? Three opponents in this clutch situation, and Kings reorganizing themselves and creating a very smart line from B to A to try to reduce the space the galleries had to work with. And PUBG is very, very strong on this kind of play. He's gonna try to, of course, manage the cover and try going for the scope against players from Kings. And PUBG, especially with Tundra, very deadly. I don't know. Let's see how he's gonna manage also to use the weapon itself, using the core area of the map and try to come for the right flank, using, of course, the grenades here, trying to cause that preliminary damage that allows you to not have to face your opponent always. But there he comes, coming to the middle of the map. Tundra again on his hands, trying to use the best he can, the time as well, because clock is ticking, Brody.
There you go. Inferno's going to take him down. So nicely done from Kings Clan. And yeah, that's much more standard. What we kind of expect when it comes down to these defenses, you expect teams to be drawing those first bloods, and Galeris here to be stuck behind that kind of half wall that you see towards the offensive side. Those first bloods are everything here on the defense. Let's see whether or not the same thing can happen once again. You're seeing aggression coming out here. Henry Catton towards the middle of the map needs to draw that first blood. He does exactly that. Grizz goes down. There goes Saze as well. And Galar is coming out the aggression, but Raid and Marvel, they answer back.
Oh. Marvel, double kill, yeah, fantastic work by him, trying to see what else is gonna happen. And Inferno coming for this battle here in the corner of the map, 3v2. We see Inferno trying to, of course, do this gap closing against Gallery's players, but Lucas comes and steps up. We're gonna have to see how that's gonna be played out. 2v2 for a very interesting round number 3 after the equalizer. So both sides very, very spot on from this moment on, and the C4 is right at the core. So it's gonna be hard for Galleries to get close to it, since the protection level by Marvel is very, very there. And Raid is also close to him. So I would say King's looking very much different from the beginning of the map over here, Brody.
Galeris have done basically a full 180 of the map at the moment. Marvel just laying in wait in the middle of the map here, trying to be all sneaky-like, all cheeky-like. I think the players might have just run straight past him. A little bit of COD timing on Marvel. Maybe hasn't seen him exit through Garage, and that's not going to work in his favor whatsoever. But he is actually going to get over towards A. Spidey senses tingling. Unfortunately, again, the COD timing not in his favor, and Pabzera will win that 1v1 with the snipes.
Man, what beautiful. What a close elimination by him. He was right there. And again, using the Tundra, as I said before, very talented on this kind of elimination of contact. 2-1 for Galleries, and somehow the regain is already happening. You see that they have reorganized their lines, and they're gonna move onwards to the A. This is gonna be a very heavy hit on the Brazilian side for a 4 versus 4 again. So very balanced round when it comes to the lives. 4K bringing the C4 down to the ground, and Marvel is going to be the closest player to get over there when it comes to looking at the objective. Mihawk is behind the cover. Many battle situations happening, and Kings also killing, also delivering the bullets in a very interesting way. They're not offering their, let's say, most not focused sides here. They are trying to fix some situations, Brody, as we see the 2v2 rounds now.
Yeah, I think just in that round there, Galeris, they managed to get the bomb down on towards A, and they kind of pushed back through Blue, intended to keep an eye on it from there. But as Kings Clan do get a couple of kills, they get the numbers, they feel confident enough to jump on the defuse, and, well, it works out in their favor. So 2-2 now. Galeris once again looking to draw first blood by playing aggressive. That's how they've won their rounds in the past, and it happens once again here. A 2-for-1 trade off the start, now make it 3-for-1. It's just down to the snipers left alive for Kings.
Oh yeah, Galleries already hopping into B and showing who's the boss in this region of Slums. Inferno coming for this battle. He's gonna try, but Pabzera delivered him right on his face. This very, very precious bullet. And Kings now totally low on numbers. Just Marvel against 3 players. He's gonna have to be extra smart also to understand what is gonna be the play by the Brazilians, how they're gonna do this one. And he carry already playing on the B, and we see Lucas eliminating Marvel for another wrap-up of a round. So Galleries 3-2, looking fantastic, looking strong, but Kings are also offering a nice challenge. They are doing what they should do, Brody, and always stepping close to the Brazilians.
Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm not happy with Kings at the moment. You know, you're losing 3 offensive rounds or 3 defensive rounds away to Galaris. That should not be happening on a map such as Slum Search and Destroy. Seeing over aggression coming out from Grizz there. The R9 battle going to be won out by Fokke. He was actually going to pop a second as well, and that's just egregious coming out from Raid. Inferno will fall too. And now Kings Clan left to the last couple of players. And again, it feels like so many of these open engagements are going Galaris' way. They are simply outclassing them at the moment. Lucasin going to cap off that round. And my oh my, as we switch sides here, Galaris 4 offensive rounds there on Slum Search and Destroy. That's insane.
That's insane. And it shows how much Galaris understood their mission. They needed to be ahead. They needed to have better numbers when it comes to rounds against Kings on the first half, which was a very, very, I would say, mobile beginning of Slums. A lot of movements, and now Kings, of course, setting up a line and trying to be patient, but Fokke doesn't let that happen. He comes for Grease. He's going to try to double it up. Taken down by Raid. We have already Mihal coming to the middle. Nice battles over here to see how this round's going to end up. And Says with the DRH trying to also get close. Kings trying to make a decision. I would say they're more leaning towards the B. But again, they're going to face a very nice challenge, because we're going to see 2 players from Galaris already there. And Lucas takes Inferno down right now for a 3v2, excuse me, Brody. And at a very interesting moment where Kings need the round.
Yeah. This is now awkward for Kings. I think, you know, it's just one of those situations where this is why offense on Slum Search and Destroy is so tough. You rely on the fact that Galaris are going to peek you, and I don't know if they're going to do that. And Marvel, through the smallest of gaps, is hoping to take Lucasin down. I don't know if Lucasin's going to give him anything for free here. Stun check going out from Marvel, or Nate, actually, excuse me. It's not actually going to be enough for a frag. And these guys are kind of forced into this awkward situation with 40 seconds on the clock to try and take individual one-on-ones. And Henry Cat, again, going to win that one versus Marvel. Says now no choice but to force send it through the middle of the map. Does actually manage to make it through Graveyard, but might as well go back there, bud, because you're dead.
Yes, Lucas again, wrapping the round, being the man to bring the kills. Fantastic work, fantastic job by Galaris to not offer space, not offer any margin of comfort for Kings. Brody, as we see that they are not managing to impose spacing. They're not deciding, they're not pushing to the bomb sites fastly enough against the Brazilians. Let's see how that's going to keep playing out. Again, 5 versus 2 rounds, and Galaris looking very, very sound and solid to potentially drop the map. Only 2 rounds away for that to happen, and Riot is already in the core of the map. He was taken down. We see 3v3, Mihawk coming up, Pub-Zero helping him, Marvel again alone, and Mihawk brings a pair of kills to show who's the big dog and put Galaris in a match point.
Yeah, this is how defense should be played right here. Kings Clan, no chance to get through the middle of the map because Galaris are there watching with those snipers that we were talking about before we got into the map. Oh boy, backs against the wall now. Galaris, one more round. They take this search and destroy, and you're already starting to see them flying through the middle of the map here, flying towards blue over the wall. Fokke is going to pick up 1 kill towards blue's side. Immediately traded by Marvel there. He was able to catch Mihawk off guard. So 4 versus 4 we go, but Kings Clan have made no movements towards the middle of the map, and if Lucasin picks up raid as well, things could go from bad to worse.
Yes, that's it. Let's see how Kings are going to manage this advantage now, working with 4 men versus 2. That's going to be their chance. They cannot make mistakes anymore, but Fokke doubles it up with the R9. And Lucas also shuts Marvel down for a 2-1 now. Raid's going to be the last hope on the European side. He's going to have to make this one. He's going to have to bring the bullets again, Lucas. Nice shot, nice connection. And now it's about keeping the body protected, but there it is. Galaris brings this one to the house again, 7-2. And then the Europeans now are finally understanding how heavy it is, how hard it is to face Galaris back home.
It's so difficult, isn't it? Galaris are just those guys at the moment, and internationally speaking, Kings, we've already talked about how Europe have struggled. Oh boy, how about that? Really struggling in the search and destroy. And I think we kind of almost knew that was going to happen because of the fact that obviously Slum Search and Destroy is one of the strongest, if not the strongest search and destroy maps that we see from Galaris as a roster. And that's pre-Lucasin as well. That's pre-adding another strong sniper player to the lineup. So yeah, I think, again, just playing it so well. I think, honestly, if you go into a switching side off the back of a defense and you've given away 4 offensive rounds to the opposition, you already know you're going to have an uphill battle when you yourselves are going to go towards the offense. And that is almost exactly what happened. You cannot let Galeris get those 4 rounds early on.
You just nailed it, Brody. We have seen Galeris winning a lot of rounds, and Kings suddenly, they just could not win the map anymore. At some point on, it was not just possible physically speaking anymore. And look as he managed somehow to bring this 12-3 eliminations. Fantastic KDA. What a player, right? I mean, Galeris, anyways, would have, on my opinion, won this one against Kings without Lucazine, because they've shown a lot. It's not only about Lucazine, but it's about what other resources this squad showcased to us, and they have done this massively on both halves of the map. I would say even that Galeris, they never offered a real chance for Kings, and Kings on their side, they never managed to dominate the scoreboard, Brody. The most we have seen from the Europeans was a equalizer, like 1-1 in rounds, and that's it. Because Galeris, they were always ahead. They were always making the right decisions and not having to change a lot from B to A. That's also an interesting thing to say, because they were massively close to the B, and of course focusing on tradings. So again, the combination of objective control and eliminations per se, they have brought Galeris to beat Kings over here.
And you can see in the replay some of these early offensive rounds that Galeris managed to steal away, and very often it does just come down to who can win those first bloods out. Can you get aggressive, and can you get towards the middle of the map before Kings put you back in your offensive spawn? And again, they did it 4 times over, where Galeris was able to win those first bloods, and the response from Kings is just not good enough. And honestly, the what was it, 2 or 3 rounds that Kings managed to steal away from the start, at least one of them, maybe a couple of them, actually did feel like rounds where maybe Galeris should have won anyway. I look back towards that round, I think early on, where Galeris managed to get the bomb down over towards A. They retreat back through blue and effectively give up the bomb site away to Kings. That could have been a much worse map than it ended up being for Kings. But regardless, it does go more or less the way we expect, as Galeris now winning 2-0 in this series. They come out on top in an indomitable Slums search and destroy, following an indomitable Summit hardpoint as well. So if you're a Galeris fan, and if you expected them to do this well, hey, it's going pretty much as you expected. But if you're a Kings fan, you got to be pretty down in the dumps at the moment, mate, because Kings are not having a good go of it whatsoever.
Yes, and also on the top of everything you just said, on an individual level, man, we can very well say like the stability, how regular and consistent the players were on the side of Galeris. Not only Lucazine, but also Fokke being decisive on hardpoint and also on search and destroy mode. So these guys are not joking, and they're gonna move into a Crossroads strike control, which is also a very hard and tough combination to face Galeris, because they have done such a great job during the challenge season back in the day, in the beginning of the year. So yeah, we may be again very well looking at a 3 new when it comes to maps again for this debut, which has not been the ideal for the Europeans. I don't know what they can try to do here, Brody, to try to overcome this.
Yeah, I think as we get in a Crossroads strike control, I think this is going to be one of the most interesting cases of just like, look, Europe and North America did not like this map. I'm pretty sure, like, we wanted the stats, and I really should have done it. Maybe this should have been the prep that I did for this entire tournament, right, mate? Is I should have got the stats for the amount of raid control that we saw during the Snapdragon Pro Series, during the challenge season and challenge finals, because I got a feeling it was probably like 90% of our control maps. So I think it's going to be funny to see these guys now forced into a Crossroads strike control, where you're now going up against a team that's not only seasoned at Crossroads strikes, not only played it, I think it was 7 times during regular season and during challenge finals, but won 6 of those maps. I think it's going to be a tough uphill battle for them. I'm really excited to see what makes Galeris tick here on Crossroads.
Yeah. When we talk about it, it's gonna be very, very surprising to see how Galeris are gonna joke, I would say, play with the mindset of Kings in this case, Brody, because I mean it's on their hands to win this one.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, look, mate, we've got Crossroads strike control. That's coming up next here. Galeris 2-0 up versus Kings. Can Europe reverse sweep this series and make a mark in Brazil? Find out after the break.
For the party, pull up in your space and I don't say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody, I'm not everybody. Wake up feeling like a 10. Call me an Uber and he pull up in a Benz. Wake up feeling good again. Want a good time, so I'll bring my friends. unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. Damn, I'm awakened this morning. No one is around and it's getting kinda boring. Rain falls down and the rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring. Damn, it feel good when the sun come up. Glass in the air, better light one up. Friends are all around and they say what up, what up. Pass that cup. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. Yeah, yeah. You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. 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 You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I've been really living. Think I better tone it down. Each night a new city. Yeah, I've been all around. Just touched down in LA and you know it's going down. I've been really living. Yeah, I've been really living in this town. Will you come closer?
Welcome back here, folks, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We're in Brazil. Well, we're not in Brazil. The teams are in Brazil. And we get to see some of those teams go head-to-head at the moment as Kings Clan currently 2-0 down to Galeris. Look, mate, we set this series up as the best of Europe going head-to-head with the best of Latin America. And I think so far, I don't want to say it as a European, but Latin America is kind of winning that.
Yeah, looking very, very strong, right? And I would say the chances of Kings diminishing a lot over the series. They're going to have to win this map. They're going to have to find a way to rebuild this gameplay, which has been suffering since the last two maps, Brody. I would say on an individual basis, we have not been able yet to see the potential of these players. As I've said before, the fans are looking at stars like Marvel, like even Greece and other guys. They have played so far so well to this point. So it's time to really step up and show that they can do a little bit more. And now, as we could have analyzed before the break, Galleries likes to offer a very, very tough first round when it comes to Crossroads control. And then using the advantages, using the operators, they're going to totally go for a respawn or for a spawn trap, as we say, following up with the map. So, I mean, Kings needs to make the points to begin with. Otherwise, this is going to be just another 3-0, but now in rounds for Galleries.
Yeah, and I think for me, the key differentiating factor between what this map needs to be and what, for example, map number 1 was, right, like the other respawn in this series that we've seen so far, we need to start seeing some slaying out of Kings, to be honest with you. You can't have 3 of your key players. You can't have basically your entirety of your SMG lineup double negative in a game. That can't happen. And with how good these guys are, with how good we know Kings can be, right? I think, you know, we're sitting here and we're seeing it kind of, I guess, in this capsule of Kings Clan versus Galeris, or Galoris, excuse me, one of the best teams in the world. It makes Kings look bad, but I watched an entire season of European Snapdragon Pro Series where Kings were coming out and they were just destroying a lot of the competition. They look so good. And I think it's that kind of, again, formula that we want to see from Kings, that kind of performance that we want to see from Kings in this series. It doesn't feel like that same kind of venom, that same kind of confidence is currently there with this roster. I wouldn't be surprised at the moment, Lennox, if they're rattled somewhat by the first couple of maps.
Yes, I don't know. What I keep thinking, actually, Brody, when it comes to this point of the series is that Kings, they have not been very lucky also on the map pool or on the draft side of things. And lately, as we know from challenge season, they have been struggling against picking the best maps for them and also the worst ones for the foes. And it seems pretty much the case here that, again, this is happening. They have not so far showed up when it comes to being strong in a map and showing that, okay, this is our map now. Let's just create some level of uncomfort to the Brazilians. So Galleries is looking very comfortable and they are at their peak. The players were, of course, nervous before, but that's for all of them. That's not just for the Brazilians in here. So now let's see how they're gonna bring all this inside of Crossroads Strike, which again, as you said, it's not a pretty much frequently played map or combination out of LATAM, but in LATAM has been dominant when we look to the control mode. I mean, if it was raid control, then things could go totally sideways eventually for Galleries, thinking about how strong NA and European teams are usually on this combination, Brody.
Yeah, you know, I imagine I would have liked to have seen the picks and bans for these teams, because I would have found it somewhat funny if Galleries did do their homework and they did ban Rage Control in preparation for what King's Clan would look like on that roster. Of course, it is important to note that pretty much all European and North American teams are great at Raid Control, and I don't think King's lost a single Raid Control throughout the entirety of Season 4. So, yeah, I think it is good for them to get Crossroads Strike control in this series. I'm excited to see what Galleries look like moving forward in towards this one, because at the moment, I think just looking on paper, this looks like it should be a 3-0 here for Galleries. And I think, given what we predicted, Lannex, we both said 3-0, right? So it just means that we're gods at predicting. We know what we're doing.
Well, yeah, we know the stats. We know how things can go eventually, since we have been covering these games and these players for a long, long time. So when we actually look in an overall way to the map pool, I would say, or to the modes pool, if you want, Brody, we can say that both sides, they begin very strongly on the hardpoint modes, then moving into Search and Destroy, we get to the control modes, where usually control mode is not that much played. So we have less numbers. I would say we have a smaller amount of performances on everybody on control mode usually. But again, I mean, whenever they had to play, they stepped up. And I would say that Galleries are going to have to prove our points here, or whatever I said before. Like, they're going to have to show that they are the big dogs, not only on a statistical level, but also on the gameplay level when it comes to control inside of Crossroads Strike. And speaking specifically about some minor decisions they may do actually from now on in this next combination of map mode, I would say, Brody, they're going to have to be extra careful and cautious, of course, with Sparrows, with whatever Kings can bring, and they can bring like an open and nice, very wide, clear wave power, because that's how Kings are gonna try to explore this map. Maybe using the open areas versus Galleries, because Galleries, they're gonna want to go for the single target positionings, and especially inside of the houses, with Lucazine being very strong on this one. I mean, I have to rephrase that. He already managed to obtain like 8-9 kills as a streak on the challenge season against LATAM teams. So this guy, he knows precisely what he has to do on a personal level inside of closed areas. So the houses may be dominated by Mihawk or Lucazine. That's going to be eventually a key way of playing for Galleries.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, when we look towards King's Clan, right, it is important to note that they were pretty successful in this mode. It was their best one during Season 4 over in Europe. I think they had a pretty successful win rate. I think it's I've got the numbers here, so I don't think I know I've got the numbers here. It was an 83.33 win rate on control in Europe. That was the #1 across the board in European Snapdragon Pro Series. So they're pretty good at control. So if they have a chance in this series, it's probably going to be here. But again, I kind of do throw a side eye somewhat at the map choice. Are they going to be any good on Crossroads Strike, given how little we've seen from them on it? Well, we're about to find out the answer here, Lannex. We're about to get in what could be the final map in this series. Galleries currently 2-0 up. Can they have just a good go of things here on Crossroads Strike?
Oh yeah, we're going to see all that being played out by both sides, as Galleries already steps into B, trying to bring a heavy stack to this region. We see Mihawk being the only one kind of isolated from the rest of the team. But again, the house control is paramount to Galleries, and that's precisely why we get to see 2-3 players on the core portion of the map, as the kill feed's looking more Brazilian right now. Greece tries to rebalance that, and Kings are going to have to respond on B. They're going to have to come here and try to push the Brazilians away from this region, and they manage somehow to do that. But again, Galleries is very close to converting this B already.
Yeah, it's already been a brilliant start from Galaris, so we'll say here, while they are about to capture B, I don't think anybody from Kings Clan can do anything about this. It is important to note that Kings Clan, technically speaking, haven't given away anything over towards A just yet. As I say that, though, it's time to Fokke to get on towards the point. He has lost his teammates around him, so relying now on the coverage from Pabzera and what he can produce with the R9, that's not going to happen here. Raid's going to find him. A couple of kills now starting to come through from Galaris here, so maybe they're going to be able to get out of this spawn trap, but now Kings an opportunity to put that said spawn trap together.
Oh yeah, Kings totally reversed this one with a lot of quality and I would say ability, surprisingly perhaps to Brazilian fans, but they somehow overcame, coming from the back line to a more of a mid-map positioning, dominating the Brazilians and showing that, the round's not over until it's really over. They got the numbers, now things are looking more equalized as we have Grizz trying to eliminate Fokke. He managed to do that, Inferno coming as well, kills again, favoring Kings to this point, as we see that the Brazilians are trying to maybe create some havoc on the backline of Kings. I don't know if that's going to be even possible, but we have also the clock ticking against both sides. 5v5, very, very interesting moment of the round. And again, all the level of cautions they can bring is not going to be enough because we are talking about an international match over here, Brody.
Yeah, indeed we are. Now coming down to a 2 versus 2 here in this first round of play. Now just down to Inferno for Kings. You don't really want to lose this defensive round. Pabzera and Fokke have a couple of options here. Do they want to hunt that player down or do they want to go straight for the point? Inferno is playing as if he's going to be hunted down. Now is he ready for this double chow coming on through? Switches to the melee and oh, goodness me. Oh, I don't think the melee is going to beat out Fokke's R9 there as the first round goes the way of Galaris.
Man, he even beautifully managed to slide away, but then for a second, because no more than that. It's Fokke we're talking about on the other side, and he managed to bring this one to his team. Galaris thus dominating the attacking round, and that's going to be very, very good for them. Since they're going to play on the defensive level now, Pabzera already breaking. Again, against Inferno, we see the level of lives, I would say, overall, Brody, very, very similar. When it comes to killing, when it comes to trading, both teams are operating on the same basis. But again, Galaris, they somehow got back on track. They were almost defeated on round number 1, but they managed to bring this one based on killing eliminations, based on their ability to face opponents. And we've seen Lucasine manage to build up, piling up some corpuses over the map. Fantastic kill feed control by the Brazilians. Totally coming and escalating over here to a massive lives amount.
Oh no, and this is the problem again when you have this early advantage that Galaris did, the start in which they did. They've already got some of their operators ready to go, and Fokke is causing so many problems in the spawn at the moment. He's watching them spawning, and he is taking every single player down. Finally, he himself will end up falling, but the damage you have to feel is done here in this round. We're in a 6 versus 18. If you're talking this from Kings Clan's perspective, I don't know if there's any way back into this round. Generally speaking, as a caster, you always want to be in a position where you can say, hey, look, Team A can beat Team B in this situation. Yes. But honestly, mate, I don't know about if I can save this one. Raid 1v16. I tell you what, if he pulls this off, best play in COD Mobile you've ever seen.
We see right here coming with the prize fighters to try Hans face. But yes, Brody, it was, I would say, a very interesting round to say the least. With 2 halves or 2 chapters inside of the same history, we've seen a very balanced first half of the round number 2, and then Galaris just pushed it up against Kings. They managed to, stack eliminations and then move the line ahead, beginning even to do a spawn trap and put Kings on a very complicated position here for their first matches. We see 2-1, and Kings are going to be forced to do precisely what they're doing now, like pull out all the operators you have. Can you buy additional operators? Can you land? Can you go to the market and bring some more? Because we need them, and that's what Kings need to do. They bring the damage in the right moment. Let's see how that's going to last against Galaris.
All right, well, maybe a way back towards this game is starting to use some of your utility right off the rip here. Raid is going to land that Predator missile down on a couple of players. He's also still got one of the most powerful operators in his back pocket, and that was the equalizers. Unfortunately, that will move away from him. But the problem is that Galaris, after the first couple of rounds, the dominant fashion in which they've won them, they've also got utility ready to go. A couple of Predator missiles coming down from the heavens to re-establish map control for Galaris. And they've got players in multiple key power positions as well. Hen from afar is going to get that pistol kill, making sure saw that B is being covered while Pabzera is starting to make that progress. I mean, look, it's relatively even in terms of the lives, but the map control for Galaris is daunting if you're Kings.
Yeah, it's getting complicated. Says he's trying, he's doing his best behind that box. Let's see what else can they do? Let's see Marvel also trying with the Annihilator, but who was taken down quickly. Galleries with this already 13v7, looking very solid to wrap this up. And Kings, they're being attacked on both flags at the same time. That's a very complicated position to be at as Marvels tries to get close to Fokke. He managed to obtain the kill. Let's see what else is gonna happen. Mihawk bringing the other kill, and that's over. 3-0 on rounds, 3-0 on maps, and the crowd goes wild over here, Brody. Since the Brazilians managed to make a fantastic first appearance, dominating the series as a whole and being very, very much more stronger than Kings in the very last map. Lucas in with the Brazilian flag. I mean, this footage is gonna roll over the next week. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, for sure. That's the start that you wanted if you're a Galaris fan. Again, we didn't know what to expect necessarily from this new look team with Lucasin joining the roster. We kind of knew that Lucasin was a very strong player and that he would definitively improve the team, but you've always got kind of that thought at the back of your mind, right, that maybe this could be something that ends up not benefiting the roster, despite the fact that Lucasin is as good as he is. Maybe the lack of preparation stumps them a little bit coming into this event, but it doesn't look like that whatsoever. It looks like this roster has been together for the longest of times. And, you know, I'll not be kind about it. I think Lauren and Tun know how unkind I can be sometimes. That was a stomping. Europe got absolutely pooped on in that first match of the day, and I think they're going to know that as well. They've got another chance, of course. The way that this tournament is set up means that we are looking at GSL-style groups, so there is a lower bracket here within the group itself. But, I mean, that's not the start that you wanted whatsoever.
Yes, fantastic numbers on both sides. Now, Kings getting better at that aspect, as we can see, right? Marvel being positive. I mean, the team played well. They tried to, of course, get out of the traps set by Galleries, but from a certain point on, that was just not anymore possible. And Galleries did whatever they had to do. Fokke stepping up, dominating the kills, Lucasin being more of a collective play, but also eliminating a lot. So we have seen such a great squad work, as you said, and Lucasin coming to this team, of course, joining the guys and not feeling the pressure. Absolutely not. Kings, I would say they're going to have the chance now to rebuild their strategies, think about whatever happened now, and they're going to have to urgently, try to beat the next opponent here, Brody, because they're going to have 2 more chances and they cannot lose anymore.
Yeah, that's just not what you expected out of Kings whatsoever, to be honest. I mean, I say that, but I think in the context of the matchup, in the context of what we knew Galaris to be when you looked at the roster change that they made, I think this is more or less what we expected. I think we expected a 3-0. I just don't think we expected it to be that dominant, where Kings didn't even really look like they had a chance. And here's the replay package from that control. And I'll say this much. I think the control out of the 3 maps that we saw between these two teams was the map where it felt like Kings were at their most competitive point, right? We saw on the defense in particular, they looked okay. They would get themselves in the right positions, and you were seeing glimpses why they were the #1 team in control in the European region. But then, following through on that and actually picking up the kills and making sure you maintain that map control, it just frankly wasn't there. Galaris was outclassing them over there.
Yes, and on top of that, I would say Kings, they have upgraded their levels during the series, so they can be very well proud. I would say that 3-0 on control mode does not at all reflect the efforts of Kings, and they managed to keep, I would say, Galleries behind their lines and playing safely during the first 2 rounds out of 3. So they can be proud of themselves, and they can use that as a point of coming back to the next games potentially, Brody.
For sure. Well, we got Lauren here. You can see her face. So she's here. She's going to talk about COD. She's going to talk about the match, I assume.
some interviews that they've got going on in Brazil, see what other types of opportunities we have to catch up with some of our players as well. I mean, I wanted to ask you specifically, Lanex, because it was a really, really good performance for Gallerist. So I feel like you have to be really stoked that this is how we're starting the day off.
Yes, as an analyst, I would say, Lauren, it was a very, very nice match to analyze. I think the Brazilian fans are going to be very happy with Galleries right now. The European fans are trying to understand whatever happened. As you said, it was such a massive free ride by Galleries. I think the Galleries just showed the whole world what you're capable of. Again, on the collective side of things, also individually, they were just shining. We could see a lot of solutions and I would say nice duo works, trio works as well during the series. But we're going to be able to see more of that during the whole event because, to be honest, the series didn't last as much as Galleries could have, I don't know, tanked. They are able to play in a very nice level for longer, as much as Kings are. So this first match, I think, was much of an emotional settler to begin with, and now we're gonna have to see how those teams are gonna keep working on because, again, the event is far from being over.
Oh, absolutely. Still lots of time for our teams to set themselves up to potentially be, or to absolutely, at the end of it all, one team will be the best in the entire world when it comes to our Call of Duty mobile competition here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Like Lennox just said, we're just getting started, though. If you're just joining the stream for the first time, our first match of the day here on this stream has wrapped up. It was Gallerist in a clean 3-0 victory, toppling Kings, who still have one more opportunity to try and keep themselves alive in the competition. If we have any updates from the B stream as well for those matches, we'll make sure to get those over to you guys as soon as we know how those are turning out. So don't worry about that. If you're trying to keep up here on the English broadcast with what those squads got going on, we'll have all that information here in just a short while. And then we also have some more matches to be looking forward to because we've got some coming around the corner. But I was wondering if we'd get an MVP, and we have one, Brody.
What a shocker. What a shock. Honestly, personally, I was surprised when Lucasin showed up. Look, mate, Lucasin is one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. And I think this right here, that performance in the matchup showed exactly why. You put him in a roster like Gallerist, and he is going to supercharge that roster. He did exactly that. Here's a look over towards his KD for the entire series. I don't think this is entire KD. Surely not. Since he got 23 and 10. I think that might just be the control, perhaps, given how short it was. But yeah, Lucasin, he was so good. And I think it's just the way in which he just basically flies around the map. As an AR player, by the way, just flies around the map and kills absolutely everything he sees. He's a threat. He is a problem for a lot of teams, and he's going to be a problem for a lot more teams as we go further and further through the tournament.
All right, well, fantastic choice here for the MVPs. Got to be happy with that, at least to kick off not only the tournament with a team win, but now also getting a nice little series or even round MVP to add on to that. So fantastic start on behalf of Gallerist. But now we can potentially start looking towards the future, maybe. I mean, we said that we've got some good matches coming up around the corner. We also saw that schedule at the beginning of the day. If I'm not mistaken, we've got Seminal versus Amigos for match number 2. So don't deep dive it too much, but potential thoughts on that one, Brody.
This is going to be so awkward for me, I think, when we look over towards what the match actually is and, you know, the teams on side, because I think we've got two very different rosters in very different positions going head-to-head. First of all, you've got a Seminal roster that I think coming into this tournament, had they been at full force, I would potentially be arguing, hey, look, Seminal, given the fact that Wolves aren't playing in this tournament, given the fact that Godlike aren't participating as well, I would have said I think Seminal would have won the entire thing. But no Tectonic on side, it makes them, I don't want to say weak, but vulnerable to a number of other teams. And Amigos are also a very good team. We've talked a lot about Gallerist and how good of a roster they are. Well, how about a team that took game number 7 in the grand finals of the Latin America region? So I think Amigos, they are going to give them a real tough time. And I think for me, the question is, have Seminal prepped enough with cartels inside in place of Tectonic that they may actually beat?
Are there any weaknesses potentially on the side of Amigos Lane X that you could foresee Seminal possibly exploiting?
Yes, I think Amigos, they have struggled mostly to begin the series on the hardpoint mode. That's going to be eventually their weaker moment during the whole game, because when it comes to search and destroy, especially in Slums, but in other maps as well, also in control mode, they excel. So I would say Seminal are going to have to use that to their side, as Brody said, without Tectonic, but with Cartels. Is Cartels going to be able to perform to the same level with this new team, as Lucasine just did with Galleries, for example? So those lines, they begin to be comparable from now on, from side to side. So yes, we're going to have to see what's going to happen. But again, as we just did from the first game, Laura, I would say Galleries are looking as the top dog here. They were looking as the top dog against Kings, and Seminal are gonna be looking at the same, against Amigos, because they come as a very undefeated team from NA. I would trust more my coins on them if I had to bet, if it was possible to bet on CODM. I would say they would be ahead on expectations compared to Amigos.
All right, I like it. I like it. We'll deep dive these teams and individuals a little bit more. But before we get into match number 2, it's time for a short break. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Pull up in your space and I don't say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody. I'm not everybody. Wake up feeling like a 10. Call me an Uber and he pull up in a Benz. Wake up feeling good again. On a good time, so I'll bring my friends. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Damn, I'm awake and it's morning. No one is around and it's getting kinda boring. Rain falls down and the rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring, rain keeps pouring. Damn, it feel good when the sun come up. Glass in the air, better light one up. Friends are all around and they say what up, what up. Pass that cup. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Yeah, yeah. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. I've been really living, think I better tone it down. Each night a new city, yeah, I've been all around. Just touched down in LA and you know it's going down. I've been really living, yeah, I've been really living in this town. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. Have a good time. We'll have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, down to Mexico where I can make my own bliss. Find me a local who looks just like his phone pics. Right where the city lies is where they all sit, trying to cast their eyes on all the girls who visit. No, touch me in places I can't see. Lie down in the sand, getting bruises on our knees. We know what's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. I say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cairo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh. Follow the music coming from the hacienda, calling all the girls down here to have us a fiesta. Watch out for white lines is what they sell you, cause it's from some guy who claims to be son of a fella. Ooh, hold me in place so I can breathe, a notch upon the bed, posting sweat between the sheets. We know what's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. You say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cabo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are live. Well, we're not live, but they're live from Brazil. Got a little bit of an extra look there at Tun, who we're bringing in now after match number 1 is done in our Mobile Masters here for Call of Duty Mobile. It was a great first match for Galaris. I mean, nice way to kick things off, right?
Yeah. If you're a fan of Europe, maybe not that great, which I am. So it was a bit of a tough watch. Look, I mean, we were just talking about it there before. As somebody who's kind of newly come into the scene, you know, I'm used to watching Kings smoke people in Europe, and they just got bodied straight away there, Lauren. So yeah, an interesting watch for myself. But Glorious, yes, very much proving to be one of the favorites. Incredible performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, really, really solid way to start off the tournament. We've got some other matches running on our B stream as well for a little bit of an update for you all at home if you're hanging out with us here on the A stream. Right now, Q9 is up 2-0 in the series, and they're also up in the control right now 2-1. So it'll be interesting to see if they close that out in the next round and then how that plays out for our Group A, because don't forget there are 2 other teams, and then of course a whole separate group as well running. But it's time for us to start talking about the match we mentioned before the break, because we're moving things along here on this side, and this time it's Seminal versus Amigos. Let's talk about Seminal a little bit, Ton, because obviously a team that we watched a lot during the challenge season.
Oh yeah, absolutely incredible performance as well. When we did see them towards the finals, really, really solid team. I mean, these guys can turn it on at the blink of an eye. A very, very great, it's just a fantastic team all around, and I'm interested to see how they can do on this stage. Of course, you know, we've seen in previous iterations maybe not doing as well as they would have potentially liked to, but at the same time they have more potential here than I would say any of the other teams, I want to say, from the West in comparison to what we just seen there, in terms of actually from North America and from Europe, I should say. These guys are one of the teams that are there to potentially be beaten.
Definitely one of the favorites here in the competition. A little bit of a redemption arc for them here at LAN as well, but then going up against them as we get an opportunity to put some faces to some of these names here on the squad. We have them going up against Amigos, Lane X, and they were the ones that had to beat Inco to make it here to Mobile Masters. So this is not going to be an easy road for either of these teams.
It's not going to be easy for either of them, as you said. Amigos proving themselves also on a playoffs stage, and they did not have much of this chance happening last year along many competitions, but finally they found their spot to be here. And again, stepping up against Tinko, who were the favorites last year with Lucazin. So listen, as Connie would say, you had Inco with Lucazin losing, and then now Amigos stepping up, as I said, coming to face the best teams, the best team, excuse me, from NA, resembling, of course, the best days on Luminosity side, and bringing that tradition of a very dominant team and squad, I would say, since the last years. But of course, with the updates, with Cartels, let's see how he's gonna play out with the team now, how he's gonna be able to, I don't know, cause an impact over the series as a whole. And from Amigos' side, they're gonna have to be extra cautious as we see the Brazilian casters. Hello to them. We have Brenda on the left side now, Joy, and Bruno Clash. My friends from Brazil, of course, covering in Portuguese the event out of Komplexo Studio, Lauren. But again, back to the game, I think Amigos are going to have to struggle with an eventual, I would say, loss of concentration during the games, especially on hardpoint, because when it comes to search and destroy mode and control, both teams look very strong and very similar on the map pool. So maybe from the midpoint to on the series, this game is gonna get even like more complicated. It's gonna get sour.
Yeah, and of course, we had an opportunity there while you were chatting to see some of those highlights of when Seminal qualified. They had to be Team Mayhem to really get through to that point anyways, and those were some really fun matches to watch during our challenge season. If you guys missed that at home, whenever you have time, you can go back and check out some highlights from those challenge seasons, because there were some really, really special moments. But you gave some really nice points there talking about Amigos. I think that this is going to be a really nice clash of two potential titans of these individual regions here, Ton. And some of it could just boil down to the experience that we see even on the side of Seminal.
Yeah, of course. I think that is definitely going to help when you come to this LAN environment. I don't think it matters what game you're talking about. Having that experience does make a really, really big difference. And whether or not they can use that experience and compound it into a result is another thing, though. Look, I think if you are Seminoles, you're going into this believing that you can win the tournament. That's got to be the goal for every single team that are here, of course, at the Mobile Masters. But yeah, for them, the experience is definitely going to count.
We'll just wait here for an opportunity to start getting an image of those individual players when it comes to the Amigos roster as well. Do you think that there is the potential for any single one of these players when it comes to the Amigos roster, Lanix, to be the MVP standout player? Like, we obviously just had the first match. We saw at the end of it all, it was Lucazine that ended up getting that MVP nomination, I guess, if you will. Who would you pick if you could pick someone from the Amigos roster to potentially be that person?
Yes, I think I would say that we could have like 3 potential candidates on Amigos side, and they would be precisely Zeus, the sniper, one of the most experienced players we have from the Brazilian side, as such a leader from the squad to make the decisions. But also GTO is a very recently appraised player coming from tier 2 to tier 1 for a while, and he has been improving himself as a nice captain to this squad. So he could very well be also the MVP, because he's also has shown such a nice and massive impact on games. But on the other hand, I would say Insane could do that as well as an R9 player. So we're going to have a lot to see here, because Zeus as a sniper could be decisive. He could, like, bring the game to his own positioning, to his own side. But then the other 2 guys I mentioned, they can very well be the MVPs. So it's a very, very, I would say, balanced on the top squad on the side of Amigos.
Definitely lots of players to be keeping our eyes on. Do you think, Ton, 2 matches in a row, will it be LATAM that continues on this insane start? I know this is what Lanex wants here, but they're going up against Seminal, like, what happens?
Look, it's a different story. I want to say, look, Seminal are a very, very good team. They will be coming into this, and, they're not going up against the #1 team in LATAM. So, I mean, there's got to be some sort of positivity that you've got to take from that. At the same time, we have seen some very, very close games towards the last stages of that LATAM side of things. So look, they're all very, very good squads. None of the teams here are a bad team. Although Kings are looking at this now and saying, well, okay, we look pretty bad there, but they were going up against one of the best teams. There's still a lot of competition to potentially come through. And I always kind of try and sort of say it, that losing is learning. You're going up against some of the best teams in the world time and time again here at the Masters. It's the time to try and take some things on board from what's going on against you and try and move forward in the rest of the tournament with that knowledge.
Yeah, that's why, we were saying it's one of those things where our players have to try and either really smash it coming out of the park, or in this case of Kings, whatever you did wrong in that first match, just instantly try to apply some minuscule changes that you can to try and boost your chances of winning that next match when it comes to moving on through this bracket. Chat, I asked you for the first match. I'll ask you for this match as well. Some of you even nailed the score line when it came to match number 1. I want to know who you all at home think will be taking home match number 2. Will we see another Latin American win? Okay, will it be Amigos, or will Seminal start off their competition with a really strong win? And if you are so inclined, give us those score lines as well, because I want to hear your thoughts on this one. There's lots of potential for this one to go the distance, depending on how some individual players and just the team as a whole face off against each other. Lane X, I want to get your totally unbiased prediction for how this game is going to go.
I would say that Seminal is gonna bring the first map to their side, and we're gonna eventually be seeing like a 3-1 on maps. Amigos, they could do a lot again on search and destroy and control. I think that's going to depend on how both sides are going to begin the series, but I am actually inclined to agree with Tan in this one. I think the Americans are going to be looking stronger, and they're going to be maybe producing more. But Amigos, I mean, they should just remember that Inco have just lost to Q9, and Galores have won. So, I mean, as a Brazilian, you need to step up. You need to show who's the owner, who's the host here, or who's the owner of the homeland itself.
Yeah, that's a good call. A little bit of a final update there. That series did go the way of Q9, so they'll be taking home that win, which is going to be a great start for them. Inco will drop down into that potential elimination match, so that will be up against Kings. So we'll keep on top of where that goes, which means Q9 will then be facing off against Galores. So things are already starting to heat up for some of our squads. We're just waiting for our players to get themselves ready for these walk-ins where they are live in São Paulo, Brazil. Everyone looks like they're having a great time too. They had that outside desk setup ton in the gorgeous weather. I mean, that looked quite cushy.
Yeah, we couldn't do that in Poland during the winter. That would have been a little bit tough, I think. But yeah, no, it's one thing to be sitting here in my bedroom and looking at all the palm trees and everything going around there in Brazil. It's a beautiful country, I've heard. I've never got to visit, and it looks like I won't ever at this stage, Lauren. This was the perfect opportunity.
We'll have to organize something. Maybe Lanix can go with us and take us around, show us, because I've never been either. So you might have to play tour guide for us here, Lanix.
No problem. It's going to be a pleasure. Come to Brazil. Let's go to Brazil. To be honest, I'm not in Brazil right now. But yeah, Lauren and Tan, it's going to be great to see more events happening also in Brazil. As we have to state, taking this chance to say this, that ESL Mobile Masters happening in São Paulo, and not only in São Paulo, but in Brazil and at the Latin region, is just very, very special. It's the first time this kind of choice happens when it comes to organizing and setting an event at this scale. So again, much of appreciation to ESL and Activision to provide this, along with all the other partners, of course. Such a fantastic chance to see, players and teams coming from all over and gathering at São Paulo. I mean, the city is totally looking pretty, looking actually tense when we saw the live footages. Kind of a cloudy weather, but again, inside of the arena, that doesn't matter much. You have to just do whatever you got to do inside of the maps.
Yeah, and we've seen just how amazing the LATAM community has been for Call of Duty Mobile, just how much everybody really loves the game, how fantastic the level of competition has been in the region, and that's just illustrated by the very first match that we get a chance to catch here on the A stream right out of the gate. So it's really exciting for Mobile Masters as it continues to kind of move around the globe in these different locations and just continue bringing Call of Duty Mobile to all of these different countries in these live LAN events, which is a totally different vibe and experience, whether you are a spectator, whether you're the commentators, or you are the player yourself. Being on stage in that live atmosphere is just, there's nothing like it done.
Yeah, of course not. I think, you know, as talent, we love being in those kind of venues, right? When you've got the crowd behind you and everything. There's nothing better as a commentator. As a fan, you get to see your players there. As the players, you get to feel that energy from the crowd as well. It's one of those things though where you can sink or swim though. It's about the pressure on you. It's about all these eyes who are in the venue. People might be giving you some stick. I mean, that's especially something we can kind of talk about in terms of these Brazilian teams have that home field advantage. A lot of people will think, oh, well, you're just playing COD Mobile. You're right. It can't be that much of it. No, it will be. I mean, look, if they are screaming every single time you get gunned, then that does start to feed in. You start trying maybe just that little bit harder. So yeah, the home field advantage is definitely there, and it's definitely a real thing.
So guys, we're just waiting for our players to get ready for match number 2. If you're just joining us here in the A stream in English for the first time, we're waiting on a Seminal versus Amigos matchup, our second matchup of the day. And this is going to be a really exciting one between some of our top teams in some of the more dominant regions. Definitely Seminal expected to be a potential finalist here, playing in that best of 7 grand finals. I don't even know if we've talked about that too much. If you are also just joining and you don't understand the format of this, all of our series up until the grand finals will be best of 5s. So obviously first team to get 3 wins will be the one that takes that home. We've already seen the first match of the day, which did go the way of Gallerus. So they are now in that winners match situation, trying to get into semifinals. They were waiting to see who they'd be going up against. Q9 won their match up against Inco in this group phase. So that means that Q9 and Gallerus will be facing off, while Inco and Kings being the one that lost to Gallerus, will be facing off in an elimination match. And then when we end up with the winner of that and the loser of our winners match, that will be the decider match for Group A. That's how it works for both Group A and Group B. I figured I might as well give an explainer while we're sitting here waiting for our players to get ready for match number 2. And now that you guys know how it all works, that's how we'll get into our semifinals, which will also be best of 5s till we hit the best of 7 to close the whole thing off. $200,000 on the line here. We got a chance to look at the prize pool earlier. $90,000 going to first place, $40,000 for second place, $20K down after that. And these teams are all the best in their regions, and they competed for weeks in their challenge seasons to get to this point. We talked about it for what feels like an extremely long time, just how important it was for all of our teams to get to this stage of the competition ton. And now that we're here, I feel like you can tell which teams put that time in between the end of the seasons to now.
Yeah, we talked about it for an entire 6 weeks actually, and then it's felt like it's been such a long time since then as well. So all these teams have had a lot of time to prepare. I think, you know, from our standpoint, Lauren, especially coming in from the European and NA regions, we knew that they would all have to step it up. I know Seminoles are going to come in here as one of the teams expected to do well, but especially for a team like Kings, you're expecting them to come in and try and find something there, you know, just a little bit extra to try and push on. For all these teams, though, it is about that improvement. And look, I think for Seminoles, this is the start of a hard road, but look, this is the best 8 teams in the world, so you can't mess around. You need to be on your A game at every single point you possibly can be. You need to bring it every single game.
Yeah, it's probably one of the hardest things that some of our newer players will have to deal with as a competitor, is moving into this high level competition and trying to deal with everything that comes along with it. I believe we just got some interviews going over on the actual land stage that we're just waiting on before we get into our second match. And just for clarification, we've now moved into Group B. When we're talking about Amigos and Seminal, that's the other group of teams that we're taking a look at. The remaining 2 squads in that group are Stalwart Esports and the Rejects. So those will now be the squads we'll be keeping our eyes on moving into this next match. We'll also be able to provide you with then those score updates coming out of the matchup that happens between Stalwart Esports and the Rejects. And I just want to get some thoughts from you on that one as well, Lanex, even just quick thoughts on what could potentially happen between Stalwart Esports and Rejects.
Yes, again, I think Group B is one of the most balanced ones, and Seminal surely are gonna keep being the favorite to grab one of those spots today too. But just like you stated, we're going to have other 3 teams to talk about and to talk with. So Amigos, Stalwart, and Rejects. As we see pretty footage from São Paulo. Live footage, guys. So yes, I think when we look at the other game, at the other match, Stalwart again, Rejects, we have to know that these teams, they are used to fight. And they are resistant. They endure in long series. So Stalwart, trained by the Brazilian coach Zampes, I would say they are pretty much used to having a lot of combinations on meta and on informations based on whatever he learned on other teams that he trained. So it's another very talented coach from Brazil exported to the world. And Rejects coming again, since Mayhem were not able to come to the event, Rejects, they stepped up and managed to also do what Amigos did during the playoffs, regionally speaking. So we're talking about Amigos and Rejects here as teams that stepped up when was necessary. They did not miss the chance of grabbing their spots, and they did whatever they needed to do, losing first matches, but then recovered during the series.
Yeah, and that definitely provides an opportunity for those teams to learn early on, maybe some places where they can put some work in heading into this type of a LAN. And now they've gotten themselves, at least like Tun said, into the top 8 in the whole world when it comes to this competition. So that alone is a feat in and of itself. Making it here means not only do you prove you're one of the best in your region, but you're literally one of the best in the world. Everybody will go home with a little bit of cash in their pockets. So at the end of the day, even if you do lose Ton, it's still an accomplishment to have even battled this far through.
Like, I mean, you had to go so far, right? You had to play through the entire open stage to get into the Pro Series. You then had to win well, you didn't have to win every single game, but you had to do as well as you possibly could do in the group stage. Then you got to go through the knockout. If it was Europe, there was only 1 spot. If it was NA, there was 2. There was so much to have to get through, and I've missed stages out in there, Lauren, just for the sake of time to get at this stage. I mean, it sounds like we've got plenty of it, but irrelevant of that, it was just it was such a long drawn out process for these teams to have to actually get here, and a process that doesn't leave anybody out. There's no selection of certain teams that get into the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is a case of fighting your way through. So the fact that they have found themselves here is a definite top 8 teams in the world. Of course, at least the best from each of the regions. So it's going to be super interesting to see how it does all pan out. I think we all have kind of got a decent idea of what regions are on top and which ones are not. But yeah, we're going to be getting some good answers in this game. I think, you know, the previous game didn't really offer us anything that we all kind of knew that was potentially going to happen. With this one, though, there's more question marks.
All right, chat, we appreciate your patience and bearing with us while we're waiting to get the second match started of the day. We are preparing, if you're just joining us, to get into match number 2 between Amigos and Seminal, a match that's definitely going to be a very, very fun time. While we're waiting for that, though, match number 1 on the day, if you missed it, was Gallerus versus Kings, and Gallerus came out of the gate incredibly incredibly hot. Not to mention Lucasine specifically had a phenomenal performance, also being named the MVP at the end of it all. Well, one of the good things about these events is that it gives us an opportunity to start to get to know our players even better than previously, and even more outside of just the game of Call of Duty Mobile. And we had a chance to catch up with Lucasine before the event, so let's see if we can take a look at the video and see what he had to say about competing on a global stage.
I think the reason that Lucasine is made out to be the greatest player and one of the best players actually as of right now is definitely due to his versatility. You can give whatever in his hands and he'll fry with it.
Ele sabe ser Alper, ele sabe jogar de R, ele sabe jogar de sub, sabe jogar de 12 até, não duvido.
If you talk to anyone who's ever played with Lucasine or played against him, he is a stickler when it comes to how you play the game. He puts his 100% effort into everything he does, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's able to excel.
He knows exactly what to do and when to do it at the right time.
Eu já tive uma experiência com ele e deu pra perceber que ele chama muito o time, ele sempre tá fazendo o time falar.
Ele, dentro e fora de jogo, faz total diferença dentro da equipe. Dentro de jogo é sem palavras, o cara mata muito boneco, então tipo, facilita bastante o jogo da galera. Fora do jogo também, tem uma personalidade muito forte.
And on top of that, the way he plays, it's a mix of being passive and aggressive.
O que eu espero do meu legado é conseguir marcar a vida das pessoas e dos meus teammates, das pessoas que eu joguei contra como um jogador excepcional.
So what it takes to beat him is a lot of coordination.
I feel like since
thing that we want to do on our time, not his.
Cara, o Lucas se adaptou muito bem no time. Um mês de time, ele veio, pô, agregou muita coisa do jogador que ele é. Só trouxe somar, só trouxe a agregar para nossa equipe.
Muita gente fala de ser o melhor jogador do mundo e não ter um título nacional pesa bastante. Então é isso que a gente vai correr atrás, mas não é algo que vai manchar, então não vejo como assim.
I think they're going to do really good in this tournament. When we found out Lucasine was joining them, we said the Avengers picked up Thanos. That was how we equated it. So I think they're definitely going to be a strong team.
I feel like since event is hosted in Brazil, Lucasine is like the fan favorite. Everyone wants him to do well. He's like a hero of Brazil.
Him having the home crowd, oh, most definitely. But I still have my teammates next to me, and that's pretty much all I need. And on top of that, my family's here too to come and support me.
I don't really fear anyone. If it's me and Lucasine, me or anyone, I don't really care. I'm just here to shoot people.
If it's just me and Lucasine, I feel real confident. I would.
Quero ganhar de todo mundo, passar o caminhão. Não consigo ter essa visão de camaradagem ali fora de game. Dá sim pra gente trocar ideia, ser amigo e tudo mais, mas acho que aqui no campeonato tem como ter esse tipo de visão. É o foco em ganhar de qualquer time que seja.
I mean, I noticed some serious confidence from some of those players when it came to potential 1v1s going up against Lucasine, but also lots of respect being given to Lucasine about just this mechanical ability and just general game sense when it comes to how high on the ladder of skill he really is, Lanex.
Precisely, Lauren. It's such a fantastic video we just saw because it reflects precisely who he is inside of the pitch and out of the pitch as well. He has such a great versatility when it comes to using the damage options. Just like the lad said, he's able to pickpocket from the distance. He's also a very complicated burst player to face. No matter the weapon he's going to be using at any point of the game. So he's decisive. I have seen him and casted him in many occasions also being the opener on rounds and also wrapping them up. So he's a fantastic, very, very nice player to have along the squad. And it's great also to see how Pabzera, who faced Lucasine all over last year as a rival, he's praising him. Not only because, of course, he's playing with Lucasine, but also because the respect, as you said, that Lucasine has built over his name over time.
Yeah, we love to see that, and now we're getting an opportunity to see those walk-ins for Group B onto the main stage. So we'll let our wonderful team in Brazil do their thing, and when our players are settled, we'll jump back in.
E agora vamos chamar os nossos próximos confrontos do dia. O que vocês acham que vai vencer aqui agora? Vocês estão torcendo para alguém? Porque a gente ainda tem brasileiros. Quero saber se vocês estão torcendo para o Brasil, galera!
So taking the chance here, Lauren, Nivi, a fantastic Brazilian host, internationally known, asking the audiences if they're cheering for the Brazilians or not. She's being very, very excited on this communication with the folks present at the event. Such a fantastic, also experienced host, managing to keep the hype up at this moment of the event.
Com vocês, quero que vocês recebam com uma salva calorosa de palmas a equipe da Seminal versus Amigos.
I love to hear just how much early on support we're getting for some of these teams as well when it comes to the audience. We even heard the players saying in that Lucasine video that some of them managed to get their families to travel internationally to support them in this event, which is just, that's just another level of support in my opinion. And now we're getting a first look here at our teams that we're going to be seeing in the next match around the corner. Of course, we've got Seminal right there, and right before that we got a chance to see Amigos. They'll be the ones at the bottom of the stage, as we're now getting rejects coming in to start getting the third squad in Group B in, and then of course that will all be rounded out by Stalwart when they make their way in as well. Love this. Everybody looking fresh, ready to go for match number 2 here, Ton, and now we just have to see how quick our players can get themselves ready.
Yeah, well, if we know COD Mobile players, not that fast, typically. Usually it takes a while. No, we'll be good to go very, very shortly. Look, these 4 teams on the stage right now will all be very eager to get things underway. But for a lot of them, look, it's now realizing a dream for them to get to a stage where you will be fighting, get some of the best teams online. It's an opportunity to eye up the competition from different regions that you may not have had a chance to play up against before. Very, very interesting games at the bottom and the top of the stage.
This is true. This is strictly a fashion observation, but I do really like the baseball jersey style jerseys, I guess, for rejects.
Yes,
kind
I
of.
love them too.
I don't know about you, Lanex, but I'm feeling it.
Well, I think they actually are talking to a more, I would say, East style, right, on dressing. I like that. You know, I like how they show some style on that occasion, precisely now, as we can see in the image. I really love this kind of uniform. It's unusual, right, Lauren, when it comes to sports teams. Uniforms, very pretty again, and I like the confidence they bring on, especially having seen what Rebelo said earlier today, being a guy that struggled a lot and is now competing on international level.
We also saw a very familiar face, at least from our challenge season on the NA side of things. We saw Hippo walking down to meet the Seminal crew, coach for Seminal, and always someone that we have a really nice time whenever we get to interview him here on the stream. So nice to see that they brought the entire squad down to Brazil. I feel like that definitely is going to be beneficial for them when it comes to going up against some of these top squads, especially starting off the day here against Amigos. So like we said, now it's just a little bit of a waiting game as our players get themselves settled in at their stations, get their tech connected seamlessly, okay, and they'll be ready to go for match number 2. I think that it's going to go fantastically. We're getting our vetoes in here as well. Picks and bans are up, ready to go. I love that. Love seeing that, Ton.
Yeah, nice to have them. Hardpoint coming up first, of course, for Summit Search and Destroy Tunisia. Control Raid actually coming through. I mean, obviously, Brody spoke about it briefly. A map that was played so often across Europe and NA. Apocalypse then coming in and Meltdown Search and Destroy to finish things. So nothing really to write home about, I want to say, Lauren. It's very much a standard map set when it has to come down to COD Mobile, at least one we would see over in North America or in the European regions, at least anyway. Very much favored maps across the board.
All right, well, taking on the Amigos side of things, are there any strengths or any advantages that they have with this current map set, Lanex?
Yes, we could say and point out, especially Summit hardpoint for Amigos and raid control. These combinations, they were very well performed by Amigos during the challenge season. And I would say Search and Destroy can actually be a very strong point for Seminal, since they were 8-0 when it comes to performances and victory overall on the bomb mode. So maybe that's going to be the way that the draft's going to take and the series as a whole are going to take. But we never know. These two teams, to be fair, they are very overall strong on all the modes and all the maps. I would dare to say even that they have the most balanced map pools we have out of these 8 teams over here in the event. So I don't know what to expect. One thing is whatever we say before the game begins, and after that, I mean, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile are gonna do their thing, and we're gonna see how things are gonna play out, Lauren.
I mean, definitely an opportunity for some of our 2 more seasoned teams to really just kind of give a solid example of what core Call of Duty Mobile is when it comes to now this map set that we've got going on here for match number 2 on the day. You can see all of our players here hanging out with our admins and tournament officials, just making sure that everything is good to go from their perspective when it comes to their headsets, their phones, making sure that they're comfortable. Seeing less pillows this time around. I know that is very, very common, and right now no one's using them ton, so maybe they don't need them. They're that good.
Maybe it's, you know, it's a comfort thing usually, isn't it? But yeah, there's not even one, is there not?
You're not using it at all. Fantastic to see on both sides. No one likes or loves pillows anymore, man.
Why not? I would have thought it would have been like... Yeah, it's just, didn't they have sponsor? I swear that a specific brand that I don't know if I'm allowed to mention actually made pillows for mobile gamers at one stage. I expected to see a plethora of them. That's a different English word. I don't want to throw anything too complicated in here, but there's a lot. I would expect a lot of them.
They're starting to evolve past the need
Lauren,
for the pillows. That's where we're getting to.
You're getting less trendy, perhaps, since words to now. I don't know if pillows are low on occasion, but either way, we're gonna see how they're gonna do in this new space, right? It's very, very special to say and important to phrase that ESL Mobile Masters happening at this level again on a LAN format. Personally speaking, gathering everybody together, it's very special. I would say that even for a lot of these teams, it's their first time on a stage. Of course, NA region has already more experience on that back in the day, but now they're gonna have to see whatever they can do. Seminals, they're gonna be the guys to represent NA right now, right? Even before rejects, I would say. But we have, of course, both teams playing at the same time. It's gonna be very interesting to see which one of them are gonna confirm expectations, which one is gonna actually step up and show that they can do more.
I love to see that. I think our players are prepared to bring a lot to the table here today, knowing just how much is on the line. You see Solo, at least one of our players from that top down, that's still using that pillow setup for himself. And like we said earlier, these games will be running at the same time, but don't worry, we'll make sure to give you guys updates on what is happening between Stalwart and Rejects, how that matchup is going with those 2 teams, and who will end up in that winners match versus who will end up in the elimination match. And then, as well as the other matches from Group A, as those continue on, if we don't catch them, we'll make sure to give you guys the score lines and updates for those as well. Meanwhile, we're just waiting for our 2 teams to get into it. And as I say that, we're ready to go. So Ton Lanex, let's dive into match number 2.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And finally into this one. And of course, she's cursed it. She's cursed it straight away. She said we were ready. In absolute fairness,
wow,
it very much looked like we were ready. But we will have a quick reset and we'll get back into this game. You can even hear the crowd were getting themselves all hyped up. And it was for nothing. Bit too early here, Linux, to get yourself excited.
Man, I don't know. That was quite a jinx, right, Lauren? But anyways, let's see what's gonna happen, because that was precisely the first time we have seen the players getting out of the map, so we must consider ourselves lucky to this point, as we see players talking about what should be done. And when I look at precisely Vague, you know, it comes to my mind everything he lived with the team last year, how words went down, and of course the potential he's got to make a mess during these kind of games. So yes, if I was into Amigos steps and sides, I would be very, very, very careful to whatever Vague's gonna be able to pull out, because he's such a player that can mess up with your mindset, and he's gonna be one of the definitely most dangerous players on the side of Seminal. Stun.
Oh, 100%. I think the entire Seminoles roster is absolutely stacked, though. I mean, these guys... I don't want to say they made things look easy. The finals were a bit of a strange one, actually, across the board. Mayhem coming in there and, I mean, really upsetting the apple cart to a certain degree. But then, obviously, the issue that happened with them, Rejects then getting themselves through. It was a strange old time in the NA playoffs. I remember it very well. It was like 7:30 a.m. local time by the time we finished. It was a long old night. Ask Lauren and Brody about it. I was delirious by the end of it. Hopefully we don't go till 7:30 in the morning this time, as I'll be speaking more gibberish than I usually do, yapping a lot more than I do as well, Linux. But into this one we go. Seminole taking on Amigos, and it will, of course, be Summon Hardpoint to take things away. Interesting to see, though, for both these two teams who can have a nice start. I think online it does make that little bit extra of a difference. If you can have that good start on the first map, get things rolling nice and early, bit of momentum behind your backs.
Yes, we are seeing precisely now Seminal already dominating the core in the P1 and putting Amigos away. They so far have not managed whatsoever to get into the point, as we see Cartels bringing R9, always dangerous, always deadly as usual, and Zeus tries to invade. It's gonna be a necessary measure, otherwise they're gonna be just as riders, just watching Seminal work over here. As we begin to see teams prepping the movement to P2, and it's looking pretty much solid, this map so far, down to Seminole.
Yeah, fantastic start by them. 45 seconds on P1. There's nothing to turn your nose up at. Heading over towards P2 on the rails on the outside. Big gunfight's going to come in over towards the top side. Washi going to try and get this one cleaned up if he can, though, and he does. Now starting to make the move down below as well. But Amigos, a little bit of presence here. Have managed to keep them away. Do have the spawns for the P3, and that gunfight up top will help things out as well. Big wins coming in from Sapuka. Can he find any more? Not looking likely. A couple of investments of operators already coming in here from Seminoles. Wanted to keep the wind firmly behind their sails. You can see a break potentially going to be coming through over towards the P3 side. Seminoles on the rotation already.
Yes, Seminole doing such a great job and trying to keep unbeaten since the challenge season, since they managed to come out of that phase of the championship with 10 victories over 10 matches. Things looking very solid for them against Amigos over here, who did not, on their hand, manage to get into the hill. And thus, P3 is going to be an obligation for them. That's precisely why Illusion is already holding on their spawn. But he was taken down fastly by Cartels. So again, a very, very complicated match so far for the Brazilians, who try to step up, try to bring more to the table against Seminole. And Seminole is already with players inside of the next hill. So Vague, precisely they are trying to blockade this entry. There it is. The response for Brazilians was fantastic. Nice movement by Sapuka, with Zeus also bringing damage, and Sapuka is gonna even spread that Sparrow out in this lane.
Yeah, very well played. Find the break in through the back, couple of kills. Fold on through, and then, of course, the investment from the Sparrow. Coming in and finding a break for Amigos. 40 seconds to play for here, over towards the P3 side. Zeus now just trying to lock this one down. Spawns still working out for the side of Amigos. 30 seconds to go. The kill feed still lighting up yellow. And if you're Seminoles, you're trying to turn this one around very, very quickly. Illusion will find a couple of kills back, as Banda's going to be able to find one time to fight. Looking like the break is going to come through from Seminoles, but the spawns have switched again. Amigos will be the ones who benefit the most. 15 seconds to go here for scrap time for Seminoles, which they will pick up. But that rotation, importantly, belongs to Amigos.
Smartly by Amigos, as we could just see in this P2, they managed to obtain the points and get back on track without having to do a heavy commitment. That was very, very well played by them, without losing a lot of players, and of course without having to feed Seminole too much. And after that, they rotated with a very, very nice pacing to P4, as we see Seminole having to fight better at this one. Seminole went before, then Amigos to P2, but they did not manage to acquire all the possible points. And Amigos are looking even more solid now. It may be very well a very interesting turning point for them inside of the map. Done.
Big wins from Marsh. He's actually found 3.
Massive.
Going up the cliff side, manages to find a 3 to break it open, but Insane and Sapuka combining as well. They will answer back. 30 seconds to go. One spawn towards the back here for the side of Seminoles. Maybe they can find a route on through. Vig will be there to find one at the GTO. But just so far, Amigos are holding and holding strong. It's a bit of a mixer, to be honest with you. Keeping an eye on the spawns. It's all over the place, but the gunfight's coming through from Amigos. It's feeling like for the first time they're going to take the lead. A really decent hold over towards the P4 side. Back over towards P1 we go. A great first half for these two teams. Amigos, after that first start, on the first hill, would you have expected them to be in the lead? Absolutely not.
Yeah, and that's what they managed to do somehow. Let's see how Seminal are gonna take this one from this point on. As you said brilliantly, both teams doing a fantastic first rotation, and Ben is already inside of the machine gun. We have Amigos trying to take over the top region, with GTO trying to use well this window, and Illusion's gonna do the gap closing to try to help with the firepower. It's gonna be a necessity for Amigos to do more, and of course pass Seminal eventually in the scoreboard. The kill feed was very good for Seminal, but it has become more hybrid over the last seconds and minutes. Done.
Yeah, you can see that in terms of the actual kills that have went down, it's pretty even, but Amigos definitely waking up after that. I want to say it's only really been the first hill that they really struggled on. After that, the second was kind of 50-50. They were definitely the beneficiary over towards 3 and 4. Really good job from Amigos so far. Seminol's back into the lead, though. Some decent time over towards P1. G2O gives a quick jab in the face towards Band. Can't find the second. Cartels will find a couple of his own. Now heading over towards the next hill very shortly, over towards the rails. It's all about trying to get some control over towards P3 once again. Seminal were the first ones there at P3 on the last rotation of hills here, though, Ego. And can they be there again? But can they make it count this time?
Yes, Amigos reestablishing themselves in P1, fixing whatever did not happen properly on the beginning of the map. It's very interesting to see them scaling up endpoints against Seminal. But it's curious to me not seeing Insane yet, bringing his R9, perhaps not confident to use it today. As we know, he's decisive with that weapon, and Big is taking the chance to bring up a pair of kills. Insane is also using the equalizer right now. Such a fantastic P2 as well. Marshy dominating with the R9 as well, doubling it up. Big helping him a lot, and Seminal out of a sudden doing a fantastic job at this hill.
Really good job. But it's about this rotation. Look like the gunfights are going to go the way of Seminoles, though, as we head over towards P3 in just 15 seconds. Very even game. Couple of kills going to come in, though. Insane will get himself a Predator missile. It files its way through. Washi will get taken down. Spawns now. A really good job coming in from Amigos. The 20-point lead for them. The rotation's looking like it's going to be theirs as well. What a wonderful time to get the spawns. Investment at the right time. The perfect time from Amigos. There's 60 seconds that could potentially be theirs.
Well, what a nice rotation, mate. You just said it. Amigos ramping up to 150 points and dominating not only the spawn, but the objective. Wow. Trying to set up a line against Seminal and push them away. What a moment by Amigos, stepping up. And of course, showing Seminal that they steal and they also have bullets and have quality to offer against the Americans. Now, a combination of Annihilator and a War Machine on the side of Seminal to try to regain this, but it was not enough. Look at this. They did not just last, and Amigos are very happy with it.
27 seconds to play for. Amigos have had every single one before it. Marshy trying to find a way through, and eventually it's looking like the break is potentially going to come through here from Seminal. Illusion will find 2. Cartel shuts him down. Zeos finds 2 more. Ooh. The spawn still held, as is the hill. 15 seconds to go. The scrap time will go Amigos' way, and it's a race over towards the next hill. If you're Seminoles, you're going to find yourself at least a full 60 behind. They must find a good hold here. What a fantastic break it was from Amigos, and an equally as good hold. Over towards the next hill we go. Cartels and Co gonna have to lock this one down. They need some good time.
Gigantic response on the side of the Brazilian stun to get back on track, and also, of course, put points against Seminal, who are gonna have to do an almost perfect P4. We see them scaling to 150, but again, Amigos looking solid and dominating spots, now losing some fights. Maybe that's gonna be enough for them to decide to rotate already to the third B1. But Marshy is opening this fire line here very interestingly, as we see a nice camera on the left showing the Brazilians very focused, still very cold to try to get back to the game, because Seminole, hey, they just done a fantastic job, man.
Really good job. They needed that hold, didn't they?
Yes.
Absolutely, after what happened with Amigos in the previous hill. Fantastic breaks coming through. They find the full 60. Seminoles are going to do the same, pretty much intent. Over towards the next hill, and well, where they have had most of their, I want to say, most of their success, P1 has been pretty good for them. They're going to need to be good again if they want to retake the lead, but looking over towards it now, it is a 20-point game. As we head into a third rotation of hills, Marshy, though, is going to find 2 with the Predator missile coming on through. The streaks are starting to add up now for Seminole. Getting some good time here over towards P1.
Fantastic battle over P1, precisely as you said, being switched from side to side over here, and we're going to see teams prepping for P2 in a bit. But again, the side battles are also, catching our attention, as we can say. Many battles happening at the same time. Very interesting game so far, and Amigos trying to put up with a nice performance against the best team on NA. We have Cartels getting in, taken down by Insane. Nice movement by him. Zeus in there, taken by the back position by Bandit. He comes up, also eliminating more. The Americans looking sound in this machine roll. Nice job by Bennett. Using the Fennec. He's going for more. He's not over yet. Getting excited. Getting ready for the battle.
Heading over towards P2. Really big players coming in from Band. That was a big moment. He found 3 or 4 on his own. All of a sudden, after what was an 80-point lead for Amigos, Seminal find themselves in the lead by about 12. It probably won't end here. Over towards P2. Can be so scrappy, but if one team can get a decent hold, maybe something can get going. Marshy here with the R9s trying to get something done. Cartels is with him, as is Band. Trying to lock this down. The Hunter Killer drone doing the business, and now here come the Operators Purifier out. Insane should be getting absolutely fried. It's going to be about rotations as well, but it's a very close game. Seminole still 12 away. Amigos trying to get some sort of control here. 20 points away now for Seminole.
Very even game, as we can see, and Amigos are going to need to do a fantastic P3. As we know, GTO is already anticipating things, trying to use the Annihilator. They are scaling to 230 points. Amigos not losing the pace, not losing the confidence. Seminal inside of the hill as well. It's a dark battle. It's a blind battle inside of the smokes. And they, again, trying to push up for more. Cartels, the R9 beast, as we can see to this moment. But Seminal potentially managing to get very close to the rock here, Tan.
Oh, it's the full rotation coming in from Amigos, though. They managed it again. P3 is really being their moneymaker. It's going to make it easier if Zeus keeps finding 2 pieces like that. Cartels can find one to just ease that pressure. Amigos need 20 seconds. Seminole just need 8. Here comes the break, though, coming in from Vague. Straight through the front door. The smokes are going to give the cover. Can they find the kill? Seminole coming in to clean up shop. It was a scary moment, but can Amigos find themselves a way through? Insane Illusion going to be able to do something. Marshy left to find the 3. Phenomenal from Marshy. Seminole, map number 1.
My God, what just happened? Marshy rolling over the heads of Amigos and stepping to rob this map with the team for 1-0 on the side of Seminole, showing that the map needs to be over to be finally called up. Interesting by them beginning very strongly and then feeling Amigos getting up and fixing their mistakes and stepping up on points as well. And finally, Seminole, they just roll over. I was not expecting for that. That level of confidence on a retake, on a regain mindset necessity is very special.
Yeah, honestly, I think after you've seen how well Amigos held on at P2 and how well they'd been doing at P3 over the entire map, you thought when they had the rotation over there, they may have been able to find something. But the break comes through. Marshy finding 3 to solidify the game. A brilliant map number 1 for both these 2 teams, but just a little bit better coming in from Seminole. Then we'll find a 1-0 advantage here in the best of 5, and it's a good start for them. A little bit of momentum on that main stage will make the difference, but here is the scoreboard to end the game. It's a huge one from Marshy coming in with 45. You look at on the other side of things. If anything, it was a slight outslayer coming in from Amigos, but not able to make it count.
Yes. And I mean, they had their moments. They struggled. It was a very back and forth map overall. And Amigos did a good job by dividing the time or splitting the time, better to say, between them inside of the objective. Excuse me. But Seminole, they had their chances to regain confidence and adjust some hills. Precisely, the P1 was the most notable one on this matter. And then after that, they managed to simply undo the whole advantage, the whole amount of points that Amigos they have built up.
I think, Amigos really found some momentum, though, but it was all about the rotations for the most part, wasn't it? Whatever team were there first, they were the ones. I mean, look, that can be the case when it comes down to Summit anyway. I think, if you look at P1 and P2, very mixy, but P3, all about the rotation. P4, all about the rotation. Whoever was there first was really starting to cook and did really well every single time they had the opportunity. Amigos were very much, I mean, I couldn't see it, but I would presume they were talking their smack when they were up a decent amount. The Seminoles came back, at a full 60. We head into another rotation. Seminoles do a good job at P1. They keep them at bay at P2. And then finally, for what feels like the only time a decent break came through, was in these final moments for Cartels, for Marshy, who found 1, 2, and the third as well. The R9, ridiculous in that man's hands. Fantastic performance coming in from Seminal on map number 1. They will take a lead in this series. And they're going to be feeling confident now, right? We talked about it beforehand. Amigos will be feeling confident about a map on Summit to kick things off. Don't get the win here. Does that put them in a really bad situation now, or do they still have it in them to find something in this series?
I think based on whatever they've just showed to us on hardpoint, they definitely gonna have the power to get back on track. I mean, they've done this inside of Summit. They're gonna have the chance to do that again in case Seminole, of course, have a better start. Now, from Seminol's point of view, I would have to say that they struggle a little bit with some timing decisions, not managing to get to the spawn before the Amigos, and also not being able to make their operators last longer than whatever happened. Amigos, on the other hand, they managed to smash Seminole down, on that matter, actually acquiring some key positions and trading better over the haul. But again, in the end, Seminole, they managed to get back to action and dominate and show that literally they would deserve that because of the individual qualities that they have. As you said, Marshy, we've seen other players doing a great job and stepping up and bringing solutions when the team looked kind of jammed.
Yeah, look, I think it was just those moments towards the end, wasn't it? Finding those breaks that we hadn't seen. And Marshy's being that guy for them on so many different occasions. So they find the solutions that they needed, as you point out. But heading into a search and destroy now, we're going to be heading over to Tunisia, if I remember correctly. How are you feeling about this map for both these two teams? Seminole's notoriously pretty decent at this one, of course. How are you feeling about Amigos?
I think Amigos are gonna try to explore the qualities they have when it comes to sniping, especially on the hands of Zeus. He's gonna be trying to be the guy to stay on long distance lines, whenever they are possible for them in the map. And I don't know if Amigos are gonna be feeling confident yet to this point in the series to change or swap quickly from bomb to bomb whenever they are the attacking team. I don't know how Seminole are gonna explore that. But again, we also have to remember that Tunisia, it's a very interesting map when it comes to having, I would say, some short and narrow aisles. So the players are going to be exploring perhaps the shotguns. We're going to maybe be seeing Insane using the R9 for this time. I wouldn't say he's going to be, giving up on R9 because the team is going to need him to do that. And he's a fantastic clutcher as well. So we can very well see him, for example, doubling it up or even getting 3 eliminations in the end of the rounds.
Yeah, I think realistically, you think about the short lines, you think about the long lines. For me, the long lines on Tunisia is just so important. It's really about your snipers being able to lock down that B side on their own and having everybody else putting the trust in them over towards that B side. Of course, the defensive side definitely, well, at least in North America and Europe, feels like the stronger side. See which team can take more of an advantage from that side of things when it does come down to search and destroy. Of course, we do 6 rounds one side, 6 rounds the other. You got to win by 2 or first to 7. You don't need to be updated on the rules, though, mate. You know what's going on here. But I'm just letting, if anybody else knows, I think they would call this, what is it called? Yapping? Is it yapping? I'm not too sure.
I wouldn't know either, man. I don't know. Let's see. But I just wanted to point out, Tan, that it's going to be a very tricky map, perhaps. We have been seeing in many regions Tunisia Search and Destroy be explored in many I would say creative ways and in a very tricky manner as well when it comes to using those covers and getting out of the covers as well. And we already see round number 1 rolling on with players spread out, and Amigos are gonna come to the attacking side at the beginning of this game, and Seminole are looking to protect equally, I would say, both A and E.
Good stuff from Seminoles. Getting the first blow on the defensive side always helps out. A second, even better. Gonzalez just trying to lock this one down. But now it's an awkward one, isn't it? When you don't have the numbers on attack on Tunisia. It's a difficult position to be in, isn't it, Linux? It's
very much
one of those things you all just have to hit one site and hopefully you find the first gunfight and a couple more after that as well.
Yes, and they are moving, I would say, trying to sneak into A. They're gonna face a very interesting opposition with just 2 players on Seminal side, so that's gonna play eventually out to their side. And we're talking about Amigos trying to make this hit. Bennett almost saw their weapons, and no, they're not gonna try this one. They actually lost the C4, so these last minutes and seconds of rounds are gonna be better for Seminal potentially, since they're gonna play with a 5v2, and Sapuka is already there trying to rotate with Illusion. They cannot just leave the C4 behind. That's precisely why Sapuka is trying to put his hand over the objective, but there it is, Fake. Oh my god, such a fantastic multitasking by Seminal, taking down 2 Brazilian players at the same time. Done. What a patience, I would say. What a level of coldness from the Americans.
Very cold indeed, very cold. Seminal so defensive there, but like, it's just about finding those first bloods. Like, we know how much of a difference it can make, especially if you're that defensive team. You have the numbers. Even if you lose the first blood, just keeping that map presence for this defensive side, that's all you got to do. Let's see now. Amigos not losing anybody early, which is a good start. Now it's about trying to find a pick, and they found it. Marshy gets a little bit aggressive. Now they have the number advantage. Are they going to make it count? That's what you need to make sure you do.
Yes, and Amigos setting up a line, interestingly, not giving up on any portion of the match just yet. You're considering eventually a rotation to B, as we have Big looking up again, up top, trying to see if someone from the Brazilian side is gonna come out of there. But we see Seminal doing the same work as Amigos, being patient and trying to set and trying to make the marcations. Now Zeus taking Illusion, also brought to the ground. We have Zeus coming up. Oh, she trying his luck. Oh my god, many kills happening here in a row. As we see Amigos rotating to B right now to face eventual 2 alive players from Seminal. We have 4v2, and Bennett trying to come closer with the DRH. Nice job against GTO, taking down the brain of Amigos, who now are down to 2 players. Let's see this 2v2 playing out, my friend Tan.
They find a couple of kills on the exit, but that bomb did go down. A little bit of information now to play with, if you heard it. Playing together, back to back. This first gunfight's going to be absolutely massive. Zeus will find Band. Now all of a sudden you need 2 different gunfights to go your way if you're Big. There's the first one, can't find the second. The trades are clean from Amigos. And we'll find a round on the attacking side as well, an important one at that.
Yeah, just like I said, Insane bringing his R9 to define the play. That was what Amigos were needing on map number 1, and I think he understood it. Now playing along with Zeus, nice combination. Those duos helping out a lot, Amigos, to come back to the game with an equalizer, man.
Important one. Any attacking round you can get a hold of is a bonus. It can be so hard against some of these very high-level teams like Seminal to find these attacking rounds, but it's about finding those picks and just making them count, and they did. Things got scary for a second, but not quite scary enough. Now on this defensive side, Seminal not offering anything up. I wonder if they thought to themselves, right, okay, let's give it a little peek, let's gain some information, see what we can do with it. The answer was not a lot. Amigos tied up. Now just being very, very patient. First gunfight, it looks like it's going to come Band's way. Looking to find any sort of pick, but so far, nobody engaging.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the situation I like to call when I cast in Portuguese. The chess style round. They are playing with patience and literally like holding positions, waiting for any decision on the opponent's side instead of just taking the bold move. We see Bennett getting out of the cover. Nice pick. Vega as well. We see a 5v3 over here, and Amigos are going to have to rotate because this has been pretty much well read already by Seminal. They know that the Brazilians would just fall down from there and try to set up on A. They try to gather in the core of the map. I like this combination. 3 men against 1. Marshy was not able to hold them back as Sapuka managed to connect pretty well. We see Insane getting out of the cover. Insane trying to come up the ladder. He's gonna go for this 1v1. Insane. What a moment.
No
Insane
way.
trying to win this one. Fantastic. Against Washer. Takes him down. Responses coming out. And Seminal just like this. Stepping out of the jail. These monsters unleashing their beast mode right here to go for this edge.
Oh, stepping out of jail. My goodness, what have they been doing?
Isn't it crazy? Nice.
It's a really good retake, though. Look, I think, you know, for what Amigos did, a fantastic push over towards that B side. Got very aggressive, tried to take some control over towards the top 10 side. But if anything, Washi just survived as long as he possibly could. Allows the reinforcements to find his way over. Seminal just in a position to do something there. This is looking a little bit more aggressive, though. But are they going to believe the bandits here? Eventually they are, but they are going to lose one member. Forward Vegas there to clean it up. The numbers well and truly in Seminal's favor. 3 versus 2 now, as they will be back on down. Really, really good job from Seminoles. Find the first couple of kills in the third and fourth round.
Yep, we are seeing a 3v2. And again, another slow round. Teams apparently are trying to understand better their foes' decisions and are going slow to acquire information before making decisions. Apparently, I would say the Brazilians, of course, needing to have patience, working low on numbers, and also trying to get closer to the C4, but Marsh doesn't let that happen. Insane was sent straight to heavens. We have GTO as the last alive man versus 3. Now it's going to be very complicated for him, since he's going to have to, of course, take them one by one instead of just meeting the whole party at once, Done.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Especially with the Tundra in hand. You can only shoot in one direction at one time.
Yeah.
Trying to hold it down here if you're GTO. If you can find anything, that would be fantastic. You find nothing but the bullet of Cartel's sniper. 3-1 now. Seminal. Good position to be in, but bear in mind they are on the defensive side. They are expected to find more rounds. Really, really good job coming in from Seminal. Amigos need to find an answer back. What would you say would be a good attacking side, though, from Amigos? I think 2 rounds is not too bad, right?
Not too bad, no. I think they need to do more. I mean, they need to work better with the objective. So far, they have been relying excessively, on my opinion, on the kills, on whatever 1 or 2 players can do individually. But like, I'm missing the usual team play we are, you know, very much, I would say, acquainted to see on the side of Amigos. And now pretty much tense round again, since both sides are trying to make contacts without compromising so much. And Seminal are heavily protecting B, I would say, with 3 players. Marchi paying off again. His patience, you know, has been a blessing to the Seminal side. And Cartels just like that. What a player again, ladies and gentlemen, bringing up 2 eliminations in a row with a body shot over there. Provocations beginning to roll against the Brazilians, who are now totally lost. Just illusion against 5 men from Seminal.
Really good job coming in from Seminal. Illusion now is under, well, none of them that he's going to find this one. Marshy, another kill for him. Seminal commanding position again. It is the defensive side, but they are cruising right now. It's never felt like any of the, apart from the round that they did take here, Amigos, it's never felt like they've had an opportunity in the others. Seminal very dominant in the rounds that they've won. Grenades now over towards the top side. That's going to be heading over towards that A point. It's not going to hit anybody by the looks of things. Big push coming in over towards A, but look at this aggression from Seminal through B as well. If your Cartels, you got to try and find something, though, because the bomb site is being lost. They rolled the dice. They took a risk. Hasn't paid off yet.
Yeah, gigantic first half by Seminal. Totally annihilating, I would say, countering Amigos' decisions. And Amigos are gonna have to do this one. They're gonna need points desperately, as Ben tried to come through this corridor. He was not able, though. We see Vague taking sails down. And again, 4-1. Amigos are gonna have to fight better. Sapuka in a very strategical position. Let's see what he is able to do. And he's waiting. I mean, the patience now is gonna maybe play out on the side of Amigos. And finally, Insane taking Washi down as well, as much as Sapuka was helping him out. And again, Seminal dominating the game, dominating the map, not only on bullets level, but also when it comes to controlling the map. And Tan, I absolutely love how Seminal are patient, how they know to get back on track and change the pacings, changing the tempos.
Yeah, they completely changed it up there. They attacked, if anything, on the defensive side. They got aggressive through B, and that's what Zeus is doing now. Finds Marshy straight away off the rip. Would maybe be expecting the push to come in through the A side, but it's going to be the players over towards B that are going to have to do something from Amigos. Band and Cole looking to try and find a pick here. Sapuka is going to have to be the one to hold this one down.
Sapuka waiting, also looking at the side, but he was surprised by Bennett. as we see that he was fast enough to make this connection. We're gonna see a 4v4, and the bomb is on Cartel's hands. The question is are they gonna be able to plant on B fast enough before reinforcements come to this region by Amigos? Cartels is already there. They are under bullets. And we see Illusion taking Big down in the dark. Nice smoke there to try to take information out of him. And we see Illusion again on the corner trying to operate on the long run. But Washi took him down. Fantastic bullet as well from the American. The B is activated. And Amigos are going to have a hard time again, Tan.
This is a huge round. The Seminal 5-2 lead feels a lot better than a 4-3 one. Washi finds GTO as well. Insane and Zeus trying to find something. 23 seconds and counting. The shot from Washi though is clean, and Cartels will clean up shop. Really good job coming in from Seminal. Looking so good so far. 5-2 to the good. They need 2 more rounds.
Well, Brazilian fans looking pretty much surprised and having to think about something else other than the game right now, because it's not looking pretty for Amigos. And Seminal, they are just stinky. They are just bizarrely good when it comes to being precise on the shots. Illusion double it up, and we have Bennett inside of the bomb, but now things looking better for the Brazilians. And Illusion is a nice combo of efforts for another round on their side. Finally, she's cheering a lot, and the Brazilians are happy with this round over here, Tan.
The Brazilian support unwavering. Amigos will find themselves around on this defensive side. They absolutely needed to. Seminole still in a good position here, but Amigos are on the defensive side. If they can continue to hold this down, then maybe they can find a way back into this game. Illusion finds a kill, finds his way out, and now we're trying to find a push through the middle of the map, and the Seminoles is back to the drawing board for this attacking round.
Illusion now trying to set the middle, as we could see. And Seminole, I would say, respecting a little bit, you know, the level of defensiveness that Amigos can bring. Amigos set up a very nice line. They spread apart. They try to offer a challenge, but Bennett comes into the closed position. Nice pair of kills. Sapuka is trying to go for him. 5v3 in rounds, and Seminole again with another man on their side. Yeah, those numbers are totally good. Ben for a triple elimination already. Is he gonna go for more? He's an unstoppable beast. Sorry, as I was trying to say, because man, he was just really
I think you should run with Beast. Run with Beast, in my opinion. The bomb's down now over towards A. How much of a beast is GTO right now? Can he find anything? He's going to find one on the backside under Cartels. Makes this now a 2 versus 3. Needs to find one more pick to make this attainable. I just don't think Seminole are going to offer him anything here. I'd be very surprised if they do so. It's going to be down on Sapuka, who's going to be coming in from the flank. SMG in hand, can get onto the site, but with 12 seconds remaining, bullets ringing in. This one ain't going the way of Amigos. GTO will find 2 more. Doesn't have the time. There's no way. Has the time. The shots are fantastic. But it will not matter. It will not matter. Fantastic job from Sentinel. Yeah, I know. They're like, oh yeah, give him it. Maybe give him some false confidence. Great shots coming in from GTO, but they might have very little.
Wow. GTO fantastic, right? As you said, Seminole stepping up and acquiring the round. Individuality has its caps, has its limits to help you on some occasions. And Amigos, they have just discovered that again against Seminole, who are already making a heavy rotation to be. You know, Amigos are going to have to bring reinforcements because, I don't know, Seminole, they're looking very solid to put up this one. We see Illusion taking Bennett down. The round is rolling on their favor, but again, losing players, and the Brazilians, yeah, they found the trading power over here without losing no one. So it was a flawless round by Amigos.
Really, really good job. They needed it. They needed it, and they find it. It was an aggressive push from Seminole. They actually managed to find some decent purchase around the site, but could not get the job done. Really, really good job from Amigos still in this game. And on the defensive side, Insane now finds his way pushed up. Marshy will put some bullets in. Will back on down. Doesn't want any of that smoke. Doesn't want to give away his life. Having a disadvantage in terms of numbers is... yeah, it's okay, but on the attacking side on Tunisia, it is less than ideal. GTO finds a few kills in that previous round, can continue here as well. We're going to try and find some more, but 5v5 still. Seminal yet to find a route through.
Yeah, fantastic job by Seminal. Working with patience here. And of course, you know, biting pixels. They are waiting for Amigos to do something. But now, since the seconds are going to keep going, Seminal, they're going to decide eventually for B. Now they begin to retreat in what is looking into an A hit. I would say that's very smart. They totally messed up with expectations from Amigos, and they're gonna come to A. That's gonna be very good for them. It would be a very good way to close this map, and potentially it's gonna be if they manage to succeed on these trades, as Zeus is already waiting for them. Let's see Marshy. Amigos are gonna have to bring a nice firepower here to win this battle, Tan.
Illusion finds Band. Vig, though, he's found his way around from behind. Two of them can find two, can break it wide open. Is now open. Sapuka will find one. Marshy will find another, though, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2. Washi finds one more. GTO left all on his own. Needs the 1 versus 3 to keep Amigos in this search and destroy. As the sniper in hand was able to find 3 in the previous round. Can he manage to find them all to try and find the round? Washi gonna have to try and lock this one down. They know exactly where GTO is. Washi just looking to back him down, looking to bait out where he can. Marshy is there to support as well, but GTO onto the side. GTO can find one, and Washi can't find the second. Map number 2 goes Seminal's way. Fantastic performance in the search and destroy. A really good takeover towards A to solidify it. And they find themselves in a commanding position here in this series. 2 to the good.
Yeah, I would say Seminal playing magisterial. They just were tough at all moments of the map. Honestly, Amigos, they never stood a real chance to step over and pass Seminal when it comes to the scoreboard. I would say Seminal, they were really tough on the trades. They were always like playing together with a very tight positioning, and Amigos, they just had one chance. They had one chance to make that perfect retake, as we could see on B. But other than that, the Brazilian team didn't have many solutions to offer. So they were constantly entrapped. Perhaps that's precisely what you're talking about at this point, because they're going to have to fix this to try to get back on the series as we're going to move in a little bit to the control mode.
Yeah, look, Seminole are really good position now, and heading over towards Raid as well. They've got to be feeling good. We're looking at the scoreboard again. It's not so much of a huge outslay, but I think that comes down to Seminole when they won their rounds, where they were comfortable. When they didn't, it was close. So that's why you see the scoreboard the way it is. But Seminole 7-4 victory here in the search and destroy, a little bit safer than what we've seen in the hardpoint. Really good job coming in from Seminole, though, and very much the kind of start they would have wanted. This could have been a very tricky game, still could be, but a 2-0 lead in this series. Got to be feeling good about their chances, about advancing through to the next round. 2 to the good here. Is this where the comeback potentially starts for Amigos? Yeah, because at this moment in time, it's looking like they're getting outclassed.
Yes. It's going to be very hard for them, surely, to get back on this one, because it's going to mean that they're going to have to be able to execute a full reverse sweep coming out of 2-0 behind Seminoles, who are looking very strong. And I say in every aspect of the game. They were playing like this on hardpoint, and then Seminole just brought the same standard, this way of working with patience, also to search and destroy mode in what we're seeing to be, or to eventually become, another 3-0 over here. Ton. I don't know if Amigos are gonna be able to overcome this one, because as we know, control is usually a very strong mode on the North American scene, and we're gonna have to see how that's gonna be played out.
Yeah, let's see how it breaks down for them. Got to be able to find something here if you're Amigos. So is it going to be about Seminoles closing this one out? Yes, okay, it was a very nice triple kill from GTO that came in there, but it wasn't enough to find a round. Fantastic job coming in from Seminole, though. And as I mentioned, this could have been a really tricky game. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. But they're looking really good in this series so far here, Linux. And I don't know if I see a route back for Amigos here now. It's feeling like Seminole may well walk away with this one pretty convincingly. We've only seen 3-0s on the alpha stream so far. And is that what we're going to get again. We will be heading into Control very, very shortly. We'll be sticking on Raid. What do you think of Amigos' game on Raid Control, though? Are you thinking positive about it, or are you just thinking Seminal are too good?
I think they're gonna have to take Seminal out of their comfort zones, because Seminal so far, they have been very successful into dictating the pacings and making the major decisions, and thus, you know, tossing the ball in a very unfavorable way, of course, on to Amigos again. And Amigos, they're gonna have to, you know, take the driver's seat and do more, and then, you know, impose themselves since the beginning. Eventually try to go for a spawn trap, boldly, yes, against Seminal, but that could be the solution. They're gonna need this map to be very fair to try to get back on the series. So try to do more, and also try to combine better those duos and trios, maybe the solutions, as we have seen in Tunisia, because again, we were able to see GTO playing in a high level, but then Zeus combining efforts with other players. So these duos, they need to come up and help Amigos better.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. I mean, if there's any time to do it, it's going to be Raid Control. When you're 2-0 down, you need to bring it back. We're going to go for a very short break, but don't go anywhere. The conclusion of this series right after this.
Down to Mexico, where I can make my own bliss. Find me a local who looks just like his phone pics. Right where the city lies is where they all sit, trying to cast their eyes on all the girls who visit. No, touch me in places I can't see. Lie down in the sand, getting bruises on our knees. We know what's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. I say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cairo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh. Follow the music coming from the hacienda, calling all the girls down here to have a fiesta. Watch out for white lines is what they sell you, cause it's from some guy who claims to be son of a fella. Ooh, hold me in place so I can breathe, a notch upon the bed, posting sweat between the sheets. We know what's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. You say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cairo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. But then you go like Bond and a face like Banderas. No wonder why all these chicas are jealous. They can have him when I'm gone, just to let you know this how quick he moves on. He'll take you to dinner, then to lovers beach. Just say, baby, why don't we dip in the sea? Now say it's so wrong, but somehow I can't help but nights in Cabo. No tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. He's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. Yeah. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh.
I don't care what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get's what you see, it ain't nothing to me.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Mobile Masters. We've got a lot going on here, but Seminal's looking so good in this series up against Amigos, the #1 team from North America. looking to solidify their spot into the next round, 2-0 up at this moment in time. It's myself joined by Igor here, Linux. This is going so well for the North American side, but not too hot for the Latin side.
Yes, not very good for Amigos. Though we have to state on that this next combination is gonna be also very, very even. I mean, if Amigos, if they wanna step up and they wanna have a chance, that's gonna be it. They also play very well. Ride control. I think that's the combination of map and mode. And Seminal, as we know, they are very, very strong also in here. They're feeling confident. Apparently, they have lived the last years in Brazil because they're not feeling the pressure from the crowds. I am just stunned on that. It's very, very nice to see how professional they are, how composed they are to face the Brazilians here. And Amigos, I would say they're missing any kind of celebrations, eventually, some kind of energy coming out, to get together and get their level again on bullets, because they got it. But again, against Seminole, it has been quite a challenge, I would say.
It's been a real challenge so far. It hasn't necessarily been a problem with, slaying or kills coming up at any stage. If anything, I believe they outslayed them in the first map. Amigos outslayed Seminoles, I should just confirm. But in the Session Destroyer, that hasn't been necessarily a problem for them. It's those moments in game that you need to make sure you're making the right decisions, finding the breaks at the right time when it comes on hardpoint. Can that all accumulate into something here on control? That's what they need to try and find. There's still a route back for them into this game. We know that there is potential. Map 1 was ridiculously close. I think it was a 10-point game in the end, 10, 12 points, something along those lines. The Search and Destroy a little bit more one-sided, but there's still some potential for Amigos here in this series, but Seminole's still looking very, very good. Can they close it out here with a 3-0? I think a 3-0 for Seminole here would be a huge win for them. Heading forward into the next couple of rounds, they've got to be feeling good about themselves if they can find this 3-0 win.
So far, we've just seen 3-0 matches, right? We have not seen any kind of reaction on the losing sides in the championship over here. But it's interesting to be able to compare those styles, Tom, because Seminole, I think they have been doing such a great job combining the long shots, especially with two snipers. They have just shown this. Also with the R9. And on the side of Amigos, they have improved their bullets when Insane just brought the R9 to Search and Destroy, as I was expecting to see him using already on the beginning of the series. But again, he did it, and the team appreciated. He's gonna have to keep on that kind of choice, I would say, to try to get closer to the players of Seminole, who are feeling pretty much confident. And on the top of all that, Seminole, they never get out of the spot without knowing what to do. They are always very, very conscious of whatever they need to bring out before getting out of the head glitch. Sorry. So that's paramount to me. That's why Seminole is ahead.
Yeah, they're just a very, very well-oiled machine. And when it comes down to slaying ability, it's very much there. They just clutch up so many times too. And there's so many of those Search and Destroy rounds that were looking dead and buried, and then they would find something. They would find a route. They're so patient when they need to be. They're just such a good squad. And we're seeing them come out here and kind of prove that so far. Let's see if they can continue to do so, though. It's going to be Raid coming up next. If we do need to see it, we will then see Apocalypse. So I'm interested to see how this one's going to go down. It's a tough one. It's a really, really tough one. I think if you are Amigo still, can you manage to find this one back? It's very, very difficult. There's still potential in this series, but I don't know. I think for Amigos, as an overall in the tournament, Linux, what do you think would be a good result for Amigos? Where do you think they'd be looking to try and find themselves?
Yes, I want to take the chance to also talk about whatever you mentioned about Apocalypse, because we're gonna have control, right? It's gonna be even, but yeah, more than that, if Amigos ever win this map number 3, we're gonna be seeing them suddenly having another chance on this series, because Apocalypse hardpoint for Amigos is just fantastic. They play very well in this map, so that could be tricky for Seminole. And I say this because Amigos, they managed to beat Inco, for example, back in the day in the challenge season. Back when Inco had Lucasine, they did beat Inco with a very, very small margin in the end of the scoreboard. So I'm talking about a fantastic, reverse against Inco. They did something like 250, 248 or 249. So that's, that totally destroys your mindset whenever you have a long series. So I'm very, very eager to see if, we're going to be able to see those two teams, playing out Apocalypse. But right, it's going to be very interesting again. I think whomever is more aggressive and is faster to bug the opponent, to poke them into their bases and spawns, may come out as the victor.
Maybe it's difficult to say, isn't it? We're hopefully going to be getting into map number 3 and find some answers to all these questions that we are asking. But we should be finding out exactly what's going to happen so far. But how are you enjoying your time on the English broadcast? I think we've all had the discussion. You're doing very, very well. Your English is a lot better than my Portuguese, because my Portuguese just doesn't exist. So you're doing really well to be casting in a different language. Good job.
Thanks, man. Thanks. It's very lovely to have the appreciation from you, from Brody, from Lauren, from our crew here. Yes, I'm having a challenge. My mind has not been melted down yet so far, so that's a good sign, right? I think that we're doing a good job. So thank you for the gentle words. It has been a challenge, has been very, very good. Again, I want to thank ESL and Activision for this opportunity. But let's go. Let's hop into the map and see what's gonna happen here at Raid Control, as we see Seminal on the defensive side and already trying to counter Amigos. Apparently, Amigos did a kind of a B push, and that was not successful.
Wasn't successful at all. No, I'll continue to be nice to you, Lanex, and I'll just continue to be mean to Infinity. I think that's usually the way it should really go. He does deserve it at all stages. Seminal, a really, really good start, though. Lockdown B, and I think if you're Amigos here, you gotta just kind of count on going over towards A. You gotta give it up. If you don't find that first initial push over towards B, the second and third is just a lot harder as well. They can find one, can't find the second. Insane were able to find it, so they have been able to find this push over towards this B side. Can now start to get something going. Marshy, though, has found a route behind. This is going to be a problem now for the side of Amigos. The kill starting to fall on through. They clean them up once again. Marshy here with the R9 now will start to put pressure on the spawn. They're still pushing over towards B. I'd love to see Amigos trying to make a beeline over towards the A side.
Yeah, as you said, you stated very well with quality, of course. Amigos trying the first round on B, they were not successful. They're going to have to change this strategy, because trying again is going to just eventually feed up your foe, and that's what they want. This round number 1 is actually looking like a disaster already when it comes to the live side. Against Seminal, who managed to protect very, very well all the positionings and all the regions of the map. See, they keep just cartels on the B, and even so, they managed to push Amigos away. That's a fantastic level of gameplay, I should say, man, because Amigos not only are down on lives, but, I mean, it's looking like kind of late to obtain this B.
It is a little late, isn't it? 13-5 now. We've seen some things in Call of Duty history, but this would be maybe at the top of the list if they managed to make this one count. 3 versus 10, 5 seconds to go. Can find themselves 2 ticks and will pretty much be dealt with. 1 player remaining, 2 players remaining, I should say. GTO Sapuka. Can you do anything? The answer is absolutely not. A very, very good defensive round coming in from Seminal. I think it was only 2 ticks over towards the B side that they managed to get a hold of. So a really good defensive round coming on through. Nicely done.
Yep. Over here, we could see, I would say, maybe a stubborn persistence on the side of Amigos on trying to be. They've seen what Seminal were capable of on defending that portion of the map, and even so, they kept trying to go there. Now let's see the sides flipping. Amigos are going to try to defend. Seminal are precisely reproducing the same strategy Amigos just used in the first round. Going for B, but then going differently. Going also with a presence in the middle of the map, as we can see Washi and also Ben trying to win some gunfights. Bennett very successfully takes Illusion down. So Amigos needing to change, needing to recreate themselves, because Seminal are not going to allow any margin for errors.
Yeah, the equalizer out around Kitchen is just a dangerous, dangerous spot.
Yes.
If you're the right position. Seminal now just trying to get some pressure over towards Money. Really good shots coming in from Sapuka. So all of a sudden, a little bit more control to the side of Amigos. But as you mentioned, they've already lost B. Now you can concentrate on A. And just for Cartels to be in this spot, it's such an awkward thing for Amigos to have to deal with. They have to think about the flank. They have to think about the players coming in off the respawn, pushing through the mansion, or pushing through a bedroom as well. Good shots coming in from GTO, though. Can they keep them a little bit further back? Cartels can find one. Gets traded by Insane. Decent hold from Amigos so far, but still 1 minute and 45 seconds to continue hold over towards it.
Yeah, and Amigos successfully and smartly, getting back on track and managing to somehow counter Seminal, or at least I would say buffer, their intentions and energy. Yeah, as we see Seminal taking down, nice build up over here. Seminal finally taking down the region of A and controlling this whole portion of the pool, as we see Amigos now striving to get back to the A, and it's gonna be hard for them, but Seminal somehow are beginning to fall down. Sapuka, nice Sparrow play over here, GTO with the Annihilator. Amigos doing precisely what they did on hardpoint and search and destroy, trying to even Seminal during the game, and they may very well find this equalizer.
The thing is, though, if for Amigos there, they've had to invest a couple of different operators that they may well have liked to keep a hold of, but they had to invest them. They had to use them. And now it's 9v9. 1 minute to go. Seminoles have found a route through here as well. Vig will find one. A couple of body shots just to make sure as well onto Insane. One player inside of the pool, though, is going to be G2. Oh, can't find the second. Vig making sure to shoot the bodies here as well. Is he going to find a third? Not quite. Sapuka, Insane combining, though. Now 5 versus 7. Amigos have managed to do it. Washi now has also invested something himself. It's the Annihilator, and it is crispy as hell. Finds 2. Marshy can find another. There's stuff coming in from Washi. Make it 3 in a row. It's a 5v3. They're under the point. Seminole could close this yet.
Yeah, Washi suddenly gaining wings and flying over the map to bring this round to his side. What a player. My God, what a fantastic player we've have just seen executing CODM. Man, Amigos, they had the chance. Gentan, this is so complicated for your mindset. When you see Vig body shooting, when you see Washington doing whatever he just did, that's going to mean perhaps a defeat, because Seminole are looking so overly strong.
Now managing to find an attack and a defense here for Seminole. Marshy now getting things rolling with the Sparrow, just trying to slow Amigos down as quickly as he can. Full investment here actually coming through from the side of Seminole, using absolutely everything to kick off the round. Marshy with the last arrow will find a kill. GTAO finds one against Band, so a little bit of breathing room here for Amigos over towards this B side. Zeo's trying to get some control through the mid-map, but plain sailing for Seminole so far. Not too worried about this push that's coming in over towards B. A couple of players now on, but here comes the equalizer. Out finds absolutely nothing with it from Vig, who's been shooting nothing but straight the entire map. Finds absolutely nothing with the equalizer, and Amigos should be getting a hold of B because of that.
You know what drives me crazy absolutely when it comes to looking at how Seminole plays CODM? It's like they're not even breaking a sweat. They are right now just, playing in a very express, economical way, perhaps, if you want, against Amigos, and they're not suffering. They're managing to balance the kills, though Insane just acquires a pair of kills, and they begin moving slowly but steadily towards A and dominate the kill feed precisely. Also using the kitchen, potentially Illusion takes another one down. Nice movement by him, and Amigos suddenly, just like that, they acquire a nice number of lives, Dan.
Nice number of lives, and B alongside of it. Seminole still have an opportunity here. Need to find a few kills unanswered, if at all possible. Band will find one into Illusion, can't find anything else. These lives starting now to leak for Seminole, as did B. But they just need to hold on for another minute. Zeus can try and find a kill around this outside. Washi finds one unanswered, but a good amount of presence from Amigos over towards this A side so far.
Yep, and both sides now at a very critical moment of the map. Seminole needs what needs to be done. They know what needs to be done, to say better. And Amigos, they are trying to take the most they can of this situation. Suddenly in their hands, the round needs to be wrapped up in a cool way. Bennett is already there in the money region, using that window very smartly. And we see a lot of players all combined in this corner right off the map as Zeus doubles it up and stays out of the basketball. Let's see whatever comes. He's managing to build a streak. What a moment by Amigos. Nice combination of efforts. And there it is, getting out of the zero. Was a very uncomfortable zero, to say the least. 2-1.
They managed to find something back.
Yep.
They needed to. And now they have a potential of finding something here. Is that the War Machine straight off the rip from Zeus? Doesn't find anything over the top. So is that a potential waste? Amigos looking to try and defend this one now as they find their own attacking round in the previous. They need to now defend. A huge investment coming in from the beginning of the round in terms of operators from both two teams. Amigos haven't really found a great deal. Red MSL coming in. Zeus will invest this to get the players off over towards B. Aggressive players coming in from Amigos. Lives all but even. But look at this push coming in from Ban. Now can find himself over towards the backside. Finds the kill onto Illusion. And all of a sudden, the door may well be open over towards it.
Smart enough, Seminal managing to, you know, take simply a War Machine down and a Sparrow. Those operators, they were not effective enough as Amigos have wanted. And Seminal appearing to bring a lack of commitment, but that's just, you know, that's just smoke for them. They're coming in heavy for A, as we see GTO trying to push the team up. It's a very complicated stage of the series as a whole. Amigos now subtly managing to win some trades and perhaps reopening the series.
Big kills coming on through. Washi more than aware of what's going on down this side, though. A couple of kills is all Seminole need to break this one open. Looks like they've sent a bit of a split over both two sides. B now under their control. Players from Seminole now starting to find a push over through from the middle of the map. Big gunfight going to go down in the middle of the map. Actually, it is going to be Zeus to find that. So the pressure's starting to come in through. Seminole really struggled over these last couple of rounds. The shots coming in from Zapuka, not that good, but his teammates are solid. Cartels can find one, not before he gets taken down. One player from behind, that's going to be Washi, who's actually found himself a bit of a flank here. The live's not working for Seminole. The time not working for Seminole, but they can find a couple here. Maybe they can get something going over towards this A side as the kill feed's starting to light up blue. They've got to do something quickly.
Yes, they got to bring this one back as soon as possible. We see also Amigos gain confidence, gain momentum when it comes to killing more and also trying to hunt Seminole players down. We have Cartels at money again, trying to hold this position, trying to create a condition for them to steal A, and that's gonna be looking as possible. It's totally gone, as you said, and now it's gonna be a rotation to B necessarily, and Amigos are gonna have to play this one for their lives.
This is gonna be tough.
Yes.
Still a very, very hard break over towards this B side. Seminole do have 3 operators. Amigos also with the 3. Which ones are going to be invested better? Do you trying to make the decision of which way they are pushing from? A couple of players on Amigos have found themselves very, very weak, and now they're finding themselves dead as well. Vague will find one with the equalizer, and here comes the push. Amigos, they held for so long. Illusion can find 2. He may well just slow them down enough for Amigos to come in off the respawn. 5 players now left. You cannot lose any lives. Van locking down that side of the map now. Of course, with the Purifier, you don't run down that side. Cartels can find Zeus. It's looking like the 3-0 may well get locked in unless the boys and Amigos can find something. 3 players remaining. 2 remain. It's a 6 versus 2 in Seminole. Mark their card unless Illusion. Can he do something all on his own? Not gonna happen. Surely not like this. It's not gonna happen. Seminole finally mark their card and find themselves into the next round. It's a 3-0 impressive win over Amigos.
Astonishing win by Seminole, of course, being patient, playing well, dominating the map, and not allowing Amigos to grow on confidence. And I would say keeping that proportion, that ratio was just crazy on the side of the Americans a ton. And by ratio, I mean whenever they managed to use one player to kill like 2 or 3 on the side of the Brazilians. So, you know, these kind of combinations, they show that Seminole are a big dog on this competition, managing to win their first one. And Amigos are gonna have to talk about a lot of things here, because I can tell they tried. They offered some level of challenge, and I liked how they were kind of homogeneous all over the series, meaning managing to score, managing to bug Seminole in the 3 modes. But in the end of the day, Seminole were the victors, were the winners, with a lot of merit. Of course, they did very, very well. And I mean, the North American fans, I'm sure they're quite happy now.
Yeah, hopefully they're a little happier than the Europeans were after their first game anyway. Seminole, a really, really good job there. And that's a big win for them to find, right? Look, I know Amigos are coming in, not necessarily as one of the teams that could potentially go on to win the whole entire tournament, but they still would have been a tough one. I think Seminoles finding a 3-0 win is a real statement. Going to be heading into the next round in their group, where it's looking like they're going to be going up against Stalwart Esports, who were 2-0 up against the Rejects. That game looked like it may well have actually finished, so we will get that confirmed which way that one went. But a huge win coming in from Seminal. And look, they've come here to win this tournament. That's a good way to start it.
Yes, you said it all. I think whatever they have shown so far shows that Seminal are definitely among the favorite ones to not only, of course, step into day number 2, but also eventually raise the trophy. We see a lot of nice decisions by them, changing the pace whenever it was necessarily, and of course taking Amigos by surprise, making them cool off, and then surprising out of the cover. So Seminal knowing how to play and knowing how to manage and especially break Amigos expectations over here. Now let's see how Seminal are gonna keep working on the event, of course, thinking about the second match. But on the side of Amigos, as a Brazilian, I would expect a little bit more of energy on their side to, you know, try to step up and try to bring more on the next matches.
Just have a confirmation, actually. Stalwart 2-1 up now. Rejects winning Standoff control 3-1. So we've got a series on our hands over on that side of things, but interesting to see how that one ends up playing out. But North American side and Seminal doing the job. Devastation in the crowd for the Brazilians, but Lauren, Seminal are here to play a 3-0 in their first game.
Looking real clean while they do it as well. So that's gotta feel good for Seminal, a team that we'd mentioned quite a few times earlier on as one of those potential teams that could end up in those grand finals. No strangers to that stage either. So starting off their competition so far in a really, really solid fashion. I know that they will be happy with that. And like you were saying, Tom, we've definitely got a series going on over on that B stream right now, 2-1 in favor of Stalwart, but the S&D went to overtime 10-8. So that was a close one as well. So if you guys are trying to keep up with Rejects or Stalwart, you can check out the B stream and see what they've got going on over there, because they're preparing for their next hard point. And if things stay as close as they have been in the last 2 rounds, that could be a good one. And Rejects need to get a win if they want to keep their hopes alive to continue on in that series. So lots of things going on right now in the competition. We'll try to keep you up to date with everything that's going on, but that will be the opening matches for both of our groups now done and dusted, which means it was Galeris and Q9 from Group A that won their first matches. Now it is Seminal joining them, and we're just waiting on that final match between Stalwart and Rejects to round out all of our teams. And then we'll start to kind of see which squads are going to be making their way through to tomorrow once we start seeing who wins the winners match in each group, and then we start knocking teams out in our elimination matches, and that's when things start to get a little bit sad. But so far, some really, really solid gameplay across the board out of a lot of these squads. Clearly, they came to play here in our Mobile Masters. So I've had a blast so far. Hopefully everybody in chat's had a good time. You guys crushed it on that cast, by the way. These are not easy matches to be getting through, and hopefully you're enjoying them as you're going, especially with your first time here, Lanex.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. It's been fantastic. You know, I'm learning so much from you guys, from Brody as well. So it has been such a nice run, and I expect the global and international fans to be also liking this whole show that we are trying to put for you guys over here today. And just to bring back to the groups quickly, Lauren, so far, the standings, the results, they are proving what we have said before earlier in the stream, meaning that the B group is definitely more balanced. You know, teams are closer on points, they're closer on efforts, and the A group seems more defined to this point. So I don't know, maybe the second round of matches is going to be more of a confirmation of expectations on the A group, and on the B group, you're going to have to see what is going to happen. Maybe an eventual surprise popping off.
I like that. That's a really good point that you made there, Lanix. And that's why if you're at home, you shouldn't be leaving anytime soon, because I think as we continue on through these matches, they're just going to get even closer, and everything will start to feed into what we've got coming around the corner tomorrow when we make our way through to semis, and then of course our grand finals. So just stick around, okay? You don't want to miss a single second of it. If you do have to step away, of course, you can check out our social media. You can, whether that's X, Insta, or Facebook, for updates for our entire Mobile Masters weekend. But now we have that the matches are done. We have our set matches that are coming up next. We now know Game 3 and Game 4. Game 3 will be another look at Galeras, and of course, going up against the other winners in Q9. And then Game 4 will be between Seminal and Stalwart. What? Did it happen already? What's going on?
That was fast.
That's I don't even, you know what? That's how quickly things change here. Now it's going to be Seminal versus Stalwart. That should be a doozy ton.
Yeah, that'll be an absolute banger. Interested to see if the #1 North American seed can avenge their other North American brethren and try and get a win back on Stalwart. But yeah, we've got our two somewhat semi-finals there ready to go off the groups to get yourself out. Very, very good games. I think especially the first one coming up next. That's going to be an absolute banger. So yeah, I'm really excited for both these two games.
And of course, everybody at home, remember, the winners of both of those next matches will be the first two teams to make their way through to semifinals tomorrow. So they will at least have gotten that first hurdle out of the way and made it through to the next day, where whoever loses will drop down and face off against the winner of the first elimination match. So they'll have one more opportunity to try and stay in the competition, which means every single time these teams are going to have to fight harder and harder to try and claim a spot on that podium if that's where they want to be. So like Ton was saying, we've got some seriously fun matches coming up around the corner, and we are getting a little bit of an update here as well. Stalwart's not confirmed yet. So we don't know if it will be Stalwart. It will be whoever wins that matchup going up against Seminal, though. So it's still up in the air between Rejects and Stalwart. We'll have to see what happens in their hard point, and then that will potentially determine what is going on for game number 4 on the day. Apologies there for that, but we will make sure that when it's updated, you will be the first to know. Until then, before match 3, it's time for another quick break. So get yourselves a little bit of rest, get hydrated, and when we return, more Snapdragon Pro Series action coming at you.
I don't care what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get's what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah. I don't care what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get's what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yo, I ain't never fitting into the stereotype. I'm more the type who living life through the stereo, right? This ain't no record, this is murder confession. You're hearing the weapon that separates the soul from the vessel. Now check it. I've been through the mud and blood to get it, never taking the L. You might as well just forget it. I'm steadily wrecking on anybody who reckless. My checklist is checking and anybody can get hit. Somebody call the medic while I'm sipping on whiskey. Cops wanna frisk, chopped in a mince. Last little pips, so I'ma take my throne, cause y'all's lights is on, but ain't no one home, and that's a dumb cat. Catch you in the alley and I dump that. Fun fact, always got the belly in the pump check. Run that, only leave you asking where your lunch at. If you got a problem, I'll be there, give me 1 sec. I don't care what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get's what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah. I don't care what they want, I'ma give them what they need. Never gave a what and I never take a plea. Never gonna hear what they always try to say. Never really listen anyway, like I don't care what they want, I'ma give them what they need. Never gave a what and I never take a plea. Never gonna hear what they always try to say. Never really listen anyway, like hear what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get's what you see, it ain't nothing to me.
En la pista bailando con pasión, la química entre tú y yo, una canción. Yeah, yeah. No puedo evitar que quiero saber más de ti. Esa conexión es un misterio, yo sigo así. Yo sigo así. Underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us are so provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah. Bailando juntos en esta canción, nuestra química es una explosión. No me sueltes, no te quiero perder. Esta noche dime qué vas a hacer. Tú y yo en este momento en sintonía, baby, nos perdemos. Bailando skin to skin, sin miedo a lo que viene en la pista de baile. Esta pasión se enciende, el ritmo crece, el mundo desaparece. Underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us are so provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah. La noche se sigue de nuestro deseo. Bajo las estrellas juntos somos fuego. Our bodies entwined, it's so electric. Your skin with mine, baby, magnetic. Sin prisa nos acercamos más. Tus ojos dicen lo que necesitas. A fuego lento la piel se eriza. Juntos seguimos underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us are so provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah. Bailando juntos en esta canción, nuestra química es una explosión. No me sueltes, no te quiero perder. Esta noche dime qué vas a hacer. Yeah, baby, it's chemistry between you and me. Yeah, underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us are so provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, we're rising up. No, nobody can stop me, can't fight this rush. No, I won't stop, top 3 is the final push. Can't imitate how we be, better keep it hush. But I can't hide this buzz, cause we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. In the moment, stay focused. I smell the wind and it's potent. I remain the main component, cause they all know I'm the coldest. So cold that they frozen, overwhelmed by the notion. Pressure building, it's over when you feel the explosion. Yeah, they call me the showman. The way I'm shining, I'm golden, and I bring the commotion. My spirit never been broken, cause I got the devotion. No magical potion, you're just a drop in the ocean. I'm a tidal wave taking over. In the moment, stay focused. They all know I'm the coldest. So cold that they frozen. Pressure building, it's over. Yeah, we're rising up. No, nobody can stop me, can't fight this rush. No, I won't stop, top 3 is the final push. Can't imitate how we be, better keep it hush. But I can't hide this buzz, cause we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up.
The players are practicing a lot.
Energy, I am the force. I am the opportunity breaking down the door. Yeah, I am the life energy. I am the force. I am the opportunity breaking down the door. I am the end to the means. I am the final touch you need. I am the means that precede reputation. I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch to sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch to sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing, nah. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing that. Nah, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing that. I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch to sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch to sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah.
The players are practicing a lot. Yes, I say a lot, but accepting galleries. What happened here, guys? Oh.
We're just chilling.
What?
No, we were practicing and we decided to chill a little bit here.
Oh, just to relax a little. I think you are sure, right?
Yeah, of course. We're just chilling, just relaxing.
it's a beautiful day for us.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I like the style of Brazilian guys. So, you are winners here in Latin, and now you are. I think people have a little, some fear of you, right?
Probably they should, right? Yeah, because we were Latin champions, and we brought Lucas in, and some people are scared of him. So yeah, I think some people are worried about our team.
The people are talking about you like a promise, a big guy. Yeah, what are you thinking about this pressure on you?
I just have the most best support in the world because my team is my support, my anchor. So I don't know, I just don't feel that pressure.
Congratulations. Okay, I'm hoping for you. So lucky because you are power enough. And you?
Hello, I'm just chilling.
We also have the two Latin MVPs in the history, which is Lucas on last year, right? Yeah. And Mihawk this year. So they're the two Latin MVPs we had in Latin.
And so you are playing on a tournament in your country. And so what is it for you?
I mean, I'm feeling very grateful. And I mean, it's a dream to play in my own country and to compete it. And I'm just chilling. I mean, we're gonna do our game. We're gonna just play our game, and yeah, no pressure. Just playing confident.
Oh, perfect. So I will leave the guys to keep it relaxing a little. So thank you so much, guys. See you later, right?
See you. Yeah.
Energy, I am the force. I am the opportunity breaking down the door. Yeah, I am the life energy. I am the force. I am the opportunity breaking down the door. I am the end to the means. I am the final touch you need. I am the means that precede reputation. I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing, nah. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing that. Nah, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing that. I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are in the middle of day one of our Mobile Masters for Call of Duty Mobile, which means both of our groups have now played their opening matches. Both of our groups have almost completely solidified everybody. We're waiting on one more match on Group B stream to find out the last winner of those opening matches for our groups. Right now, we're focusing back on Group A. You might have seen that in the schedule before we went to our break. Next match around the corner is with the winners of those opening matches in Group A. So that's Galeras and Q9. Now, we got to watch Galeras to start off the day. We didn't get to see what Q9 did up against Inco, but it was a 3-0. So both of these winners had strong performances out of the gate here, Ton.
Yeah, really, really strong performances. I think, to be fair, kind of expected as well. You know, we looked in terms of the roster and how they've been both looking and who they were going up against. Opposition definitely stronger. So coming in with 3-0 is going to put them both in a good stead. But now going up against each other, I doubt we'll get the 3-0 we had in their first games.
Yeah, this should be a little bit closer this time around. And we saw Galeras go up against EU's best in Kings, and they knocked them down pretty easily. But now they have to go up against Q9, which is the region that currently holds the title right now, Brody. So is that going to be a difficult job for them to do?
Yeah, I don't think Q9 should be underestimated whatsoever. I think while it's easy to focus just on Wolves, who of course are technically speaking the best team from China, as it were, because they won champs back in December, Q9 got to top 4 at that event as well. And it is important to note that China as a whole did very, very well back in that region. I think Standpoint, which was the other Chinese representatives, also made it into the championship bracket. So being 3 of the 8 teams there was a pretty impressive feat for the region. Q9 are a very, very, very good team. There is a reason they are one of the most feared rosters in international Call of Duty Mobile. They've looked so good for the longest time, and you've got some insane players on the roster as well. You can see some of the kind of the stats here. I think this is the stats so far in the tournament, I want to say. And you look to players like, I'm going to get the pronunciation wrong here, I presume, so I apologize to any Q9 fans out there ahead of time, but I believe it's Owling, who is just an incredible player. And I think for me, that's the story going into this matchup. You've got a player like Owling on one side and AR here for Q9, alongside Lucasin on the other, who is also, of course, an AR for Galeras. And that's just going to be, I think, an incredible matchup to hold.
Yeah, and we saw after that first matchup, at least on the Galeras side of things, Ton, that Lucasin ended up with that mini MVP for that round. So, and we also saw during the break, there was that interview specifically around whether or not he felt like there was any added pressure, as a lot of players are keeping their eyes on him. And he seemed really comfortable with what had happened so far and doesn't look too afraid or intimidated whatsoever.
Yeah, he's got a better mental than me. In front of your home crowd, playing like that, you're now going into a really big game. I would say, you know, in terms of the LATAM region, that's who their hopes are on. Not just him as a player, but for the team, of course. So the pressure he's got to be feeling it, but it's what he does with that pressure. Does it? I mean, look, we sometimes say the saying, it's very corny, but pressure makes diamonds. And in this sense, is he really being able to step up to that next level for his team? Is he able to actually convert what he can do onto the slant stage? So far, so good, but it's hard to say. Like, based on his performance against Kings, yeah, great, but are Kings arguably one of the weakest teams here? Yes, probably. Now you're going into a much different game. It's about the games against the opposition, who you know are going to really, really challenge you. If you can have a good game here, that will set him on his way to have a good performance over the entire tournament, you would like to think.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention whichever team out of these two ends up winning this first winner's match, if you will, of the day, means that they will move forward in the competition onto the next stage, which is tomorrow. So they'll be done for today, but then they'll at least secure a spot in semifinals and be that much closer to making their way through to grand finals, which is obviously where everybody wants to be, trying to take home that $90,000 prize pool, as well as the title of literally the best in the world. Will it swap regions? We've got a couple redemption arcs in the works. We just watched the second match of the day, which was between Amigos and Seminal also 3-0, nice and clean, Brody. And there's somebody that potentially one of these teams could see in a grand final situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a weird one, right? Because our expectations for who we're going to be in that grand final have changed quite significantly over the time, which we've kind of run up to this tournament, right? A lot of our expectations were on maybe if Wolves make it and they didn't, maybe they're the team that we'll be looking at, right? You know, godlike, and unfortunately, you know, they weren't able to attend the tournament, so we're not going to be looking at them now. And even Seminal, who are a team that I think have kind of overcome a lot of our initial impressions with our expectations of what things would like without Tectonic. They still looked very, very good in that matchup versus Amigos. Even that is still, do Seminal look the same versus these titanic rosters like Q9 and Galaris? I think it's just going to be a very different situation without Tectonic on side. That being said, I do want to say Seminal looks really, really good as a team. Like the teamwork hasn't gone anywhere with that roster, with Cartels joining in place of Tectonic for now. So I still think they're a threat. I still think they're kind of not to be underestimated. But my opinion, I think, going into this matchup is I think Q9 and Galaris, I had to pick two teams that I thought would be in the grand finals. I thought it would be these guys. So we could probably get a preview here of what our grand finals.
Oh, I like that. I like that, Brody. It's definitely going to be an exciting match for sure. Before we get into that match, I think we're just waiting a little bit for that last final B stream match to conclude. It was between Rejects and Stalwart Esports. Stalwart was ahead, and Rejects have started to kind of mount a comeback here, a potential reverse sweep within their grasp. They're in the last map right now of their series. It's currently 2-2 overall, and they're down to their S&D 6-5. Stalwart up by 1 round right now. So I mean, we mentioned it before we went to the break. They had a close S&D the first time around. It went to overtime, and now we're getting a chance to take a look at it here. Could potentially go into overtime yet again. I mean, Rejects, the second they made it past that first hard point, that was like really their biggest stumbling block, and now we've made it the first time through the full series ton. And could we see potential NA versus NA?
I mean, that would be fun, right? If these two could go up against each other. I think it makes it, I don't want to say easier, but you know who you're going up against, right? You know how they play. You kind of can have that somewhat feeling about the game of what you want to do with your videos, because I think, especially for some of these teams coming in against other regions, do you know what they're great at? Well, if you've done your research, you should. But at the same time, you sometimes might just throw a haymaker in there. It might work, it might not work. You don't have that problem up against another team from your region. At least you shouldn't if you're doing your research again. But sometimes teams don't, Brody. And we know that for a fact because we see some veto processes and then we are then pulling our hair out.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be interesting, I think, in particular between Rejects and Seminal, because the amount of times they face one another, and I think the amount of improvements that we, over the course of Season 4, saw Rejects make if they do end up facing Seminal, they were a roster that were playing on par, if not better than Seminal at times. And I think that's the interesting thing here. It's not so much a Seminal are definitely going to win in that scenario. It's Rejects are a very competitive roster. They've also made the change of Bling and Blur on side as well in place of S-Thug. So if they survive this round, which I think they did just do, and they're going to force the overtime, I do think Rejects have a real strong chance of actually beating out Seminal as well.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, we said it was possible. It got more and more likely as they made it through, and now it's happening. It's now overtime, 6-6 in the last game of the series. I don't even know what to do at this point. I guess we're gonna go through this and see what happens with the overtime, because it's too close to not keep up to date with what we've got going on here, Brody. I don't necessarily think after the first hard point, I think Stalwart might have thought they were going to be able to squeeze this one out, especially after taking home the first overtime when they moved into S&D. But Rejects have just absolutely turned a corner after the control.
Yeah, I mean, Rejects are a really good squad. Again, I was kind of curious to see what this roster would look like with Blur on side, because if anyone remember kind of what, I think it was Mayhem that Blur was playing for previously, and Blur got benched late into the season because of the fact that he wasn't melding very well with the rest of Team Mayhem's playstyle. Kings, I think, came back to the roster, and it helped Team Mayhem make it to Mobile Masters before they didn't make it to Mobile Masters. So I was curious to see what that change would look like, but it looks like he's been a really good addition to the roster. It feels like Rejects have kind of got that ability to perform under pressure. So bringing this all the way towards a game number 5, it's not uncharacteristic for Rejects. Just really excited to see kind of how the rest of this game goes, because again, Rejects are a very, very good team, but there's so many unknowns, I think, when they're going up against a roster from another region.
Well, everyone at home, we're going to be hanging out here just kind of watching to see how this final group stage, I guess, if you will, match unfolds, so that we have the fourth and final winners team before we move on to the next stage of the competition. So we're going to be keeping on this until we move into game number 3. And right now you see that Stalwart takes home that first overtime round, making it 7-6. They could potentially close this one out here, Ton.
Yeah, looking like, I mean, look, they've been in this position a couple of times. From what we've seen so far between these two teams, it has mostly been Stalwart in the lead. I mean, look, they would have to get reverse swept if they were to lose this one, be in the lead, be in a good position in the search and destroys on multiple occasions. So it feels like, even though I've seen 3 rounds of search and destroy, it feels like it could potentially be a throw here. Like, maybe it's a reach for me. Maybe I'm being dramatic. But you know what? We're all about the storylines here. And if I'm going to say it's a throw if they lose it.
You know what? If that's what happens, it's official. Like, this is now your cast of this matchup, so it's on record.
Well, that they might have thrown. It's looking like they're throwing this round as well. Yeah. They had the bomb down. They've lost. Hey, look, they're throwing. I can't believe it.
Oh, mate, I like it. I like the boldness, Tom, mate. I appreciate that a lot, bud. Yeah, I mean, like, still aren't a bad team, to be fair. So, like, I expected a close match like this one. But like at the same time, I think how we got to this point in the series, right, with Rejects, basically they have reverse swept them, or they're going to if they win this game. I think the Arsenal hardpoint was a big shock for me because that was the first map of this best of 5. That's a really strong one for Rejects. I mean, I'm sure you remember the amount of times that we saw Arsenal hardpoint back in Season 4 Ton, especially in North America. And for Rejects, it was a fan favorite, right? So I think for them to lose that one, like they probably should have 3-1'd this series, to be honest. Stalwart taking that one away, I think was good enough as it was.
Got a good start of this round, though. They're not throwing this round, Brody, so there you go. They managed to find
Thanks,
something.
Pal. No, it's brilliant, mate. You're doing stellar. God's work.
Good job.
It's just the back and forth between these two teams, though, which, I mean, for every one that one team throws, I feel like they just kind of flip-flop and then it goes to the other one. And then that's why they've just been so dead even right now in this overtime. So we're back up by 1. Could get tied next,
rounds.
though.
Yeah, it's defensive rounds coming through every single time for both these two teams. And, I mean, look, what was it? The second map went 10-8, right? So, I mean, this has got the potential.
You've just got to be particularly careful here if you're Rejects that you don't allow this rotation over towards B. If Incendio finds one of these frags, could be pretty dangerous. And that looks like the game plan here, at least from Stalwart. I'm very surprised that there hasn't been an adaptation from Rejects whatsoever here. They've kind of pushed themselves in towards Wood, but they're relying very heavily on Envy finding something with the sniper rifle, which, to be fair, Envy's been pretty successful with the sniper rifle in the past, but still, this is a lot to gamble on one player.
One bomb down now. And it's just for Rejects. You're always finding yourself in that situation where you're finding yourself behind you. Now having to find the retake of the bomb site, but they'll find the first blood. They just won't go away. Envy now trying to make the push through the middle of the map. A big round here for Rejects. You get to go on and try and find a fight up against another North American team to find yourself in a good spot, or do you lose it? Yeah, big kill going to come on through. Solo's there to answer back. They'll start to come through though for Stalwart. Oh, and they've all started to come on through. They're not throwing anymore. It's seemingly gonna go their way. Unless Rejects can bring this one back. Blur couldn't surely find 3. No, he will eventually go down, and there you go. Stalwart eventually go the long way about it, but get the job done.
Yeah,
and
that was crazy. It's like I said in the final round, Lauren. It was just a bit like too much control given away, I think, to Stalwart there.
Honestly, they look very happy about it too. I think that Rejects made that a lot harder than Stalwart would have liked to get to that final win. That definitely went the distance, though. Very, very well played on behalf of both of those teams. Whoever ends up facing off against Rejects after a performance like that, that's not going to be an easy elimination match, and it will be Amigos because obviously they lost to Seminal. We're in that group. That's where we're keeping track of everything here. So that could be another really, really solid matchup. But now all of the opening matches, those group stage matches, are 100% officially done. That was the last one we were waiting on. And it's as if production knew how it was going to go, because we called it a little bit too early, but it will actually be Seminal versus Stalwart for game number 4. So what we showed you guys originally was 100% correct. That's what you can now be looking forward to when it comes to our next step in the tournament. When it comes to those matches, it's very exciting. And now probably gonna have to wait a little bit to get our players off the stage to allow the next group to come back on and get set up. You can now see that visually reflected here in our bracket and how this looks. We've got Seminal and Stalwart in that upper bracket for Group B, Amigos and Rejects down there at the bottom. So this is honestly, even the elimination matches are still going to be really exciting. And now we look forward to match number 3. We talked about it a lot before we kind of got into waiting on that B stream final match, and we can go back to talking about that because now we're back on Group A and we're in the winners matches. If you forgot already, it's Gallerus and Q9. Another really solid matchup. And I think we might be waiting on some walk-ins for these teams as well. So while that's happening, if I'm not mistaken, we saw it a little bit during the break. Gallerus was able to chat with our team of amazing talent in Brazil. We got to hear a little bit about Lucasine and just the overall vibes on the team. Well, I think they did the same thing with Q9. They're able to chat a little bit. So I want to see what the players had to say. So let's check out the video.
I think some players of Q9 are ready to some interview. Let's go. Hi. How are you feeling?
这是我第一次来到巴西，然后我感觉巴西的人民都很热情吧，然后我挺喜欢这里的也。
Let me ask for you. There is some player that you thinking a lot about it. To oh my God, really want to confront with this player.
实际上我挺希望能在巴西看到高德 like 的，但是这回没有看到他们，确实很可惜。也。
How are you feeling?
我是秦九战队的教练 ，Shine。我感觉很棒，因为来到了这里，感受了这里的风情，我们也很快融入到这里。
And your team is very strong. So there is something that you feeling about it?
我觉得每一个队伍都很强吧，因为他们都代表着每一个赛区的头部。
谢谢 ，right? Whoa. Oh, I like it.
Obrigado.
How?
What?
How?
What?
Obrigada.
Obrigada.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
And everybody's learning new languages down there in Brazil. Get a chance to get to know the players a little bit. They are. I mean, that was adorable, Ton.
Adorable. Yep. Honestly, it's nice to see though that all the interactions, because we're so used to all these events. It's all English for all these different teams from different regions to come all over the place. I think, at least for ourselves, we're so used to it just being that sort of UK, US atmosphere. So it's nice to see all these different regions coming through with COD Mobile. It is truly a global esport. There's not many of them.
It's been a really exciting day here so far. We're not even halfway through all of our matches on the day. We've only completed 2 out of 5, so we're about to head into the 3rd match if you're just joining us here in the A stream on the English side of things, which means we've mentioned it a couple times, but it's time for us to start looking at the winners of the matches that we've already seen. Kicking things off with Q9 versus Gallerus. Just got to hear a little bit from Q9, just how they were feeling about the competition in general, and kind of get to see them in a lighter, more fun atmosphere as opposed to locked in and set and ready on that stage. And speaking of that stage, I believe we're going to be getting our players set up and ready on there soon. So we're just hanging out for a little while we get them set up and ready to go, which means we've got a bit of time for us to just be chatting here about the competition. I guess we could deep dive the teams. I don't want to jump too far ahead of what we've got coming around the corner with our squads, but generally this is the top of 2 respective regions going up against each other right now. So I think regardless of stats and numbers, which obviously Brody is the numbers guy. We don't have as many as we want right now, though. I think when you get the champions of any regions going head to head, you are always in for just a really solid matchup. Ton.
Oh yeah, I think especially when you get those first rounds out the way, whenever you're in any sort of GSL style group, you coming into that second game, both two teams have won their first game in a group of 4, you're feeling good about it being a nice series. So yeah, everything going forward, I'd like to think is going to be like a pretty close game. You would like to think, at least anyway, both of them across the board should be fantastic. I mean, all 4 of these teams now in this winners bracket side of things, but you know what I mean, the winners round are the teams we were expecting to be here, right? They are probably the top 4 teams. I don't think anyone would really dispute that. So it's going to be interesting to see which way it actually plays out between them, because then we only have so many other teams that are going to be there. We're going to head to elimination rounds tonight as well. There's a lot going on. There's still a lot of Call of Duty Mobile to be played as well.
Yeah, and chat, we want to hear from you as well while we're waiting. You obviously know who's going to be playing in this next match, so tell us your thoughts in chat on who you think is going to be taking it home. Will it be Q9 that moves on to the next stage of the competition and solidifies a spot in the semifinals? Or will it be Galeris, who is the squad that is able to do that? And if you have those score lines in mind, I want to hear those as well, too, because we've had quite a few people in chat who have been really on top of their guesses so far. I mean, if we had, shout out to Bobby Plays. If we had him here, I'd ask for a prediction and he wouldn't give it because he's afraid of the forever caster curse that he had. But I like picking people's brains on how they think this is going to go, Brody. I'm going to have to do the same for you.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew you were going to. Like, as soon as you talked about Bobby, I knew that was going to come to me. I knew it was going to happen. Honestly, I think it's so tough to gauge, right? Because again, Galeris are effectively, they're not a brand new roster, but they are so new with the fact that we've got Lucasen on side now that it's very difficult to say, all right, here were their strengths back in season 4, and here's what their strengths are right now, because we've seen so little of them with this new roster composition. I think it's also very difficult because their strengths, for the most part, pre-Lucasen, we'll say, are pretty similar. Like, these are 2 of the best hardpoint teams in their respective regions, so I can't imagine, I have no idea who's going to win that one. For the rest of the series, though, I mean, it's so tough. I've been on the side of, I think Galeris are going to win the entire thing before we got into this, so I still think they will. I'm going to go ahead and say, though, we are going to go to a game 5 with the series, and I think Galeris take it there. I'm not going to sit on the fence like I know Tun would sit on the fence. I'm not going to be doing that. We'll say game 5 to Galeris. That's what I'm going with.
You're also going for the regional title change over. Passing of the guard. Okay, I like it. I'm here for it. I want to see if chat agrees with you as well. And I think that we're actually starting to get close to the moment where we can start seeing our players making their way in on the stage and preparing for match number 3. We appreciate all of you in chat for being patient with us while we wait for our gameplay to kick off. We've got lots of things in store for all of you at home, and I'm very excited to get into it when we can and all of our players are ready to go. While we are waiting for all of that to happen, though, we're going to send it to one more short break and give you a little bit of time before we dive into all of the action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The players are practicing a lot. Yes, I say a lot, but accepting.
I am the life energy, I am the force, I am the opportunity breaking down the door. Yeah, I am the life energy, I am the force, I am the opportunity breaking down the door. I am the end to the means, I am the final touch you need, I am the means that precede reputation. I stay high when they wanna go low, no switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me, LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low, no switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me, LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me, ain't nothing. Nah, wanna go low. No switching sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low. No switching sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing, nah. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing that, ain't nothing, yeah.
Alumbra, noche luna, no te voy a perder, solo quiero ascender y te busco hasta en la lluvia. Corazón de mujer tiene su mal y su bien. Ternura, no te oculto. Nine written a secretos son absurdos. Ain't got time for them y no me luzo. Desde que me enteré este amor bien lujo. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Mami, mami, mami chula, eres suficiente, quítate la duda. Mami, mami, mami chula, tú sabes que ese ron nunca no dura. Nunca dura, ni suazura, ella lo jura. But then I prove the wrong, and I ain't beefing, no peleo. Dejo que pase las cosas, más bien la veo. Y analizo desde lejos. Gracias a Dios me entero y me sale bello. Me enteré del Judas los perros. Movimiento limpio, espíritu en espejo. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Mami, mami, mami chula, eres suficiente, quítate la duda. Mami, mami, mami chula, tú sabes que ese error nunca no dura. Nunca dura, ni suazura, ella lo jura. But then I prove the wrong, and I ain't beefing, no peleo. Dejo que pase las cosas, más bien la veo. Nunca dura, ni suazura, ella lo jura. But then I prove the wrong, and I ain't beefing, no peleo. Dejo que pase las cosas, más bien la veo. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder.
The celebrations we saw in that video on behalf of Wolves will be what we see yet again here in Mobile Masters for Call of Duty Mobile, this time by a completely different team, but will it be a completely different region? Potentially the match that we are gearing up and waiting to see could be what determines that very question as we are waiting on Q9 and Galeris to go head-to-head in match number 3. I appreciate you all in chat for hanging out with us while we wait to get into all of that action, but our teams are just getting themselves ready to get out on the stage so that we can continue on with the tournament. It's going to be an epic battle here for Group A. And then not shortly after that, after we made it through the match that we just saw on the B stream, we now have things lined up for match number 4 on the day as well. We did a little bit of not guesswork. We were premonitions. We were seeing the future, okay? It's Seminal versus Stalwart. Listen, don't make those faces at me, Tom. We're doing our best here right now while we prepare for these matches, okay? Honestly, I am very excited for when we can get into the action, but it's not happening yet. So you have to be patient.
No, we are getting there. We are at the mercy of what's going on in Brazil. Obviously, waiting for the games to get started. We just want to jump into the games. That's what we're here for. I am sure you guys at home don't want to see us three talking heads all night long. We want to be in the games as much as you are. I know we keep getting accused of yapping, but we have to say something in between these, whether it be yapping or not. But irrelevant of that, I think, you look at these two teams, it's going to be an absolute banger when we get into it. I think that's why we're just, the anticipation's killing me, Lauren. I want to get into this game, which Brody rightly pointed out could realistically still be our grand final tomorrow night.
How would that work? How does that? So one of them wins and then has to survive.
Yes.
Have to survive the decider match. They have to beat whoever is in the decider match to then get through on the other half of semifinals, and then they have to meet up again in grand finals. But would they not have to fight each other in the semifinals?
We'll figure it out.
No, I don't think they put two teams from the same group in the semifinals, Lauren.
Okay, that makes sense.
That'd be 3.
Excellent.
First. No, they wouldn't. Okay, no, they would be the opposite.
I like how Todd would
okay.
going through the motions for that.
I was just checking. No, I was checking. I have a sheet.
This is why Brody's here.
Where'd you get that sheet from, mate? I don't know where. No idea.
It's not yours, actually. If you want to.
Is it not? Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry.
It's Brody with all of the stats and the info and all of the correct answers. That's why we have to keep him around here for these streams, because otherwise we would all be absolutely lost on what was going on. And you've got the fresh haircut today too, so.
Yeah, I mean, I feel.
Today,
yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like that was down to us, actually, wasn't it? If anything.
What was down to you?
The haircut.
Was it? No, yeah. Actually, to be fair, yeah, my hair was like, my hair was getting super long, and the makeup lady was just like, yeah, you need to sort that, because I was looking like I was being dragged backwards for a bush. Yeah, it wasn't good. So we're fresher now. We're ready to go.
Disheveled no longer, Brody, as we finally have our player walk-ins ready to go here on the main stage, live from São Paulo, Brazil, as our stage host starts to get that audience hyped up yet again for the next match. And I love the energy we've been hearing from the crowd here so far, Ton.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic to see the home crowd just getting in and amongst it. They absolutely love their Brazilian teams, and they are very excited to see how they do, and they will be fully supporting them, and it's 100% a benefit. It's an advantage for the home teams here.
I love that we're seeing the country pride as well. We've seen quite a few players coming out with those flags representing their region, and that's just another element brought to the table. We have to remember that the Latin American teams are on their home turf. They've got the support of the home crowd, Brody, and that's definitely going to motivate them here.
Yeah, for sure. I just think, in general, I think it's high time that Latin America came out to perform, and this is the time to do it when you've got that home crowd advantage. You've got your fans cheering you on. I mean, you saw it during the first game, right? Where every time Gallerus made a huge play, you could hear the crowd roaring. Every single time that Gallerus won a map versus Kings, which happened 3 times over in very quick succession, the crowd were there. They were hyping up their team. And if that's there during this matchup versus Q9, honestly, I think Q9, they're not going to be a roster that's going to crumble under pressure, let's be honest. But that's a big, big thing to have on your side if you're Gallerus.
Well, we've got all 4 of our teams for the next stage of competition now up on stage, getting themselves at least mentally ready before they settle into their stations and start getting themselves technically, physically ready to go. Now, you see a few teams up here right now. Obviously, you can see that that's Kings in the back. They'll be facing off against Inco. So that is also the elimination match. We'll be keeping our eyes at least on those updates and letting you guys know how that's going, because that is an equally important match. Whichever team loses between Kings and Inco is out of the competition. That is one of those teams' last opportunities right now. Both of those teams' last opportunities right now in the tournament. So while we are focusing mainly on this winners match between Q9 and Galoris, because that will be whoever makes it through to semifinals, don't forget the match going on behind them. And we'll see how close that ends up being, as both of those teams did go down in a 3-0 fashion. So it's about that mental reset for them as well. Are they able to recover and bounce back and not let that bother them heading into the next match, Ton?
Yeah, they can't let it bother them whatsoever. They've got to just keep their heads down, play whatever game you have in front of you, and go from there. That's all you have to be able to do when it comes to these tournament settings. You absolutely just have to concentrate on the game in hand. And that's the best course of action at all times. It doesn't matter what esport you're in or anything. You just got to get your head down and play your own game.
Ooh. We saw a little bit of a poll pop up there on the bottom as well. Almost even in the prediction for who's going to be taking this home. Q9 slightly in favor of taking that home, according to the audience that were voting, at least here, Brody. So that's interesting to see as we get that team huddle that we saw the first time around repeated yet again, with some chants here on behalf of Galoris getting hyped up for the next match.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just going to be very difficult to split the difference between these two teams at this point, just given the fact that obviously we've got a hyped up, a re-energized Galaris roster with Lucasin joining the side. And then on the other side, you've got a Q9 roster that's been at the top of the game for the longest time. Really not much to split the difference between these two teams. The vetoes, however, I'm curious to see, I was curious to see what we would get before we got into this one. Having a little cheeky look over towards this then, it feels at the very least like Q9 have avoided Galaris' strongest hardpoint maps. We've not seen a Hacienda here. We're not seeing a takeoff going into this one. So that's good news at least. And, you know, that's always kind of half the battle, right? We discuss it all the time. When it comes down to those vetoes, who can come out on top? Because if you get those correct, you can have a massive advantage going into the series.
All right, we're starting to get a little peek into our players as they are all officially sat down. Headsets are on, phones in hand, and we can see them starting to prep themselves for this upcoming match. Players starting to get comfortable, making sure that the mic's at the right spot so they can hear each other. Those comms are wildly important when the audience can sometimes start to get a little bit loud. Things get rowdy, so love seeing that support too. And we said you've got these flags here in the crowd for Galaris, but that home advantage is very real. Love to see that we've got that fan support in there. We'll probably have lots of relatives, family, friends of our players, as we got to hear that in one of our videos earlier on. Even some of our NA family members going to support the players here, and that's just something we love to see here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, Ton.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We look any time we're watching anything and you get the family involved, because you know we can sometimes be like that. It can still sometimes be, oh, you're still playing that video game at times. But then when they see their family are still going out to these tournaments or overseas, going over to Brazil, it's great to see the support still there. Fantastic.
All right, it's looking like Q9 look mostly ready to go. It's possible we're just waiting on a couple players from Galaris to get themselves set up. You see those admins walking around checking to make sure that everything's copacetic here for our players, as we take a look at the audience who also are ready to go with this next match to get things underway and find out who will be one of the first squads through to the semi-finals. Only a few more minutes. Everyone in chat, we appreciate you bearing with us while we get everyone here set up and ready to go. We're just as anxious to get into the games as you are. And I feel like we might even see some of these people hanging out in chat here, Brody. See them on their phones.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, we've seen it in the past. We've seen players when we're casting the Snapdragon Pro Series, right? We've seen the players just pop in the chat and talk mad trash after the game, after like 3-0 somebody. Say maybe somebody from Galaris just pops in the chat afterwards and just like, yeah, you know what? Q9, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Well, looks like it's finally ready to go. Let's dive into match number 3, boys.
Oh, I don't believe it, Brody. We're in. Here we go. Match number 3 is going to be Q9 taking on Galoris, and this should be an absolute banger. Heading into the hard points, we don't know which way they're going. The same with the Surge Destroyer, the same with the control. This game could go either way.
Yeah, for sure. We just have no idea. And again, a reminder that these two are two of the best hardpoint teams, if not the best hardpoint teams in their respective regions. So we expect a banger coming into this first map of the series of this best of 5. And as ever, when it comes down to Arsenal hardpoint ton, we expect P1 to be super mixy.
It always is, especially off the rip. Looking into some further rotations further down the line, though, it can be one where you can pick up a decent amount of time. As far as P1s go, it is not necessarily completely rare, but rare enough. Thinking about the rotation over towards P2 very, very shortly, but 10 seconds left to go. Fighting over every single scrap and second. Galoris are going to be the first ones here over towards P2, but Q9 with some decent time over towards P1.
Yeah, this is a lot of time to give away if you're a Galoris, but I think they're kind of bargaining on the idea here that they do manage to get control of P2 and an R9 up top. I mean, that's the best way to go about it. Fokke was just incredible earlier on versus Kings of that weapon. Only going to find one, though, to pick off this particular rotation. Shinan already able to find his way through, and now he's looking for more kills. He's had a little bit of help by Sun, and all of a sudden that help just completely dissipates as a full kill feed comes through for Galoris. They hold on for the moment.
Good shots coming in with the R9. Holding it down so far. Backspawn starting to come in, though, from Q9. You have to make sure that they make these count, though, because if you're thinking about the rotation that's coming up in 30 seconds, it's not where you want to be. Bit of a split over towards the cannons, though. Gunfight going to go down over there. It's looking like Galoris just about going to hold on. They're going to pin Q9 back in the spawn as well. Rotation should be looking good, as is the last 25 seconds for Q9. So, yes, okay, they get the spawns, but they will get the time. They will not get the rotation. Galoris will be more than happy with that. Yes, okay, they will find themselves behind by the time we get over towards the next hill, but they got a good amount of opportunity to set up.
Yeah, big kill's already being made on the rotation as well. This is the right choice. If you're a Galoris, just don't push too heavily into towards scrap time. We see teams do it often, and it's a rookie error, but I don't think we're going to see any of those here in Mobile Masters. Fokke doing a really good job at keeping these guys at bay. Nicely read there, and that's an advanced position. I don't think either Xenon or Sun expected in that moment. So Galoris will have first touch here. Streak already coming down from Fokke as well. An investment I didn't necessarily expect to see. Nonetheless, though, it does keep a couple of players away, as is now the R9 of Fokke sitting inside that connector.
You can hear the crowd getting behind Galoris. Some good time coming on through here over towards this P3 hold. Annihilator out here as well. Shots starting to come on through, but the kill feed looking all Brazilian right now. Galoris getting the job done. Every single gunfight going their way. It's a 20-point lead and starting to rise. That rotation helping them out, and not really much of an answer here from Q9. Galoris a really good hold so far.
Yeah, Stella, but in from behind. Maoshi comes and he picks up a couple of kills. Yang One also going to find one as well. So Q9 at the moment able to find the back 15 seconds. But again, you're not too miffed about that if you're a Galoris here. You know, you take the rotation towards New because you've just managed to get 40 to 45 seconds off the back of that clean rotation towards P3. If you can garner control of P4 as well, you might well put this game a little bit far out of depth for Q9 early on. But they're now looking for the first wave of gunfights here. Yang One trying to penetrate through the middle of the map. He's going to get cut short. You have to imagine by a player such as the one on our screen. Mihawk and Lucasin looking for those kills. Fokke also trying to keep them away. The first wave of gunfights looking pretty good if you're Galoris.
Yeah, looking nice. The next wave's the important ones, though. Can you continue to find them? Howling now from the window. Can't find any more. It just feels like the guns from Galoris are that little bit hotter. More kills coming on through. They're holding it down. Really good job from Galoris. Every single time we're on board with somebody from them, they're finding the kills. If you're on board with Q9, they're dying very quickly. Continue to lock this down. It's been a solid hold so far. 40 seconds. I don't think Q9 have touched the hill.
Yeah, it's just been so hard for them to do so. They just cannot get through all these close choke points that Galoris are doing such a stellar job at keeping at bay, and now you're starting to see Lucasin pick up like a double kill. You can't just keep on pushing this. If a Q9, yes, I know you're getting those close spawns, but still you have to rotate, and that's 3 more kills now. That'll be a little bit of time. Make it yet another one from Mihawk. A full wipe in the feed here for Galoris, as they now have a real opportunity to swing this from that last hill in towards the next one as well. Q9 are not well set up for this just yet.
Can they get some decent time, though? Bit of a pinch being set up here. If you lose the gunfights over towards plant pots, you got to win them from the backside as well. Owling now. Annihilator out. He's made it work as well. It looks like Q9 have just about held on, but the spawns might still be a little bit funky. Just about locking it down so far here, Brody, but the kill starting to come in now from Galoris. Make it 3. Predator missile in as well. I don't think you're going to find anyone. The pistol comes out, and as does the kill. Yang1 inside the point with the Purifier, though. That's an issue. And they aren't able to deal with this issue. Does find one, can't find another. Galoris can just about find a breakthrough. 20 seconds still to play for here, Brody.
Yeah, I think you're relatively content with this. If you're Galaris, if you get the remainder of this time, that would be huge. Now you're going to see Maoshi, though, coming through with the equalizers again. One of the most powerful operators we have here in COD Mobile. And he's tearing the entire opposition away from the hard point. Yang1 also going to find a double of his own. And that means Q9 now should be spawning Galaris towards the backline. An investment coming out from Mihawk here. Bit of a suspect one, I think, especially losing your teammates. You now need to produce some more value with this one. And unfortunately, it's going to go down. Now the remainder of your team also starting to fall. And that claw that was an attempt to garner control in the middle of the map goes all right.
It's all about the investment, though, isn't it? When you come in these top teams, these close games, the operators have to be clean. Q9 now showing off that P1 can be a little bit of a money hill of its own if you can't find that initial break. Kills, though, starting to come the way of Galoris once again. Lucas opens things up. 2 kills coming in with the Annihilator will just about break open the hold. Coming in from Q9. More kills to follow. They find the break once again. Galoris have been in the lead for the majority of this game. In every single step that they take, it's feeling like it's deserved. Lucas finding more. 32 kills to his name already.
Yeah, I'm just not surprised at this point. I think this is just standard Lucasin things. If anyone was ever wondering, if you're maybe newer to Call of Duty Mobile, who this Lucasin fella is and why he's so well renowned in the scene, this is why, right here. 35 kills and we're only halfway through the game. Galaris in a stellar spot to maybe extend this lead here. They've already got a 50-point advantage and they already have control of P2 as well. They've got players pushed up towards the AA cannons too. So the positioning's pretty good from Galaris. Lucasin decides now's the time to use the Predator missile to create some space between themselves and Q9, but Fokke goes down, and that's the first player you need to take down. Sun now decides now's the time to bring the Sparrow out as well to try and break this hill. Q9, they need it.
Yeah, absolutely need it. They can get rid of one, but Lucasin continuing his reign of terror. There's another 3 to add to the 35. Now sitting around 39 after the first 2 hills on the second rotation. He's having a hell of a game, as are Galoris. 70 points in the lead now. I thought this game was supposed to be close. Lucas is running the show. 41 kills. Above and beyond everybody else in the lobby right now. Starting to pin them in over towards the backside. 15 seconds to go on this hill. It's a perfect flip coming in from Galoris. They will more than happily take that one. Heading over towards the next hill, they'll be in prime position. And this is where they started to really extend that lead on P3 and P4. Can they do it once more? Find themselves now, Brody, still 60 points in the lead.
Yeah, you talk about these key rotations, right? Those fundamentals of hardpoint. Galaris have it down to a T. Now you're starting to see investment coming out as well. Pabzera with the War Machine. What can he do? Lucasin's going to bring one of his Predator missiles down. His umpteenth here in this game, and the kills being made along the walkway as well. Yuling decides this is the time for the Annihilator. Can he get anything for it? Only one frag. Fokke's going to fight back with the equalizers here. Back and forth we go. Q9, they're on the way. Can Sun do anything inside? He's going to get shut down. Now next up is going to be Yang1. They go. They're Yuling as well. Everybody from Q9 is falling. Nobody can touch the hill here. Galaris are holding on.
Lucasin, he's just finding everything. How does he snap onto players like this? My word. There's the 4th. The 5th isn't going to follow with the Annihilator, but it's absurd from Lucasin. Time and time again in this game, he is taking over. And there's nothing that Q9 can do about it. 51 kills, and Galoris are still 30 points away.
Yeah, Galaris have just blown this game wide open. That's 2 consecutive P3 hardpoints now over the last couple of rotations, where Galaris have basically got 50 to 60 points away from the hardpoint. And last time around, remember what happened on this hill as well, Tun? Q9 just could not get through. Every single engagement was going Galaris' way. Another streak down from the heavens from Pabzera. Galaris now just 30 points away from victory. Q9, can they make the siege happen?
I mean, we talked about Lucasin plenty, but the holds from Galaris have just been so clean. There's another 3. 20 seconds away now from Galaris. Q9 have had absolutely no answer. The Brazilian crowd behind their team, they're going to walk away with this game. It will take some comeback. Everything having to be invested here now from Q9. One last ditch, one last effort. You got to make it count.
Oh, Yangwan's in. He's already found 1 kill. Can he have support from his teammates as well? Malshi's maybe find something. Yes, he does. Yangwan's going to bring up Purifier. That's 3 kills for him. Q9 in momentarily. Lucasin's already found a double, though, and finds a third posthumously with the Hunter-Killer drone. Galaris not giving this one up just yet. They can still find the 7 seconds on this hill. It's absolute carnage inside the hill as the smoke's going to be down. Q9 desperately trying to hold on for this time. Mihawk now in for the double with the claw. He's going to find it, but that's not enough time anymore for Galaris to finish on this hill.
Oh, we go to another rotation, but the game may well not last that much longer. 1 point away from Galoris, who have just been absolutely phenomenal. It's 60 on the board for Lucasin, who will have one more opportunity to add to it. The crowd in Brazil with bated breath as the kills start to fall, but not quite enough in their favor. Q9 still just about holding on.
I mean, it needs to be perfect. I know that's a cliche phrase, right? But it does really need to be perfect hardpoint from here on out. Q9 know exactly where Galaris are going to be spawning. There's a couple of rogue spawns coming on through, so as long as they read them correctly, they should be fine, unless Galaris just straight out ungun them. And that might be Lucasin's plan here. Just go straight on in towards the hill. The Annihilator's ready to go. He's already found 1. There's the double. 3 is going to be denied as G9 inside the hardpoint finds number 2. Q9 continue to hold on by their thing. Perhaps Henry can do something inside as well. There it is. Just a couple more kills. And that's going to be all she wrote here from map number 1. Galaris are feeling the hype, and I think we are too.
My word. Galaris, crazy map number 1 from them. Lucasin letting everyone know, yeah, I'm him. Remember that. Incredible performance from him in map number 1 against one of the other tournament favorites. They blew them out of the water on Arsenal.
Just insane. Just an insane performance there from Galaris. And honestly, I think at the start of the game, it felt like maybe we were going to have a much more intense, a much closer affair between the two teams, right? But I think as soon as we got from that P3 to P4 rotation where Galaris really started to walk away with the game, as soon as they started to take time away on hills like P5 in that first set as well, where it felt like Q9 should have had a better go of things, Tun, that's when I think we kind of knew how the rest of that game was going to go.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, it's relatively close the first couple of hills. You're like, okay, they're exchanging. It was at P4, the first rotation around, that you thought, okay, yeah, no, this is getting a little bit dangerous now when the full hold came in. We will talk about Lucasin consistently throughout this. I mean, he literally nearly doubled everybody else's kills. Like, the best other kill stat was coming in from Hawk at 37, and Lucasin dropped 64.
Dude, I can't.
That is insane.
I'm very sure that's a record break. I'm like very sure. I mean, Bobby would know. I'll have to ask Bobby if that's a record break, but I'm pretty sure, at least from our time in Snapdragon Pro Series back in Season 4, we did not see a 64 against one of the best teams in the world. Lucasin is like, this guy, honestly, like if you were to just create like a specimen, like the archetype of the best Call of Duty mobile player ever, I think Lucasin is that guy. I think he was honestly born in a lab.
Honestly. Incredible performance in map number 1. Q9 did start to bring it back towards the end, but it's almost like, you know, you get to that stage, you know for a fact that the game's already done. They're 1 point off. They're just taking their time. Fantastic work coming in from the side of, I mean, I'm actually speechless at this stage. That was an insane performance. Lucasin, that is ridiculous numbers to be dropping at this stage. Really good job coming in though from the squad. I mean, it's a fantastic performance, and not just the numbers. And I was going to try and make this point before I seen 64 kills, which has obviously had an insane bearing on how the game did work out. But the holds were absolutely phenomenal each and every single time. Really good job. Map number 1 going over towards Galoris, and that is a statement map number 1 as well, Brody.
Mate, I can't believe it. I mean, look, to be honest, it's not like they completely blew them out of the water. I think Q9 did a great job, at least of holding on towards the end, right, with their final break on towards P4, and then, of course, their hold for, what was it, 40 seconds, I want to say, on P5, before finally Galaris managed to find their way through. But still, Galaris, I mean, it is just the P4 for me. I think that was the real difference maker when we go back towards that game. The fact that they managed to get a full 45, off P3 on the first set, and then on the second set, they also managed to get, what was it? I'm pretty sure a full 60. I don't think they gave anything away to Q9 whatsoever. And then successfully made that rotation to P4 twice. You can't let that happen if you're Q9. And that's fundamentals. I think we've always talked about hardpoint. We've always talked about these COD mobile maps as like Arsenal Hardpoint and Hacienda Hardpoint are the two most fundamentally designed hardpoint maps in Call of Duty Mobile because of the way that the hardpoints are so well spread out across the map, right? You literally have to consciously rotate. You can't just mess up a rotation, and Q9 just didn't do that twice in that game, and I think that's probably what lost them it.
Yeah, it's a difference maker, isn't it? You know, you think back to, and as you say, it's all about the fundamentals. Immediately you've seen that though over towards P2. The first time that we got there, it was just Galora starting to spawn Q9 way into the back immediately when they needed to. P3 to 4 was just as perfect as you could possibly want for the most part. Look, they picked up some serious time at P3. They picked up nearly every single second at P4. And if you Q9, as you rightly say, you cannot let that happen. But Search and Destroy is a very different game mode. We will be heading into that map hopefully very, very shortly. But that's a hard one to bounce back from. Look, you're in front of that Brazilian crowd. You've just arguably been stomped. You've just arguably, maybe we will get a double check in terms of where the record numbers sort of sit. You maybe just had 64 dropped on your head for a record in hardpoint. Where's the mental at? Do you have that within you to sort of say, right, okay, look, okay, we lost map number 1. You just got to forget about it. But do you have that with the Brazilian crowd then still screaming at you as well?
I think so. I think it's important to note that beyond just this one map, Q9 are still one of the best damn teams in the world. Look, it's one hardpoint map where they made a couple of errors and obviously did just get outplayed by Galaris. I don't want to take anything away from Galaris there. But still, like, Q9 are a very resilient squad. We saw that back at Champs, where again, they made it all the way towards top 4. They made it all the way towards the semi-finals, I believe. They ended up losing, I want to say, to Godlike was the team that beat them. Oh, no. It wouldn't have been Godlike, actually. It would have been Wolves, excuse me. So Wolves beat them back there. You know, and Wolves went on to win the tournament as well, right? So it's just like, Q9 are a very good team. I think they've got the mental to regain here, and we know they're also a pretty good search and destroy team. That being said, they do look pretty dejected right now. Either that, or they're in a very chill moment of just like, I like how we just said that they're looking really like resilient and they're really chill. And then we go over to them and they do look, I think, genuinely a little bit miffed by how that game number 1 went.
Yeah, we do try to be body language experts as casters. I know we do. And I will continue to do so because it's something to talk about. Yeah, don't necessarily look too happy, do they, at this moment in time? And again, it's that momentum you can get with the crowd behind you, though. You just feel like, I mean, I can't say or to claim I've ever played on a main stage with the crowd behind me, but the feeling when you watch them is that they can't lose a gunfight. Like, it's every single time. You know, in any history of esports that we cast together, most of us just Call of Duty in different iterations, but you see these teams who have the crowds behind them. It doesn't matter where you are, what game it is, it definitely helps. Like, it's crazy to see how out of hand that game got. Lucas in dropping those amount of kills. I mean, he is delusionally challenging everything in this map. There's no way that he's not. You do not drop 64 if you're not challenging absolutely everything. And he'd be doing the exact same thing here in map number 2, I would imagine.
Is it delusional, though, if he knows he's going to win the gunfight every single time?
It's not delusional, but it's the delusional confidence in the sense of that you're like, yeah, okay, now I'm winning this gunfight. And then I would say probably 99 times out of 100, he does it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, it was definitely, I think, relative overconfidence, I want to say. Here's a look over towards Inco, by the way. I imagine with their reactions, they did just beat King's Clan. I'll try and keep up with what the score was from that map, or maybe Lauren can tell us if she's keeping an eye on it as well. But, you know, again, we've got that match going on. It should be noted that Inco versus King's Clan, again, I think Lauren said it before we got another one. It's one of those matchups where the loser of that one does go home. And I look over towards Kings and Galaris. And Galaris, Galaris them, right?
Well, here we go into the search and destroy. Galaris getting very aggressive over towards this B side. Couple of kills aren't going to go Q9's way. Gonna have to back on down now. And now this is what becomes a little bit more difficult for the attacking team when you lose those first couple of kills pretty much immediately. What's the plan after that?
I like the aggression coming out here from Galaris right off the rip. Yeah, Mihawk just coming out with a couple of kills through the middle of the map. A bit of a weird one for me. I don't normally see teams fly through the middle of the map like that. Yulings, though, going to answer back with a really good play, killing Foke. Got to be careful with where you're taking this bomb. If you're Galaris, you're very lucky that you do get away with those kills.
I mean, they found a few kills early doors, and now all of a sudden, Son is left all on his own. They found, what was it, 2 or 3? I think it was 2 kills came on through. Oh, and it's the shot into Mihawk. He's gonna have to back on down, but the bomb will go down. So now needs to try and find the 1 versus 2. Give the angle up, expecting the push to come in from the left-hand side, potentially. Needs a Chal, not gonna find it because it's Lucas in. Once again, 2 kills in the round. 1-0 to Galoris. That's an attack underneath their belt.
And you know what's funny, right? We always talk about momentum as we go between maps from hardpoint to search and destroy. I think you can definitely tell the way that Galoris played that first round. They are feeding off some of that momentum back into that round. Regardless, Galoris win round number 1 with that aggression. Q9 now on the defense, playing this one somewhat more scared. But look how aggressive they're actually getting up towards through B. They're anticipating a B push. This is a big gamble from them.
They've gambled correctly. Gina now going to find the push in from behind. Lucas in. Is he going to get any of these audio cues? Is he going to be in a position to stop something happening? No, he isn't. Really good retake coming in from Q9. Couple of kills coming through over towards the winery, though, and all of a sudden there's a 3 versus 3 here, Brody.
Yeah, and Q9 pushed all the way in towards the winery as well, so Galoris have full control of this site. And I love this read coming up from Galoris as well. Well, why not? If you know the players are positioned over towards A, just get the bomb down over towards B. It draws more of the round off when that bomb does eventually go down. Q9 also, because they're in a 2 versus 3, forced to play this one together. They can't approach this from multiple angles, and that's exactly the play here. Shinan and Yang 1, the latter of which is already gone. Now just down to Shinan here, 1 versus 3, runs out towards the site, looking for the kill. Pabzera's going to attack the feet, and Foke is going to finish him off.
I think it does not matter where you find yourself in a round here for Galoris. Every single time that they seem even backs against the wall, they are finding the rounds. That's 2 rounds in a row. They've lost first blood. They've been down at least 1 or 2 bodies and still managing to find the round. On the attacking side on Tunisia, it's very impressive so far. Q9 need to turn this around very, very quickly. It's another first blood that's going to go their way, but Fakiva will find himself a way through. And it's here as well, and they will continue to find these kills. First bloods be damned at this moment in time for Q9.
And you've already got control of the site as well. Yeah, you're in a 3 versus 3 here, so you could well retake it for your Q9, but Galoris have got onto site 3 times now out of 3 rounds, 100% success rate. And now off the back of it, they're looking to stop the retake as well. Maoshi's able to pick up 1, but he's now the last one left alive as his teammates go down. Goodness me, Tunisia is a defensively sided map, for heaven's sake.
Apparently. No, it is. You know, we've been talking about it in the previous series that we had it on. It's, if you're going into your defensive side, if you're winning 4 rounds on the defense, that's okay. So far, Q9 don't have any out of the first 3. It's not a good look so far. Galoris now setting themselves up for a push over towards this B side. It's going to be down to Sun to try and defend this. Shots from N already very, very solid. Sun's going to have to back on down. The reinforcements are on their way, but that bomb may well be down before that.
Yeah, again, same kind of story. Q9 bullied out of the site, and, well, how about those for post-plant kills, right? Galoris just doing such a good job at oppressing them. Q9 down to the last couple of players. It's once again Yang 1 and Uling who will immediately fall. Foke goes huge with the R9. Ton, what is happening?
Q9 are not locked right now. It's as simple as that. They look deflated. They look defeated already. Smoked in map number 1. Getting bodied in map number 2. 4 rounds of defense on Tunisia. They're yet to sniff a win. And now what's the plan here for Galoris? Look, all credit to Galoris, though. I mean, you want to give Q9... You want to say, right, okay, how have they not won a defensive round? But Galoris are running through them at every opportunity.
Yeah, finally, I think Q9 starting to feel a little bit more overbearing on the A site this time around. This is the better way to go about this one. Galoris, though, reactive as ever, decide, hey, look, I think they're all on A, so we're going to go over towards B. The only problem is that Sun's over here. Hasn't been that effective so far with the sniper rifle. As we know from Galoris bullying their way onto the site a couple of times so far in this game. And he's going to back away thanks to the utility. There's no trophy system down to stop that utility onto a site. So Galoris, they're already here.
Keep an eye as well on the other side of the map. Looks like a potential gunfight could go on there. And that will have bearing as they push through the middle of the map. The gunfight started coming through. Lucasson will find 2. And it just continues to flow for Glorious. Fight on the other side of the map. Which way is it going to go? Not quite the way that Glorious wanted it. Yangwon will find it. Makes it a 2 versus 3. Attainable, but still difficult. 2 versus 2.
Well, at least Q9 have brought this down to a 2 versus 2, but nonetheless, you've got to cross lines of sight right now. Hen, maybe you're going to pull off a collateral. No, going to miss the sniper. As a matter of fact, Dan's going to take him down. There goes Pabzera as well. And that is a big round for Q9. I mean, look, losing 4 defensive rounds is egregious enough. Losing a 5th one, oh boy.
But that's maybe one that can get some momentum back for you. You're already in a difficult position. 2-4 down, heading into the attack inside on Tunisia. It's not a position you want to be in. They could be 5-1 down. Glorious now looking to try and find another round here. If anything, they threw that one away a little bit with how efficient they have been. They'll be disappointed to lose that one. I think with a really, really good child coming through. Not much that Glorious can do about that. Great shots coming in. We'll have to back on down. 2 players over towards the B side. So a slight readjustment coming in from Q9 on the defensive side of things for what will be the final round of defense for them. 2 players over towards B. 3 players remaining over towards the A side. Glorious trying to think of a plan to break this defense somehow.
To be fair, the reactions from Q9 have been pretty good.
Straight
Big R9 fight coming up. Now Sheep able to cut a couple of players off guard, but nice reaction from Foke. He picks up 2 of his own. Immediately numbers now in favor, and Foke is on fire! Gallerist now able to get their way on towards A.
Phenomenal works with the R9. At times you think you don't want the shotgun on this map with some of the long sight lines, but if you're finding the push through the middle of the map, every single time that's the gun you want. Foke will now get this one down. 11 kills to his name. Yangwon trying to do something about this from the box's side. He's got some support coming in here as well. The first kill could be absolutely crucial. They can't find it. The push starting to come on through now, getting aggressive and getting themselves back to the respawn queue. Another attacking round to Glorious, who are heading over towards the defensive side. They only need to.
Honestly, mate, we've never seen this. We've seen a lot of games where maybe a team that's very much obviously better than the other winning these offensive rounds, but not like this. Not to this extent. Gallerist are throwing Q9 around like a ragdoll. And Q9 now need his response pretty quickly. Here on the offense, they might well have found it. They've already picked up a couple of kills here, so the B site should be theirs. Gallerist are also relatively splintered here on the retake.
Got to be clean with it. They have plenty of rounds to be able to solidify this 2-0 lead. That is looking like it's going to fall their way. So on the backline from the outside, looking like a first attacking round is going to fall their way, son. With another, was that the collateral to end it? I'm not too sure, but irrelevant of that, they do find the round. Which way they do it, they will not care. So Q9 now find themselves still 2-5 down. Flores still need 2 more rounds, but it's a good way to start your attacking side.
And Gallerist, we saw them say in that little pre-match interview that we saw, people should be scared of them. Q9 at the moment looking absolutely petrified. Now though towards the site, maybe they can regain some of that courage. Yangwon's already drawn that first blood here up top. Couple of players looking to keep control of Winery. This is a big one to take down if you can remove Sun from this position. There's one from Meekork. Nicely done, but they have given up the site ton.
Not ideal. Unable to find it back. Now all of a sudden, he can't do anything about this either. He's left all on his own and will get taken down. Really, really good start here to the attacking rounds from Q9. That's 2 attacking rounds in a row, and all of a sudden, this game is a lot closer than it was, especially heading into what would be a defensive side for Glorious. And the fact that they haven't found a single one of them yet could get a little bit concerning if this one goes the wrong way.
Now, unfortunately, there are no streaks here in Search and Destroy. So we don't have to worry about that if you're Gallerist. Q9, though, they are starting to build momentum, and I think that's undeniable. I will say this is a bit of a weird positioning. Maybe that some of those pre-nades, the set-nades have already happened over towards B, and that's why we see Lucasson leave the site like he has. But this is the second time now on these consecutive B hits that Q9 have had a free bomb site to themselves. But look at this potential rotation. They did have B. Now going right towards A, and they're very fortunate to timing. They go right under the nose of Sarah. No problem.
Lucas in now. You're gonna have to try and find something here. That bomb not down yet. You're gonna have to back on down if you Q9. What's the plan now? Do you stick or do you twist? Q9 have found a way through over towards the B side. You can see one player in Sun setting himself up on the transition. He needs to find at least one. As the Dolores players find their way over, Sun's not going to see anything, so that's information in itself. Push through the back. It's going to be coming through. The flank will be coming in. That's why Yang Won now find himself in this position. Yang Won trying to survive. Can he find anything? He can find absolutely nothing. All of a sudden now, it's down to Sun left in a 1 versus 3. Can hit the first shot. Doesn't hit the second. Could do with the second bite of the cherry coming on through. Sun can't find anything. Time running out. Bomb defused. Galoris find themselves now 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series.
I will say, Q9 have been very successful on these hits towards sites. Galaris there finally able to retake one, though, and that's splitting the difference right now. Galaris 1 more round away. Going 2-0 up against the behemoths that are Q9. And this aggression coming out from Q9. They're running right head first into Galaris, though. They're ready for him.
Lucas in 3 in the round. And that might just put the final nail in the coffin of this search and destroy. The shots are crispy once again. Sun left on his own. 1 versus 4. And very much dead to rights. Galoris 2 to the good. Running through Q9 right now.
Hey, I don't even know what to say. I mean, to be fair to Q9, I don't want to say that it was so lopsided because of the fact simply that Q9 were doing pretty well on their offenses, right? I mean, they put 3 back-to-back as we switch sides, but then Galaris just came out swinging and finally put a stop to it. They managed to retake the site, what was in that penultimate round, and then finally stop them getting on one at all in the final one. I don't know, man. Galaris just seemed to be on something different. We never see that. We never see, what was it, 5-1 at the split, 5-1 as we change sides. We've never seen team be that successful before on Tunisia offenses. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that was where the damage was done, right? Especially, you know, you're on that defensive side first, and usually we see that as an advantage, right? You're there. If you can find yourself in a nice little lead, it is the more advantageous side. If you're 5-1 up or something along those lines, then all of a sudden you're cruising, right? You've got to find 1 or 2 attacking rounds, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in the lead. The shoe can be on the other foot, though, because if you then start losing loads of rounds when you're on the defense, puts you in such an awkward spot when you're going over towards the attacking side, which they didn't start badly, but the mountain was, well, quite a climb. Another big performance coming in from Galoris. This time around it is Foki, who is the one who finds the plot. It's 13-7 from him. Lucasen still there, has the MVP with the impact, but 10-4 from him is not bad either. Q9 need to find an answer very, very quickly. Right now, Galoris are looking like the best team in the game. This has been an incredible performance from them. Lucasen, once again, a catalyst, but every single one of these players getting their job done when they need to.
And just so many of these early rounds, I think they just managed to get those first bloods, just basically barge their way in towards the sites, and then Q9 just did not have a response time and time again. It is honestly bewildering looking at this and seeing the way in which Galaris are just able to kind of waltz their way on towards the sites, and so much of it is kind of the split pressure, I want to say, between the R9 of Foke, who was able to kind of seamlessly transition his way in towards the sites, comparatively to the sniper rifles also on the roster, right? You know, the likes of Pabzero and Lucasen, who are able to provide that coverage so that he can do that. Galaris are just different gravy, to use a British phrase, mate.
That is a very British phrase for this time of night. But it actually was a collab that came through from Sun in what I think was that 3rd round or so. I didn't quite realize it at the time, but to be honest, it doesn't really matter, does it? Collateral or not, they are currently getting smoked off the hometown favorites, who are looking so good as being the first team to solidify a spot in the semi-finals. Things looking solid for them so far. I mean, Control, again, I tried to make this excuse for Q9 after the hard point that S&D is a very different game mode. Control is, again, but at this moment in time, they just look to be massively outclassed.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I will say this much. I mean, we go back to that Kings Clan versus Galaris Control, and that was the one where Kings Clan actually did find a footing. They just still fell apart versus Galaris, if only because of the pure slaying power of Galaris. So maybe if there is a game mode in this best of 5, it is going to be this one that we see Q9 come back on. But at this point, I'm not sure. I mean, I will say, generally speaking, Control is Galaris's weakest game mode across the board. So as long as Q9 have vetoed correctly, maybe they'll be all right, but I don't know at this point. I will say this much. I don't know what the vetoes are because they were on screen so quickly that I actually missed them. So I don't know what map we're playing here. So if we could... You don't know? Okay. I was hoping you knew.
I didn't see the map.
Really hoping you had me there, Tom, mate, but you didn't. So.
No, I didn't. I didn't check, commentating and stuff. But is this the Rubak? Yes, okay, there's potential for Q9, but they haven't offered me anything over these first 2 maps that would offer me any reason as to why that might potentially happen. But we will be finding out what's going to happen in the rest of the series very, very shortly. We're going to go for a quick break, but the conclusion of this series will be coming up right after this.
go crack. Baseline move, take it off of the map. No time to sit, all my people's where you at. Boom, boom, bap, yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Yeah, we got it like that. All my people's where you at. Whole body go. Yeah, we got it like that. It go boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body go crack. Baseline move, take it off of the map. No time to sit, all my people's where you at. Boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Yeah, we got it like that. All my people's where you at. Whole body go. Yeah, we got it like that. It go boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body go crack. Baseline move, take it off of the map. No time to sit, all my people's where you at. Boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Your whole body go. Baseline move. Your whole body go. The baseline move.
Déjame ver otro lado. Baja tus brazos cruzados. Relaja los hombros pesados. Y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Déjame ver otro lado. Y baja tus brazos cruzados. Relaja los hombros pesados. Y abre el pecho que está cerrado.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Mobile Masters. Very excited to get in what should be a good map number 3. But I mean, look, we promised this as a good series here, Brody. But so far, Q9 aren't holding up their end of the deal.
Yeah, I mean, like, I said I wanted this to be Grand Finals, or I expected it to be Grand Finals. Honestly, mate, if this is Grand Finals, I'm not sure we'd have much of a Grand Finals at this point. I mean, Gallerus are simply outclassing them. And I think, you know, the hard point, it was a couple of maybe rotations that split the difference. That Search and Destroy, though, was all Gallerus. Q9 now backs against the wall. They need to pull off a reverse sweep against one of the most formidable opponents in the competition. Can they get it done? They're starting things off here on the defense.
I mean, in the last respawn, we got a Lucas in Clinic. Almost nearly 30 kills above anybody else in the lobby. There's certain takeover games that you think of in your time casting esports. That will be one of them that lives up there for a very, very long time. Gallerus with a very, very good start. 5 lives lost, but on the other side of things, 9 for Q9. Good hold so far coming through from the side of Gallerus, and can they continue to do so here? Q9 trying to get something going. Sorry, Gallerus on the attacking side. Q9 trying to defend. Made that mistake before, Brody.
It happens, mate, to the best of us. Gallerus, though, at the moment, looking for the first blood. First tick of progression over by B. Q9 not really offering much in the way of resistance, not just on B, but also on AI as well. They're being careful to clear out their own base before moving across the map, and I don't know if that's the right decision at the moment. Finally, though, you see Erling picking up a couple of kills there. Mihawk going to go down. Pinstripe kill feed here for the moment. Gallerus still looking to put 1 foot on towards A, and I think with that couple of kills coming through from Fokke and Lukasin, respectively, I think this now might be the opportunity to do exactly that.
Control can ebb and flow that way. You're pushing one side, it opens the door on the other, but all of a sudden the door's being opened for Q9 to walk in and just absolutely slay out. Lora's going to be shoved back here. 25 seconds to go. They still need to get a control point underneath their belts. The shot's coming in solid and should get them out. 12v7, still attainable here for Q9. You just got to keep them off one of the points. Easier said than done. 15 seconds.
Still looking to defend these points. Gallerus, I think, really do need to start focusing on putting an extra 60 seconds on the clock here, but Q9 down to their last few sets of lives, now down to just 3 versus 10, as Pabzera and Lukashin really want to bring this one home. They're stopping the clock as well, and that just makes things so awkward. Malshi turns and burns on towards Mihawk, It's a nice spicy gunfight to end the round for Q9, but it's not a nice way to end the round for Q9. As look, they didn't do it via ticks, they did it via kills, but it's a round win nonetheless here for Galaris.
They won't care. Get the attacking round underneath their belts. Always a good way to start to control into the second round now. Can Q9 manage to find themselves in the attacking round? It's a fantastic start. 3 kills falling their way. Jinan finding himself 2, and all of a sudden, the doors have opened. Kills coming through, though. Look, he's in finding a couple of his... Oh my word! The third shot's absurd. And starting to line them up now with the Annihilator. Spawn close, that's going to cut him off, but already 16 kills to his name. And for me, look, you get those flashy plays from him, but he almost goes under the radar just a little bit. 16 kills, I'm looking around thinking, where on earth has he found these from?
Yeah, it's just funny, right? He just does kind of creep up on you, but now it's going to be Xenon keeping up on Galoris towards the spawn here, or Galoris, excuse me, as a couple of kills are going to come through. Finally, Shinan's going to be picked away from the spawn, and you're already seeing more kills starting to come through as Galoris, again, a great utilization of the streak there. They knew they were under pressure of potential spawn trap, because we've seen back at the start of Black Ops Cold War, if you remember that time, it was a while ago now, how deadly that spawn trap here on Control can be. So good utilization of the streaks, but again, Q9, they've got more kills now. They're really starting to put the pressure on here towards Galaris.
I mean, Galaris have never really got out of their spawn here, have they? Really struggled. But we know how quickly it can change in Control. For all that Q9 of spawn trap Galaris, they can be spawn trapped themselves, but with only 6 lives remaining, Galaris need to be pretty much perfect from here. It's just been the aggression coming on through. Not going to win that gunfight if you're Yang 1, and now all of a sudden you're in a dangerous spot.
Galaris finally removing these guys from that spawn trap. Q9 though, they want to add an extra 60 seconds to the clock here by capturing A. Shinan going to go for the reload, but ends up getting the kill against Honeycat anyway. Galaris have a lot of utility on side. I don't know if they actually opt to use it here, though. Again, Shinan's been such a nuisance over by this area. This spawn trap has been so frustrating for Galaris, and now they're down to the last couple of players, Henry Cat and Lukashin here. I don't really know if there's that much that you can actually do. Lukashin's picked up 1 kill against Uling at the very least, but you have to be perfect from here on out. A couple of kills, though. They're still in it.
Keeping them away. It's just time that's not on their side. If you're in that moment with 10 seconds to go, you can maybe make it work, but a whole minute, they can just pick you off. And for what feels like one of the first times, some life coming through from Q9. Galaris need to concentrate here. If they want the 3-0. They rightfully so kept a hold of their operators. With a couple invested there from Q9. So if Galaris can make theirs count this time around, then it's going to potentially be the difference maker. And it is for the first couple of engagements. 3 coming through from Foki immediately with the equalizer. And they're just going to be answered back pretty much immediately by Malkui as well. Is he going to be able to find any more? Not quite. Pretty much an even trade across the board. Galaris just about the better off.
Oh, some with a sniper rifle in the respawn as well. That thing's deadly. It's showing why in the hands of a player on Q9. But Hen's going to bring out the Purifier here to try and create some space for Galaris. They're going to utilize that by putting a player on towards B and starting to put a capture together. But in behind is going to be Owling here with the Annihilator. He's already found 1. Turns and burns on towards Foki for the second as well. And these players are going to continue to spawn in and around him. He can be such a nuisance, but finally he will go down. But in itself there, Owling's play creates a lot of space for Q9 to move up the map.
Galaris just couldn't find themselves out the spawn quick enough. Now all of a sudden, you can start to get yourself pinned in just a little bit. Galaris trying to find some work, trying to get themselves on the way out. A couple of shaky shots, though, are going to open the door. 13 versus 13. B, plenty of capture time. Left to try and get a hold of that. The clock has been stopped. 12 versus 12. Progress at B. It could be on the cards very, very shortly. Hen just trying to lock this one down. Just trying to stay alive. He's got his teammates there to help him cover, but not cover that one. Yang 1 finds his way through. SMG in hand. He's going to absolutely shred from these angles. Lucasen's going to fall. Really good defensive hold so far from Q9.
Yeah, they're just stopping that third tick coming through, but as Pabzera picks for double, Henry Cat going to follow up with number 3 now. That should be all she wrote for this point, unless Sun can do something about it. And Henry Cat is simply not allowing it. What a resurgence here from Galaris towards the end of this round. Now Q9 down to their final of lives here in this game.
Lucas in.
They're on towards Q9. I think that should be all she wrote here for this round. And yeah, that's going to be it as the B goes down. Shinan, have you got a 1 versus 7 in your back pocket? No, you don't, buddy. Galaris, again, that's the time to use your operators, and they did exactly that.
They smelled blood in the water, and they just ran with it. really good job from Glorious. And that can be the difference makers between the top teams, right? We talk about it so often. The investment of the operators has to be prime, and it was that. Glorious took the risk, but the risk paid off. 2-1 to the good now, but can they do better this time around? Last time around, it just felt as if they ran into the gunfire of Q9. They're doing the same again.
Q9 are ready for it, though, at the very least. Big kills coming out from Owling up top, looking for number 3. Oh, goodness me! Why would you even dare challenge him, Pabzera? Owling now down to the bottom. Has a little help from Jinan and Yang One now looking to make their way towards the point, but Lucasin with that heady is absolutely deadly. Up top now, Fokke going to take him down. And just as quickly as Owling creates some space here for the rest of his team, it almost immediately dissipates as Galaris now starting to take control of their building once more. The lives not that different between these two teams, but Q9 haven't even really had a shot at either of these 2 points so far.
The thing is, though, Q9, it was looking pretty bad getting stuck in the spawn, but they actually did very well to find their way out of it, and now can find a couple of kills in the middle of the map, more than a couple of kills. They're just about working in their favor. Lucasin, 35 kills. As said, he just creeps up constantly in the kill feed. Not necessarily dropping 4 at a time, but it's just 1s and 2s consistently. Yang One now in a really difficult spot for Q9 to deal with, but they managed to read exactly what's going on. The War Machine invested, but they get rid of it. War Machine now finding a little bit more before he does indeed fall. Very close one, 9v7.
Henry Cat now starting to force the issue once again. Another kill. Oh, Henry Cat, big double over towards the point. But Galaris now down to the final set of lives. You've already lost Lucasin here in the round. Henry Cat needs to find more value with this Purifier, and he just can't get it done. Flying out towards the window, gets shut down. Fokke on the point now. Can he do anything with the R9? No is the answer. And all down to Mihawk in a 1 versus 5. He goes as well. An offensive victory here for Q9. Around 5 we go.
It was looking good when the Purifier was invested, but then everybody dropping around the B side. The defensive holds not looking too great. From Glorious, who are now back on that same side. Can they manage to change this one? And well, okay, everything invested from both two teams pretty much initially. Pretty much an even start from both these two teams, but Sun Yang One getting the job done. They can find the push over towards the A side. Annihilator's out, and the Annihilator's hitting everybody, dropping every single operator they have. And Glorious backs against the wall pretty much immediately. These defensive rounds from them have not been solid enough.
And it is worth saying, I think this is probably the first time we've ever seen a team here in Call of Duty Mobile and Crossroads Strike actually utilize that very spawn trap that was so deadly early doors on Black Ops Cold War. Q9. They get A, they might well put themselves in that position once more. Right now, though, they've got a small life advantage. They are starting to capture that A point, as I said, and most of the kills are going in their favor. Galaris need a game plan right about now, and I think most of it at the moment is maybe just giving up A and focusing on what they can do over towards B. But already, Q9 starting to weigh their options on what they want to do. They're already starting to make their way over towards B. A is gone.
The transition to B. It's got to be that. Annihilator pop down from Lucasin, can find one on Owling. Looking to try and force the issue here with the spawn trap. You can just see Q9, they don't want anything to do with this. Annihilator out for a man who has 42 kills in this lobby. The dangerous position to be in. Mihawk can find one. Lucasin now from behind will find one, will find 2. Easy shots going to be coming in from the vet. Fantastic shots if that. Predator missile now in as well. Is going to be able to find, well, absolutely nothing with that. If you are Q9, you have a potential opportunity to get out here, but now you're being forced back. There's only one player who's out, but finding progress, 13 versus 13.
Yeah, and you've already got players, I think, pushed up as well. Look at number 5 on the minimap. You can see Yang One being an annoyance inside the spawn of Galaris. No choice but to put yourselves out in the open here. Mihawk and Lucasin, they're going to pick up some kills. Ow. Henry Cat towards the point is going to find Jinan. And all of a sudden here, Q9 removed from the point. The pressure towards the spawn is also gone. So Galaris can breathe for a moment. But they still need to deal with Q9. They still need to get players in towards the spawn. Mihawk going to open up proceedings for that first kill. Jinan, Yang One, Sun, all finding kills. Galaris down to the final set alive. It's a 5 versus 4. Now make it a 4 versus 4.
The game will slow down. A minute and 22 seconds for the attacking team, and they go aggressive. Pamsro will find one. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Gulort. Make it now a 3 versus 3, so Anta will be coming back from the side of Q9. Can they find the gunfights? It's a 2 versus 2, Brody. The remainder of this series relying on a 2 versus 2. Jinan and Maoshi versus Pabzera and Lucasin. Has Pabzera just spotted out the play? Yes, he has. He knows now there's somebody trying to climb up the cliff. You have to imagine at the very least they've spotted it out.
That should be communicated over towards Lucashin. Now's the time to get on towards the point, it would seem. Lucashin forced out in towards the open here. Player watching from up top as well. It's going to be the War Machine. Yeah, from Pabzera. Now down to a 1 versus 1. It's going to be the Equalizers versus the War Machine. Who is more accurate with their operators in this situation? And the pre-fire is good enough here. Pabzera is just going to wait and chill for Maushi to make his move around. 30 seconds on the clock here, and Maushi's just spotting him out. He's just spotting him out in from behind. Surely Pabzera is done and dusted, and yes, he is. Maushi is going to keep Q9 alive in this game.
Comes down to a 1 versus 1. What a crazy game, number 3. And there is life in Q9 yet. Really good performance in the control there. Honestly, their attacking rounds, they were so relentless. And it never really felt like they ever were going to lose those attacking rounds. It was so aggressive time and time again. Comes down to a 1 versus 1. They get the job done. Life in the series yet.
Q9. I mean, look, when they won that round number 3, I honestly thought it was done and dusted. I was going to say, prior to that round number 3, even early on in that one where it felt like the defense of Q9 was pretty strong, I was going to say, look, you know, this is going to come down to who gets the ticks, who can get the most progression on these points so they can guarantee a defense for round number 9. And at the time, it felt like Q9's defenses were ultimately stronger. But in the end, it comes down to a round number 5 after back-to-back offensive victories for both sides. And it is going to be Q9 that managed to survive. And this is, again, off the back of... I know we'll talk about Q9 and how solid they looked in that one. But again, off the back of this slaying performance from Lucashin. 48. Like, dude. Like, what?
Well, if you want to play a devil's advocate, how is he dropping 48 and they're losing the game?
See, I think that's a fair point. I just hate admitting that's a fair point.
It's not always about the kills. They do help, but they didn't this time. 3-2 in the end to Q9 to make this series a little bit more interesting. Map number 4 will be coming up, but it may just give them that confidence. It felt like, I mean, what, from the 3rd or 4th hill on map number 1, they lost that confidence. Can they get it back now? And can we see something from Q9 on map number 4? We kind of tipped this as a potential grand final. Q9, well, hadn't showed any of that potential in the first 2 maps, but we're getting to see it a little bit more now. Map number 4 could be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly check actually what the next map is going to be here. But yeah, I mean, we go back towards the replays here and you can see just kind of how that entire map went down. I've got to say it as well, I am somewhat curious because I'm surprised in a way, and I said this all the way back in SPS Season 4, the rare times that we did get to see a Crossroads strike control, we never saw that spawn trap. And to a certain extent, I often wondered, like, does that spawn trap actually exist here in COD Mobile? Because we just never see it, and I was always surprised that no team ever went for it. And now I know it does exist, and I think Q9 are just really damn good at it.
I think so. Just a really, really good performance. And again, it was those attacking rounds they were so good at. So many different times that we were sort of saying, all right, okay, close rounds, but it always felt like they were maybe a step ahead. And it is a difference maker. Just played the... I want to say they were proactive in their attacking rounds. They were always getting somebody inside that spawn building. They were always just being a pain in the ass, and that is what can sometimes make a bit of a difference. Just trying to keep people at bay, get those lives down. Lucashin can only do so much when he is left on his own, right? You can only shoot in one direction at one time. Big map win coming in from Q9, and now all of a sudden a series potentially on our hands. Map number 4, any ideas yet?
I think it's Summit, but my memory is terrible, which you know. It is Summit. There we go. Yeah. My memory's not as bad as I thought it was. So yeah, Summit's going to be interesting. Again, I mentioned this before we got into the series, but it is interesting to say that somehow they managed to avoid both Hacienda Hardpoint and Takeoff Hardpoint in the vetoes, which are Galaris's strongest maps. But again, I think I'm not too sure on what the strongest maps are actually for Q9, so maybe that's the situation. Galaris just didn't want to play those maps. I don't know.
Well, we'll see how it plays out, whatever happens. We'll be heading into map number 4 very, very shortly, but I don't know. I still feel like a prediction for Q9 would be bold. It would be very bold at this stage based on what we've seen in map number 1. It was the fundamentals that were just so much better from the side of Galaris. I mean, I think you'd be hard-pressed to pick many people who think that this is going to go to a map number 5. yes, okay, control looks like maybe a shaky spot for Galeris to maybe have to work on throughout the rest of the tournament, to maybe look at maybe some different maps to come through, because it's not really working for them right now. We said against Kings that they weren't necessarily great. Kings actually, for the European fans who are still awake, shout out you guys. Yeah, Kings are out, unfortunately. Yes, they've just been knocked out, and that's a shame for them, but they always knew coming into this tournament was going to be super difficult. Europe, but still with some ways to go. Irrelevant of that, though, it's still been an incredible performance from Galeris in the maps that they did win, but they lose that control. Definitely some work still to be done there.
Yeah, for sure. I think like it is important to note on the whole, right? We're talking about Galeris here on control. It does feel like Galeris is weakest in control, at least from the couple of maps we've seen so far, and obviously what I saw of Latin America SPS Season 4. So that's not really a surprise to see them struggling in that game mode. It is also important to note that, as we said before, Kings are very good at control. It was their best game mode. So I don't think it was really a surprise to see that being the biggest resistance they come up against in that prior series. In this one, though, you know, we've talked a lot about Q9 and where their strengths lie, and they're one of the best hardpoint teams in their region. They're also very, very good at search and destroy. It's what they're mostly known for. So for control to be the map in which they find a way in towards the series, I think is going to be somewhat surprising right now for Galeris. But you know what? I don't think they'll be that perturbed by it. They're still 2-1 up in this series, and they're a very, very good team. Let's see if they can close things out here on Summit.
It's time to lean forward again for Lucazun and the boys. Can they find something here in the map number 4 on Summit? It's a very, very mixy map. Going to be about the R9s, who's performing well with them, who's finding the breaks with them, who's using their utility the best at the right moments. It's a great start for Galeris. Some good time over towards P1. The shot's a little bit shaky. Don't say that very often when we're here at the Mobile Masters. Some good time over towards P1 for Galeris, and rotation over towards P2 imminent in 25 seconds.
Again, going back towards the matchup between Galeris and Kings Clan. This was the map in which they let Kings Clan have, I'll say, 68 points. They destroyed them back in that one. So Galeris looking for that same kind of performance here, and they garnered a lot of time off P1 on both sets of rotations that we saw back in this map. Feels like the same kind of thing happening here once again. Q9 cannot find a way through. Most of the gunfights going in their favor. Q9 will find the back 5 seconds here, Tunt. But can they actually make a rotation over towards next happen? The vast majority of gunfights go in their favor. There's one more player hanging about, and it's going to be Fokke. He was able to cause some serious disruption down low. He finds a double. That might have opened the door.
Can they find a way in? 50 seconds. Yeah, left on P2. Q9 will get themselves some sort of control. Spawns there, though, for the side of Galeris. As you mentioned, that's what you want to keep an eye on. About this P3 rotation. Keep it mixy at P2, which is what they're doing successfully so far. Sun just sitting in the corner in the smoke, finding the kills, and all of a sudden that's going to break the spawns. You're going to be able to find a route through. Fokke is here. He's going to have to find a kill or two to hold these spawns down for the side of Galeris, but they are leaking time at P2 still.
Yeah, I like this jump down coming through. Nice little challenge there from Hen in towards the hard point. Yep, Fokke is going to pick up a couple of kills. Surely not number 3 yet. Shinar not going to allow that one. Trades galore here, but ultimately it is going to be Galeris that hold on towards the rotation for now. That's a lot of time, though, for Q9. They'll take that. Even Stevens basically here with Galeris, just they got the noses out in front of their opposition, but now Galeris do have control of the rotation. All it takes is one bad timing for a player to get in from behind. Maushi tries to exploit said bad timing, does get shut down. Galeris for the first couple of kills, looking pretty good here. They've got every single lane being watched.
Managed to hold this down. A couple of kills going to start coming on through, though. The investment of the Sparrow coming out from Sun. He's managed to find at least 2, make it 3. Fantastic work from Sun. It will now find that break, and it's a hard break back from Galeris because they got cleanly wiped from the back, and now they're going to try and find a push on through. The smokes are going to work out in both teams' favor. Our Link finding 2. It's a wonderful break coming in from Q9. Have to come with the investment here from Fokke. Can find a couple. Equalizer out. A lot of investment coming in from Galeris, and they want to try and spawn them over towards the backhand side so they can get the spawns coming in for the next hill, which is coming up in 20. So they're just going to get the scrap time. Small lead will be theirs too, but rotation has to be important. It's actually being won by Galeris as well. They lose the scrap, but get the rotation. Works out in their favor.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the streak just came down there from Sun, and that was really poor. That was just totally not what you want to see out of Q9, because they've lost the rotation now, and now's the kind of time that you want to see a Predator missile. Galeris get the better look out of that hard point as well. But they are currently down 13 seconds overall. Claw up top, trying to provide some coverage. Oh, goodness gracious me. Mihawk snaps on towards Shinan, and Fokke going to follow up with another kill. There's Henry Cat to completely wipe away Q9, but they do spawn close here. They'll continue to knock at the door of the hard point, and one player's managed to make his way all the way through. He brought the Purifier out momentarily there. That was Yang One, who does get shut down. I think Mao Shi also utilized their specialist too. So Q9 here, they're being battered away for the moment, but this is very far from convincing for Galaris.
It's not quite being the start that they had to map number 1. It was electric. It was unrelenting. Maybe knocked some of the wind from their sails. That loss on the control, but still they are finding themselves in the lead, and that's all they will care about so far. A really good hold over towards the P4 side. Now all of a sudden heading into another rotation of hills. Galaris are going to be in the lead. Irrelevant what happened to the final 10, but it's looking like it will be theirs. Really, really nice hold, and that's the kind of hold that can win you games. In a scrappy close one that this one is, that can be the difference maker. Now thinking about the rotation over towards P1. Some time can be had here and over towards P2, but it's all about those P3 spawns when we get there in about 2 minutes time.
Galaris, that was a big hill coming up from them. They now hold a 35-point advantage or so over Q9. This was the hill last time, as you said, that Galaris managed to get a lot of time away from. Q9, though, they're going to be the first ones in for the moment. Mao Shi also providing some coverage to kick this one off. But he's going to go down. There goes the rest of the squad as well, as Fokke picks up 2. Henry Cat now looking to find his way through as well. He's already picked up 1. Hits the reload momentarily, but Jinan is getting the better of him in that situation. Enables Q9 to be back on through. As we hit the 25-second point in this hill, Galaris should now be focusing on making sure they get the rotation, but Q9 already starting to poke holes in said rotation.
Did so well on that rotation over towards P3. They won't want to be in that position again. They would love to actually just have that rotation, I would imagine. Close game here, though. Q9 picking up some decent time over towards P1. They'll close that gap ever so slightly. Maybe just close it entirely. 1 point game now as we head over towards P2. A much closer game number 4 than we've seen in game number 1. Galaris starting to find a couple of kills. It's all about the spawns over towards P3, though. Keep an eye on them over the 55 seconds that are remaining here at P2.
And this game could not be any closer at this point. Galaris again wanting an opportunity to split the difference. Sun going to momentarily use the Sparrow, but the not so great effect. He takes himself out of the equation as well. And now Galaris starting to earn some more time on this hill. They're getting the kills, but they're still annoying Q9 players that find their way around. A couple of kills do come through from Mao Shi, but he does get removed from the situation as Lukashin picks up 3. Make it 4 in a row there. Galaris with a big wave of gunfights, and again, Tun. There's 25 seconds left here. They can get the remainder of this time. They're starting to utilize some of the specialists as well to make sure that happens as Mihawk up top with the claw to do exactly that, and they can get the rotation towards Nu. This could be a pivotal moment here in the game.
That was a lot of investment, though. They do get a hold of the spawns, but they need to make sure they lock them down, unlike last time. The hill's going to be hitting in around 10 seconds or so. Q9 have found themselves back in a bit of a better spot, but a bit of a preemptive investment coming in here from Galaris, and all of a sudden, Lucas Zhen. Oh, we can try and do something there. I thought that was the kills coming up for Ao Ling. Not quite through the window, but Lucas Zhen finding a couple. It was 3 in a row before he did fall. Ao Ling finds some of his own, and all of a sudden, Kaloris are being battered back just a little bit more. 47 seconds remaining. Tight push coming in here from Q9. Big plays coming in from Fokke once again. It's looking like they're going to hold on this time around over towards P2.
Yeah, Q9 will give this one last hit because there's still a wealth of time to go for. Lukashin going to get a couple of kills off the back of 1 hunter killer drone. 1 bird, 2 stones. Now Q9 in this situation. How much more do you actually want to put into this one? Because now you're spawning around the back line. You've got to be very, very careful about how this one goes. You do not want to give the rotation away to Galaris like you did last time around, because now they've got a somewhat comfortable lead. 1 more player to contend with in this rotation. I don't know if they actually know that Shinan is here. Yeah, they don't. He does find 1, but Mihawk's going to trade things out for that second hill hunt. So we'll have a moment to breathe here as we get in towards the second set. About 10 seconds before Q9 land on this next hard point. Galaris with a small lead.
A small but significant one based on what we've seen so far. Look at Zhen finding 2 there with the hunter killer. It's a good way to kick off this rotation. And you remember the last rotation of hills here, Brody. Galaris had such a good time over towards P4. Good shots coming in from Yang One, but not quite good enough to clear it open. That is pretty much a clean wipe, but 1 more player finding a way through. That's going to be Ao Ling. A little bit of presence over towards that side of the map. Decimated immediately. Just wiped off the face of it. Fantastic stuff from Galaris so far. 30 seconds to go. They've held nearly every single second.
Galaris are doing a stellar job at keeping Q9 away, but now they're getting those close spawns through. Street coming down here from Fokke, who I don't think it's landed just yet, so it's not going to get any kills. But again, Q9, they're banging at the door here. They're demanding entry in towards the hard point. They're being removed from it pretty much every single time. It's Galaris coming out on top. Fokke now decides the time to use the equalizers in towards his hard point, and he picks up a crucial double that keeps Q9 away. Ton, the last couple of hard points have been all Galaris, and they have really started to run away with this game. It feels just like P1 once again. And Fokke, now with the equalizers, he is doing serious damage in towards P1. This might well be Galaris' rotation as well.
They stepped on the pedal now. Fokke finding more and more kills, equalizer in his hand, and that might have just solidified the game for Galaris. They're 25 seconds away. Q9 had a fantastic start, but I don't think they've found a kill in about 30 seconds. Incredible play from Galaris. They're 20 away now. Predator missile coming through, everything being invested. If you're Q9, you've got to find something fast.
18 seconds away from victory. Q9, they're in the hard point. Couple of players left to talk about. It's Maoshi and Jinan, the former. Now the last one left alive, and he's going to get quickly shut down here. Ton, it's streaks galore. Galoris, they want to find their way in towards the championship bracket, in towards the next day of play. And Q9 trying desperately to break their way on through. Maoshi and Yang1, couple of kills. Couple of operators now coming out from Q9 as well. They do not want to go down yet.
They've got to send it. That's the problem. They've got to invest everything over towards P1. So what have you got left to fight with over the rest of the game? You need to blow them out of the water. Maoshi can do a really good job of doing that, but it's starting to be answered back now from Galoris as the operators start to run out. The real guns are out, and who's better at fire on them? So far, so good from Galoris, but it's going to be back inside the point for Q9. They still need to be nearly perfect throughout this game. They can allow Galoris only 6 more points.
And there's the kills. Lukashin! Lukashin! What is that? 4 kills for Lukashin. And Owling's the last one left alive. He's going to get shut down. And I think Lukashin, I mean, it would just be him, wouldn't it? Might well have set out this game just like that. Galaris shut out Q9, and they book their place into day number 2.
Oh, this kid is different. Insane scenes in Brazil. The hometown team lighting up their main stage. That's Lucas Jin's main stage. And there'll be, I don't know if anybody can take it off him this weekend with the way he played there. What a performance.
Bask in this one, Galaris. Again, this was 2 of the biggest teams that people were talking about coming into the competition. Q9 and Galaris from their respective regions. Galaris fire first blood in this competition as they book their place into Championship Saturday. Quite a unique championship, but a championship nonetheless. And man, I mean, I'll be honest, Ton, beyond the control, and even then to a certain extent, Q9 just felt out of depth, outclassed. Galaris.
Entirely.
Just such a sensational roster. And by the way, this is a Galaris team that really was not that long ago, I mean, weeks ago, that they made the decision to draft in Lucasin, and what a decision it was. I mean, to be fair, you bring on the best player in the world, you take that decision 24/7, but still, they just look like they've been together for years.
I think it's, you know, the discussion, I've been keeping an eye on Twitter of who is the best player in the world. It's my first personal time casting Lucas Jin, and yeah, I can see why people say that. Wow. This guy, I mean, awareness is top tier. The shot is crispy. And I just think, you know, if you're Galaris, you just need to utilize the kills he's finding. You need to utilize this slaying that he has there. Because if he's dropping those numbers, you should be blowing teams out of the water. They did so on the hard point. I think control is definitely something they need to look at. They need to make sure that is solidified if they want to win here in Brazil, in their home country. They need to maybe work on that control, but other than that, things are looking very, very clean for the Brazilian side. It's almost not exclusively from Lucas Jin, but my word, he's doing a lot of work for them.
What is that, like 100 kills plus, 110 kills between the 2 hard points that we saw? Just on quick maths.
It might be 120.
Honestly, mate, it honestly is just unprecedented performance. And I don't want to make it all about Lucasin, because the rest of the team also made it there. So I do want to give them all their credit where it's due. But But still, man, it's insane. It really is insane to see one roster change, giving Galaris such power over their opposition. Galaris, they'll be confident. As we said, folks, they are going into day number 2 of competition. We've got Lauren here. I imagine she was getting just as hyped as we were about that game.
I mean, I think, like you guys had mentioned, we thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that. Galaris just looked absolutely unstoppable. Now, to be clear for everybody at home, that was the winner's match. So Q9's not out of the competition yet. They still have one more opportunity to make their way through to semifinals tomorrow, and that will be facing off against who won the match between Inko and Kings, which, if you heard Tun mention during the cast, it was Inko that did defeat Kings 3-0, which means Q9 has to defeat Inko if they want to continue on their journey to the grand final. So there's still a little bit of hope for either of those squads, whether you are a fan of Inko or a fan of Q9. One more match on the day left for them. But Galaris, like you had said, I don't even know how many hours ago at this point, Brody, at the beginning of the day, where they are a team that could absolutely not only be in the grand finals, but be the one that takes it home at the end of the day. And if they continue having not only team performances like that, but if Lucazine continues to be this consistently good, who is going to be able to step up to the plate and stop them?
I think, to be fair, at this point, and I know it's early doors, so we still have a lot to go on here in this tournament.
Sure.
Looking over towards Group B in particular, though, I am still not quite confident enough to say Seminal are out of the conversation, only because of the way in which they handily dealt with Amigos, apart from the hardpoint, which was really close. And it is worth saying that, again, we go back towards the Latin America Grand Finals, and Amigos almost reverse swept Galaris. So we know that Amigos are a very competitive roster. We know they're a very like-minded roster comparatively to Galaris. Again, though, that was without Lucasine. So there's a bit of an asterisk on that. But nonetheless, I think there is still competition in this one for Galaris. I don't want to say they are 100% going to win, but right now, man, dealing with Q9 like that, I mean, we said it in the game, and mate, that's different gravy.
Yeah, it's definitely something different. I mean, they're now done for the day. Galaris having secured the first spot in the semifinals on day 2 of our Mobile Masters, which means it's time for us to start talking about match number 4 and how that's going to go. Before we do that, though, it's time for a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Déjame ver otro lado, baja tus brazos cruzados, relaja los hombros pesados y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Déjame ver otro lado y baja tus brazos cruzados, relaja los hombros pesados y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Sí, sí, miraste pa' dentro y volviste. Sí, sí, te desviaste y luego seguiste. Sí, sí, pero te levantaste y pa'lante fuiste. Sí, sí, volviste y eres mi brújula, te sigo sin dame algo real y algo que me tinque. Más chiste, menos chisme. Dame algo original y algo que me indique. Dale fuerte que pique. Permítate, pana. Yo veo tus sueños cumpliéndose mañana. Yo veo tu futuro, el reflejo de tu alma. No te falta suerte, sigue con ganas. Sí, sí, caíste. Miraste pa' dentro y volviste. Sí, sí, caíste. Te desviaste y luego seguiste. Sí, sí, caíste. Pero te levantaste y pa'lante fuiste. Sí, sí, volviste y eres mi brújula, te sigo si me permites. No dejes que tu chispa se extinga. No dejes que tu esencia se acabe. Siempre has sido tú quien determina si te levantas cuando caes. No dejes que tu chispa se extinga. No dejes que tu esencia se acabe. Siempre has sido tú quien determina si te levantas cuando caes. Déjame ver otro lado. Baja tus brazos cruzados. Relaja los hombros pesados. Y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Déjame ver otro lado. Y baja tus brazos cruzados. Relaja los hombros pesados y abre el pecho que está dame cerrado. Algo real, al y algo que me tinque. Dame algo original, al y algo que me indique.
que venga de corazón, son, y que me repique. Dame algo real, y algo que me tinque.
She no ready, but if you're ready, put your hand up, baby. Bad man, you know ready. man up. Man a bad man. The whole place turn up. When me come, you know the whole place turn up. Man a bad man. The whole place turn up. When me come, you know the whole place turn up. Man a bad man. From sun come up, beat up and jump like a bomb. Man a bad man. From sun come up, whole place bad, 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 bad. Man a bad man. Bad inna the north and me bad inna the east. Bad inna the south and me bad inna the west. Man a bad man. Man a bad man. Man a bad man. Bad inna the north and me bad inna the east. Bad inna the south and me bad inna the west. Man a bad man. Man a bad man. Man a bad man.
Yo, ND. See the boy self-made. So I don't watch face. Yo, look. See the boy self-made, so I don't watch face. No way, I just do myself. On my feet all day, there's a see that pay. My boss Arteta Mikel. But you know about nights in the rain, no pain, no gain. Gotta stack that highlight shelf. Came in the game, no name, no bust down train. Just me in the world. Men lie, women lie, but money don't. She a bad bee with a lady man, that's a honeycomb. You got my bell when I got your bell, don't worry, that's a funny phone. Came a long way from my one trainers, no gloves and a runny nose. Cause I been it, seen it, feel it, believe it. See my Andrex thump up for a feel it. See nothing, didn't see no dreaming. Show only team that I'm teaming. Music, therapy, need it, I'm feeling, I hear it, I feel it, I write it, reveal it. Start, don't stop till it's mission completed. Chart, don't drop till the feeling deleting. See the boy self-made, so I don't watch face. No way, I just do myself. On my feet all day, they say see that pay. My boss Arteta Mikel. Well, you know about nights in the rain, no pain, no gain. Gotta stack that highlight shelf. I came in the game, no name, no bust down chain, just me in the world. Yeah, self-made, so I don't watch face, I just do myself, yeah. All day, this is see that pay out to Mikel, yeah. Nights in the rain, no pain, no gain, that highlight show, yeah. I came in the game, no bust down chain, just me in the world. Yeah. I'm a road champion G, I'm in the Champions League. Man, what you say, we not talking to me, I'm a boss only right, I pull up in the Jeep. 4x4, interior clean, pass it to me, let me score for the team. 3-0 hat-trick, living the dream, you see. I ain't a regular teen, pop champagne, celebrate with the G's. All of the work that we did for the P's. A-star boy, now I need me a B, see my diamonds cold, man, it's 100 degrees. Never giving up, so don't do it, please. I smell the wind and it's strong like a breeze. Everyone raise up your hand to the beat, cause the night we gon' scream for the ease, G's. Cause I been it, seen it, feel it, believe it. See my Andrex thump up for a Felix. See nothing, didn't see no dreaming. Show only team that I'm teaming. Music, therapy, need it, I'm feeling, I hear it, I feel it, I write it, reveal it. Start, don't stop till it's mission completed. Chart, don't drop till the feeling deleting. See the boy self-made, so I don't watch face. No way, I just do myself. On my feet all day, they say see that pay. My boss Arteta Mikel. Well, you know about nights in the rain, no pain, no gain. Gotta stack that highlight shelf. I came in the game, no name, no bust down chain, just me in the world. Yeah, self-made, so I don't watch face, I just do myself, yeah. All day, this is see that pay out to Mikel, yeah. Nights in the rain, no pain, no gain, that highlight show, yeah. I came in the game, no bust down chain, just me in the world. Yeah. We are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions. Yes, we are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions, we are the champions. We are the champions, we are the champions.
Claro de una vez que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo, si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Una egoísta, te busco la noche si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Una egoísta, te busco la noche si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí.
Give me girls, give me drinks. I wanna party, don't wanna think. I wanna do, how about you? What do you say? Give me bottles, give me a buzz, give me the music, give me some love. Wanna get drunk, I wanna play. Give me drinks, I wanna party, don't wanna think. I wanna do, how about you? What do you say? Give me bottles, give me a buzz, give me the music, give me some love. Wanna get drunk, I wanna play.
For the party, pull up in your space and I don't say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody, I'm not everybody. Wake up feeling like a 10. Call me an Uber and he pull up in a Benz. Wake up feeling good again. Want a good time, so I'll bring my friends. I'm the best best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Damn, I'm awake and it's morning. No one is around and it's getting kinda boring. Rain falls down and the rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring, rain keeps pouring. Damn, it feel good when the sun come up. Glass in the air, better light one up. Friends are all around and they say what up, what up. Pass that cup. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You can kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Yeah, yeah. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best,
Então aqui ao palco, quero saber se vocês estão preparados para receber mais brasileiros por aqui. Com vocês a equipe da Amigos versus a equipe da The Rejects.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're seeing our Group B teams making their way to this stage for our next round of gameplay. This is going to be an exciting one. We're going to have Seminal facing off against Stalwart, and then we'll have Amigos versus Rejects. And a little bit of a change up here. I know previously we told you guys we were going to be spectating that Seminal versus Stalwart match here on the A stream. Things have swapped around a little bit. We're going to be keeping our eyes on Amigos versus Rejects, which is, I actually think is going to be really exciting here, Brody, because we already watched Seminal have a really strong performance. Obviously, Rejects being that #2 seed in NA. I want to see what they can bring to the table against Amigos.
Yeah, for sure. I think Rejects almost reverse sweeping Stalwart to me suggests that they are actually a very strong roster, and I don't think anybody who watched Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series in North America should be surprised by that. This is a Rejects roster that already made marked improvements within their own region. They look like they could beat Seminal at times, and arguably there was that one time where they should have done had they not used the banned skin. But Rejects are a very, very good team, and they've just brought Blur on side as well. We've talked that to death, and I'm excited to see kind of what he looks like in this roster, because Blur, statistically speaking, is a damn good player.
Now, if you guys are just joining us here after that break, Galaris is the first squad to claim a spot in the semifinals tomorrow of our Mobile Masters. Q9 dropping down, and they will face off against Inco. Now we're in Group B, and like I said, we've got these 4 new squads that will have to go up against each other. Another opportunity for Latin America here in Amigos to try and get another spot in those semifinals, but it's not going to be an easy road for them here, Lanex, because after the performances we've seen out of Rejects, I mean, they already almost had this in the bag the first time.
Exactly, Lauren and Brody. We have just seen Rejects fighting to the end, and of course trying the best they could against Stalwart. As Brody said, a very long series showing that they've got endurance. They're gonna show their best level against Amigos, who basically were defeated by Seminal in a quite shorter match, I would say. But anyways, they strived, they did our best, the best they could. And let's see how this next match is gonna go, because I could very well tell that Ben brought his pillow, but to the back side. And actually, we could see also Zeus using his Brazilian flag. Let's see if it's gonna bring him luck as it brought to Lucasin previously.
You know, Brody, there is a world where, since Rejects almost swept Stalwart, but then they didn't, Seminal was technically better than Rejects in the season. So there's an argument that Seminal could take out Stalwart, and then Rejects take out Amigos since they lost to Seminal, and then you get both NA teams into the potential of that semifinals portion of the bracket. And I think that right now, with what we've seen, that might be the best opportunity to go up against Galaris with the performances we've seen from them.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think this is going to hurt some of the East's best folks, but I definitely agree. I think that might be the likely outcome here. I think people really do underestimate Rejects, only because of the fact that Rejects, obviously, technically speaking, didn't qualify, right? You know, they qualified by way of the fact that Mayhem got disqualified. But they should have done. I mean, Rejects did so well during the regular season of Season 4, during the Challenge season, and then they just kind of pooped the bed. In Challenge Finals, they just kind of disappeared out of nowhere against Mayhem for whatever reason in the hard points. It does happen, but it was in the most crucial time, and for that, you know, we need to kind of put them down a little bit. But yeah, I think Rejects are a really good squad. They could absolutely make it towards playoffs tomorrow. They could absolutely be a competitive squad versus Galaris. And then for Seminal as well, I talked about it a little bit already. Seminal don't look that bad. For not having their star player, it would be a lot like saying Galaris without Lucas in right now, because that, I think, is probably the most apt comparison we can make to any other team in the competition. Tectonic is that good. It feels as if the teamwork hasn't really suffered whatsoever, and Cartels, if I remember correctly, is also the statistical MVP of their last series too. So Cartels is showing up, and Seminal don't really look like they've skipped a beat. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to sort of see if Seminal and Rejects do get through tomorrow, to see if they can actually be competitive versus the best of the best. But it's a big if, because they've still got to get through some pretty good teams at the moment. And I'm sure Igor will tell us here that Amigos are also pretty good as well.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Obviously, they stumbled a little bit against Seminal, but what do you think they can bring to the table now with a little bit of that time to reset in between each match going up against Rejects?
I think especially thinking of what they have just faced against Seminal, they can very well take lessons from having faced a very strong NA team as much as such as Seminal, to be frank, and then surely they're gonna apply a lot of things against Rejects as well. But we gotta look at the maps that both teams, Amigos and Rejects, have already played so far, and these maps, they do not repeat themselves, meaning there's no correspondence between the two drafts that we've seen for these two sides. So I'm very curious to see how they're gonna actually work around that or with that against each other, because now it's going to be the first time they're going to be facing one another in this level of competition. It's going to be a very, very special match. The first time, literally, internationally speaking, that Amigos are going to face Rejects at these conditions, at this level over here.
Now, earlier in the day, we actually got an opportunity to kind of hear from a bunch of our different teams and things like that. And that's what these LANs really provide a cool opportunity for. We got to hear how many of these players respect the likes of Lucazine. We got to hear an entire interview with Galeris. So throughout the rest of the day, if we have an opportunity here, if we have the time, we'll see if we can maybe sneak some more things in for you guys to hear and get to know our players on a deeper level. Before we do that, though, the important stuff is coming through. We have our picks and bans here, Brody, and I want to get your thoughts on which team this could potentially favor.
Oh boy, let me give me a second here to look over towards our map sets for what these guys are very good at. I will say both Amigos and Rejects, at least from the first glance, look like they'll probably be happy with the hard points, both Apocalypse and Arsenal, which is Amigos and Rejects' best maps respectively, make their way in towards the series. So I think this might be one of those cases where they're trying to play for their own strengths. For example, didn't quite catch what the map number 5 was up there because it was very brief. But
Slums.
we do see a firing range search and destroy. It was a Slums search and destroy. Did you say,
Yes.
Igor?
Yep.
Okay, Slums. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's pretty interesting because both of the teams are relatively good at that. And then the standoff control is probably the most interesting thing of all because I don't think we saw Rejects play it once. I think it was a hard veto throughout the entirety of Season 4. So I don't know how that's going to go for Rejects. Honestly, this looks like a really 50-50 series just based off the vetoes alone.
And Lanix, what are your thoughts on the vetoes?
Yeah, I would say that Arsenal is going to be potentially more interesting for Amigos. They managed somehow to play well on long and giant, massive hardpoint maps. And going for firing range is going to be a new for both sides. We have not seen firing range, as far as I know, today yet, so it's going to be new for both of them. And then when we move to control standoff, we can definitely expect a very aggressive Amigos. It's one of their best combinations, as we have seen in LATAM easily this year. So they're going to try to do similarly to Galleries, like obtaining advantages on round number 1 and then pressuring, and then eventually building up a spawn trap during this show. So let's just hop into map number 1 in this series as we see already Amigos against Rejects moving to P1 for a first gunfight. And it's going to be massive. It's going to be interesting. We have already a lot of positionings being built up here, and both sides equally dominating the spot here, Brie.
Yep, we're already into map number 1 here, folks, as Amigos taking on Rejects. Now, I did kind of hype up Rejects on this map mode combination, Igor, but I will say this much. Rejects did not have a good go on this earlier on today. They actually lost this map. It was the first map of their best of 5 versus Stalwart, and they lost it pretty handily too. So it feels like maybe Rejects aren't as well seeded as we normally would like to see on this map mode combination. Maybe they're just struggling with it today, and maybe that'll play into the hand of Amigos here moving forward in towards their best of 5. But already off the start of this one, Rejects here, they've got a very small advantage, but Amigos, they are on the better side of the map for that inevitable rotation over towards P2.
Yeah, we should say that this has been a very good start on the map for Amigos, who on Summit earlier on, against Seminal managed to push and bug a lot. They actually produced 234 points against Seminal today, so maybe aiming to do almost the same or better than that against Rejects, who are already rotating to P2, as we have Sapuka doing a fantastic, beautiful slaying work here to protect the region and try to bring his team aboard. Amigos needing points, needing seconds, and that's precisely what they do. They step into P2 and dominate the hill, fighting now for the back line as Sapuka slides in beautifully on the right flank to try to find more opponents on the side of Rejects, and Rejects at the same time it's out of theirs. They're trying to find their way, their route, finally finding these scrap points on P2 and thinking already on the second hill, as we're gonna see that Amigos are moving already to there, Brody.
Yeah, Rejects will be very happy with the way that hill went. They managed to take crucial time away from Amigos. Amigos still actually looking for it. Sapuka is going to be the player to try and move in, but Envy, you had a stellar hardpoint there on 13 kills between the first couple of hills already here. Igor, he's going to be the one to take him out of the equation, and Rejects already starting to knock at the door of the rotation that was Amigos for sure. Sapuka and Illusion going to pick up the first 3 kills between themselves, but look at Rejects. They're starting to knock at the door in behind here. They've already got a couple of players ready to break those spawns.
Yeah, fantastic job by Amigos, prepping, setting up their defensive line like a trench and preventing Reject from having comfort on this potential rotation. As we see now, the margin, the edge by Rejects is being melted down, and we see them, even though trying and getting up and getting in the P3, and okay, 4 players now, 5 players, that's awesome, that's good. That's a nice response to whatever Amigos just did on P2. Both sides, of course, studying each other. Amigos know they cannot lose. They need to fight until the end, so that's gonna be potentially a very long series. Since Rejects are also coming from this kind of a game, we have a very nice image of the last seconds on P3, and both sides are gonna be heading over to the next hill, Brody.
And already you're starting to see the numbers somewhat weak for Amigos, to be frank. I mean, they'll get the old spawns towards scrap time. This is not a good position to be in if you want to stop Rejects before they can even get going. Now, though, 2 versus 4 for the moment here as close spawns start to come on through for Rejects. Envy has a lot to do, and he can only find 1 kill before going down. The pinstripe field will come and start in effect, and, well, Guto and Sapuka are going to combine for 3 as Amigos remove Rejects from the hardpoint momentarily. Rebalo, they're going to come out with a couple of kills with the War Machine. Zeus is now going to be the one to fire right on back through for a triple. And goodness gracious, a moment of carnage between these two teams, but it is going to be Amigos here that come out on top and now have control.
I hope not frank conversation between the War Machines coming from Zeus and also Rebalo. So fantastic work on P4, which is very complicated to be taken out of your opponent's hands, as we know, Brody, because it's very well closed. It's just a few spots of entrance, so it's very hard to keep track of it. And we see Zeus already dominating, using the Hunter Killer for a pair of kills. And suddenly, just like that, Amigos, hopping up and dominating the kill feed for a potential rotation for P5. But Solo is already there, dominating the window as well. Envy getting close. Such a great work, such a great job, and a great first map on both sides, as Amigos now are better. They have the edge on the scoreboard, and I'm very curious to see how Rejects are going to respond to this. Finally, they're bringing the reinforcements, 3-4 players at the same spot, meaning that they can very well escalate to 100 points. But Amigos are also driving there. They're trying to get to the positioning in order to regroup and attack.
It is worth saying, by the way, the Blur's got the Gravity Vortex gun out, and that thing is very unusual to see in any given game of COD Mobile. It only ever comes out on a couple of maps, and I don't generally believe that Arsenal is one of them. So, not sure which operator they've dropped to get that one through, but it is curious nonetheless. Hopefully it'll work out for Rejects. We saw the initial usage not be that great, I will say that much, from Blur. Rejects, though, off the back of the back 20 seconds here, should be able to garner about a 40-point advantage, so away from Amigos, and they already have players in towards New as well, so you want to be careful here if you're Amigos that you don't find yourselves out of depth. But here we go, 3 players jumping through the window. Jez and Envy, they're ready for a couple of them. Sapuka, the only one to find any value whatsoever, and he goes down pretty much immediately. So, second set of rotations here, he got Rejects with a 40-point advantage, and Amigos not in control of rotation. This is a good advantage, good opportunity here for Rejects.
Rejects executing their plan of almost focusing the eliminations on the hands of Envy, and he has been doing very well on this occasion, almost hitting 30 eliminations to this point, as long as we see Amigos doing something slightly different, I would say, spreading more the kills among the 5 players. So it's been more of a collective effort so far to finally get to the 100 points positioning on the scoreboard. Against Reject, we see a margin of 30 points. That's very fragile. Reject's gonna have to keep working. They're gonna have to search and find this next heal in a more, I would say, idealistic and stronger way when it comes to protecting the both line and at the back line and also the spawn. But Amigos, again, utilizing all the points they can to this point, Brody.
Yeah, that was a big kill coming out from Amigos. You couldn't really afford to give that one away, and they're already starting a challenge for New as well. It was Illusion towards the backline that does get shut down. Crucial gunfight to make there if you're solo, but now Rejects, again, they've got to be wary of these players that are going to filter their way through the AA guns. It's 4 players in the line of sight of Solo. He's got the equalizer again. This is the operator you want to deal with them, and well, yep, he's dealing with them pretty quickly. He's also got a bit of help from Blur and Solo as well. These guys pushed away from the hard point, but keep an eye on that minimap, folks, because the spawns are looking pretty good. If you're Amigos, you've already got a couple of players behind, and there's the flip.
Yeah, we have the flip. We have Rejects doing a good job connecting between both heals and also dominating the kill feed with the Annihilator in the hands of Envy. Rejects now looking solid, trying to consolidate his advantage against Amigos, who are kind of spread apart, trying to fight for a potential get back, for a potential retake inside of this hill. But we have a lot of smokes. And again, Brazilians are forced to fight for the next positioning. They're forced to move already and try to escape Reject's strong key positions that they have just built up. We're going to see a lot of battles again on the flanks and moving to the next hill. But both sides very conscious that they cannot stop working. It's a very, very detail-driven match so far, Brody.
Amigos do want to be careful, just like last time, about players coming on the flank. One of them is already there in the form of Jez. He was able to pick off Guto before he can be a problem. Now it's Blur with the Gravity Vortex gun. Yeah, posthumously going to get a kill off the fact that that Gravity Vortex is still going to be there. So Rejects now knocking at the door through the front. Raballo's already picked up a 3-piece. That is huge, insane. The only one to find any value, it's going to be a double. That's a hell of a value. Insane for 3. And the support fell from Guto as now Amigos in for this time. Rejects, they tried to fight their way through. They're denied.
Insane again. Another streak of 3 eliminations. He even amps it up to 4 kills in a row. 5 bullets. But on the back of the opponent's heads. Such a great job, but Insane, he's not dead already. And finally, Jazz brings him to the ground to a certain death. What a work from Insane right now to help his team and being a human tower on that positioning. Rejects, they managed to break in. Nice work, responding fastly, as I was gonna say, against the Brazilians, and trying to move quickly to the 200 points. We're gonna see now the second P2, if I'm not mistaken. But Brody, the game is going fast, but again, based on details.
Rejects now, again, that 30-point advantage they built off the back of a full 60 hold on P2. Still maintained despite what Amigos just did on the last hill. Now they're knocking at the door. One player from behind, he's going to deal with, that's going to be Blur. Envy goes down as well. It's all players now just left up to number 2 in the hill. It's Jez, who can only find 1 kill. Spawn's still going awry towards this hard point, though, because Amigos have got to deal with players on all angles, and Blur is one of those players who finds a double. Is that now enough for the rest of the team to find their way through? Envy and Solo going to pick up more kills. Rejects are taking valuable, precious time away from Amigos, and you look at the spawns now for Amigos as well. As we hit the back 20 seconds up this hill, they've got no choice but to push through the old hard point.
Yes, and they have been defending. Rejects dominating the first half, usually off the heels, and of course having to think about the next steps as Amigos are trying to obtain those scrap points and fighting a lot. As we have seen, Insane doing a great job, pretty much heated up and spot on today against Rejects. It's gonna be, and it's already been, the match of their lives. See what else they can do. But it's just beginning. It's a best of 5 maps series fantastically that we are watching today here. And we have Rejects already escalating to 230 points. Fantastic P5 so far. It's their heal. There's no way to not say this, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. Rejects just 20 seconds shy of victory, but now 3 kills coming through from Amigos. They do not want to give this time away, and that is a full clean wipe, and they should know where Rejects are going to spawn as well. So Amigos in for a chance to hold on towards this game. Rejects just need one solid break in the back 15 seconds and it'll be theirs. Envy and Raballo already finding kills. Slide through doesn't work out for Solo. Big kill to make if you're insane, but there are still players in and around this time. They could still finish it here.
Gigantic attempt of return by Amigos, finally getting to the 200 points as Rejects were looking and are looking pretty solid to rob this map. Number one, we see Sapuka rotating, both teams feeling the pressure, kind of split right now, but Rejects looking a little bit more organized to dominate this next hill as we can see, and Jazz with this claw is gonna be just fantastically strong, but he's down to the ground. Envy has already annihilated Amigos, overturning this. I don't know if there's time. Amigos are gonna have to come to the hill. Let's see, 4 points only now, 5-4 against Amigos, who are stepping in and they do not give up. This is the mindset, but Rejects regain control, and that's it. Just like that, it's gonna be map for the Americans, Brody.
Rejects get it done in the end. They make sure they hold out. Again, just a couple of crucial hard points really do split the difference between the two rosters there. We ask questions again, just like many of the teams coming into this tournament, about what Rejects would look like post-roster change. Would Blur kind of mess with the team play of this roster in hardpoint, a hardpoint team that had been so good in the mode back in Season 4? And I think the answer is no. Blur just fitting in like a glove at the moment with this roster. He comes in clutch there multiple times for the Rejects side, and Rejects able to come on out. Again, it was just a couple of hills that made the difference. I think a massive full 60 over towards P2 on that second set. That was the most notable one for me, where it really did feel like, look, Rejects have now got themselves a solid setup towards the game, a solid 30 to 40 point advantage that never really felt like Amigos were able to actually put away.
And Amigos fought pretty much the same way they did against Seminal, trying to not give up, trying to not decelerate or, not let your opponent dictate the pacing always. And we've seen that they did a good job, but again, Rejects showcasing their qualities as well, as you said, and Envy almost getting to the 50 kills mark. Such a great job by all of them. And I would say on the top of that, Brody, the usage of the operators was almost perfect by Reject, not allowing Amigos to breathe. In many occasions, Amigos lost these special abilities very fastly, so that was not interesting for them. Let's see how they're gonna get ready for map number 2, as we see a very confident Zeus looking at the audience, and we're gonna see some of the best moments, beginning with a very even start maybe, which then became more to the hands of Rejects.
Yeah, this is much more what we expect out of Rejects here on Arsenal comparatively to what we saw earlier on versus Stalwart on this very map-made combination, in which Stalwart put them away pretty handily. And there were multiple moments there where I guess they just took away some crucial amount of time away from Amigos. Amigos didn't really have anything to say about it, especially, again, as we got into the second set. That's where it really started to feel like Rejects managed to walk away with the game somewhat. This was that big hard point where Rejects got pretty much every single second away from Amigos. Then we moved to the rotation. Amigos also got contested over there, and it just started to feel like, again, Rejects were taking more time away from every single hard point they got control of than Amigos did. And you did mention it as well, to be fair, mate. The operator utilization from Rejects did feel just slightly better than what we saw from Amigos. And I questioned the Gravity Vortex gun. I was like, this is something we don't often see. Is it the best operator coming out? I think it was Blur that's using it. Honestly, to be fair, pretty good operator usage. I think it was a big reason why they were able to take time away from Amigos on P4.
Yeah, maybe I would say Vortex would be nice on a window, just like he used on the P4. But just and whenever you have the chance to hide from the opponent, and then the forward's not going to see what is waiting for him. Again, it's rare, as you said, unusual, and usually it comes more to, I would say, smaller maps. We see a lot also on Apocalypse and other spaces. But again, Rejects doing a better job. And I would say beginning this series in a high note and changing whatever they did against Stalwart in the sense of winning the hardpoint mode and map. It's very important for them. It's paramount for them to get back on track.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, map number 1, that was a big one for Rejects. We talked about why as we looked over towards the earlier best of 5, because it is a map that, historically speaking, Rejects have been very, very good at. Again, I think it was 3-1 was their record back in Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, so they kind of needed to take this one away because no doubt it was their pick, and I think we did see those improvements comparatively to the earlier matchup versus Stalwart. Next up on the cards, though, is going to be a firing range, search and destroy. This is always an interesting one. Again, Rejects were actually pretty good at this one back in Season 4. Not too sure kind of where Amigos fall on this one, though.
Yes, let's see how things flow here, and of course how Amigos are going to use the snipers, how they're going to use Insane eventually with the R9, or if it's going to, you know, flow back to a DRH or eventually an SMG. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. Both sides, of course, very much conscious of what they need to do, and again, the margin for mistakes here is negative, if not zero, because it's their chance to move on the competition. And now it's going to be the time for Amigos to prove that they can win a search and destroy strongly. They have already lost to Seminal earlier today from a margin of 7-4 rounds. And it's time to reverse this story. It's time to change that and show that Rejects are going to have to be cautious against Amigos over the series.
Yeah, for sure. Just an update for you guys at home as well. I'm not that I'm checking the timeline while casting, because I would never do that. But I do have an update for everybody on the score of the other game that's going on right now. You guys might be aware that Seminal are taking on Stalwart Esports, and that's in the upper bracket side of Group B. That is for qualification for Championship Saturday. Seminal just beat Stalwart, map number 1, 250-89. On one of Seminal's worst hardpoint maps. That's Takeoff Hardpoint, by the way, a map in which they, I think, got 100-point club by top teams a couple of times back in Season 4 challenge season. So for Seminal to come out and beat Stalwart like that is it's either an indicator that they put the work in, which could well be the case, or that Stalwart are just very bad at Takeoff Hardpoint, or that Stalwart just got absolutely trounced by Seminal, which, to be fair, it could be any of those things. Either way, there's the update for you folks at home. But going back towards the search and destroy here, Igor, I think it is important to note that for Rejects and Amigos, the search and destroy is arguably in both cases, probably their worst game mode. Maybe not so much for Amigos, maybe Control slightly worse, I don't know. But for Rejects, certainly that is the case. They are much stronger at Hardpoint, they are much stronger at Control, and unless something significant has changed between now and back in Season 4 a few weeks ago, it does make this a little bit more interesting.
Yes, I would say that for Amigos, search and destroy is complicated, or has been complicated lately. Rejects, they have, on the other hand, showed a little bit more on this competition, since they have reached the 8 rounds against Sora today in Meltdown. And then when we take a look at firing range already, a 7 rounds by Rejects against 9 on the side of Stalwart. So I would say Rejects, they would be like more confident to play the bomb mode against Amigos. But let's see how things are gonna roll, because Amigos, they have played, to be fair, Brody, the combination firing range as ND, I would say perhaps more than Rejects on the last season, especially on challenge season. It's a more common map on the Latin map pool.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, you would probably know a lot more about that than I would, obviously, given the fact that, we casted all of North America and Europe, and you casted the Latin region. So you would know what Amigos are like on this map mode combination, but they do need to be good at it, because if not, they go 2-0 down in this best of 5, and that's something you don't want to see versus the Rejects. Rejects, though, starting things off here on the defense. It's already Jez drawing the first blood, and this is very aggressive coming out from Rejects right off the rip here. They're getting very deep into wood.
Yes, pretty much dominating the core. We see both sides getting close. We have a potential contact. Sapuka trying to poke, and GDO eliminating Rebalo. We see a lot of kills rolling on. 3 men, now 2v2. That's gonna be down to it on this first round. Let's see who's gonna be able to dominate spaces and win the trades. As we see, Amigos already with the C4 rotating, are waiting, to be fair. Rejects moves, and GTO, nice bullet against Blur. That was the pick that they needed to gain confidence and finally complete the rotation to A.
And that might get bad timing, though, here. Jez in behind. Oh, no, he's just been read perfectly. What a read from GTO there. I don't know if maybe he got the audio cue, the drop down from wood. Maybe that was the reason that Jez was given away in that situation, but he could have got some very good timing and won out that round. And what a flip on the head of that round it really was, because Reject started so strong. They got early control of wood, and that's generally speaking a way to succeed here on firing range, search and destroy on the defense, but it does not work out in the end. Now Amigos, 1-0 up. Going to change the pace a little bit here on this one. Envy just gives herself away for free for first blood.
Yeah, as you said, Rejects being very aggressive for a defensive team on the first round, and then Amigos responding on the bullets. We see now that Amigos are changing their route to B, and Rebalo is going to be apparently the only player on the side of Rejects to try to do something, but Solo took GTO down, and that's going to be a battle now for the C4. Rebalo taken down by Illusion, nice work by Insane as well to protect this route. And we're going to see a 4v2, pretty much favorable to the Brazilians as Blur tries to open his scope and eventually catch someone off guard. Zeus taking Solo down. Now Zeus again looking at the middle of the map, and Blur is going to try his luck. Sapuka well-trenched as well, so very one-sided round clearly already, Brody, as we see. Oh my god, what is happening right now? Fantastic pair of bullets. And that's it, customized to meet the faces of his foes. Such a nice job. Fast decisions, and Blur against two more players from Amigos, trying to step up his level of game, coming with the .50, and that was not just possible since Amigos, they were there before. That positioning for defending the B is very strong always.
Mate, Blur just it just makes things look so possible. It's an improbable situation. At 1 versus 4, that he makes it look like, hey, this could well happen, especially with the timing he got on towards Sapuka that was trying to flank him. Nonetheless, Amigos starting this search and destroy very strong, and it feels like that's going to continue in towards round number 3 as well, as they've already got full control over the A site. Blur choosing not to shoot through the bomb, just going to wait for that bomb to go down and play retake instead. But this is going to be very difficult now. 40 seconds now to make a retake happen. You've got no mid-map pressure yet.
Yep, no pressure, since we see Amigos very comfy. Blur taking Zeus down. Insane on the trailer. Both sides gonna be meeting in a bit, and Sapuka is protecting the planting spot as we have Jazz already trying to come from the A barrel. He's out there getting out of the cover. Nice play, taking Sapuka down. Illusion tries to respond. This is gonna mean a 3v1, and V is the only one alive, and Illusion shows his quality, coming up, stepping up, and making the kills.
Amigos trying to draw on the power of the crowd at the moment. And that was almost a bit of a fumble, I will say that much, from Amigos. They got control of the site, and they let a couple of players in. They were very reliant on GTO getting the snipes down that A lane, but in the end, that is exactly what happens. Now, same kind of story once again. They want to overwhelm Blur on site. Blur has a lot to do here. He's going to back away momentarily towards Rebalo. He effectively gives the site away, but it does enable them to draw the third blood on towards Illusion. So, somewhat good start from Rejects. Nice set nade as well from Blur. That's going to take Sapuka out of the play. 3 versus 5 now for Amigos.
Amigos managing to switch the bomb sites at all times, changing from A to B, back to A, and now repeating the A on this round number 4, as we have the trailer being the battlefield over here. Rebalo taking Insane down, and that's it. They managed somehow to bring the points. Such a nice job. Rejects trying to get that connection, as we see Amigos players talking, focused of course, as they should.
Man. Amigos are getting very aggressive on towards these sites, and that's finally the first round where we see a bit of resistance coming up from Rejects. It's off the back of a bit of adjustment as well. Not going so heavily in towards A this time and playing more as a team. Same kind of positions, though, once more. Blur looking to get some snipes off. Whiffs the first. It would have been a nice kill to get against Sapuka. Not to be just yet. You've also got to be careful about players looking to make some flanks of their own. Illusion in a 3 versus 5 could well be the playmaker, and indeed he is. He picks up a couple of kills, gets away in towards Tin as well, and he basically creates enough space. He draws the players to him that the players can get the bomb down inside A.
Illusion relying a lot on Fnac on SMGs. Again, down he goes to take another opponent. We see a nice work again. 4 eliminations. Illusion absolutely unstoppable over here. And then he's gonna be facing potentially Jazz. Is he gonna go for the 5 kills on 1 round? Jazz takes Zeus down. There's still a chance. There's a world where he's brought down to the ground. You cannot see because we had a fantastic dividing screen to, of course, offer us both views at the same time. Brody, such a nice job by Amigos. They are very aggressive, and I can tell you, GDO on the camera, very hyped up.
Yeah, Illusion did everything in that round. What a guy. 11 kills with the first 5 rounds, and of course 4 of them came from that last round. He basically single-handedly won that one, although to be fair, Rejects did solo Chalet, but you know, that's a whole different thing. Amigos, aggression pattern coming out from them, and it is going to end in disaster as now just 2 players left alive. Illusion's not one of them, so a 2 versus 5, unlikely.
Yep. Zeus and Insane. Insane stopping at this point over here. Jazz very precise again. Zeus, I could see that body shot. I think the Brazilian fans saw it as well. And Zeus just like that, doubling it up. He's gonna go for a 3rd one. There he comes on the jungle. Rebelo doing a better job and beating him on this 1v1 for a 4-2. And now we're gonna have the spawns flip. Very interesting first half by Amigos. Again, Brody, taking the game into their hands and saying, hey, we want to play like this, and that's how it's gonna happen precisely. Rejects pretty much feeling the pressure and their pace.
Weird one. I don't know why Jess is shooting bodies in round number 6 when they're 4-2 down. Maybe just trying to get in the heads of Amigos somewhat and throw them off balance. It hasn't worked if that was the play, because Solo's already down for the count. That was down to a first blood from GTO. And map control firmly in the hands of Amigo to... If Insane finds value with this R9, if he finds good timing onto Rebalo and Jez, this round is done and dusted. But I don't think that's going to be the case. He's going to stay put for the moment here. Doesn't want to play too antsy. Doesn't want to give anything away for free. Rejects it. They are edging towards a rotation towards B. And Amigos are sitting patiently in wait. They do not want to be the ones to make the first move. It is going to be a 3 versus 2 on site for Rejects.
Yep, Amigos working so well today in this map when it comes to looking at the objective and, you know, closing the spaces, not allowing for potential responses on the side of their foes, and Rejects feeling that. They tried the push. There they come. Blur trying to come for a 1v1. Nice work. Dominating this key position. Blur's gonna try again. He's gonna go for a jump shot. Is he gonna take this one? Again, with the Tundra. Trying his luck. Trying to get this info, which is so crucial for them at this point of the round. 3-2. Now, Amigos cannot step up. They cannot bring their head out of the cover because Blur is there. And he's very, very dangerous. But there it is. GTO. The IGL from Amigos making this one. Nice decision. He picks him up. And just like that, we're going to see at the second half as well. Brody, such an astonishing exhibition by Amigos.
Blur looked away. That's COD timing here. We still have it in COD Mobile as well, it would seem. Amigos, this is how you play defense. Look at the aggression coming out here from Illusion. Straight through the middle of the map. Not a care in the world. He's just whistling his way through. And Blur gets shut down. And that's going to make Rejects rethink this entire play. They know that Illusion's around and they still can't deal with him. He's being such a nuisance at the moment. Solo going to get shut out by Insane as well. It is all going awry here in round number 8 for the Rejects. Rebalo finally brings some order to the chaos. But at this point, it might be too late.
Amigos working again very well with the duos and trios and waiting for the right moment to step out. That's just great to see. And Rejects feeling they are behind. They cannot make mistakes. And again, the Brazilians just 2 rounds away from dropping this map number 2. Rejects surely missing Arsenal, missing their aggressiveness from hardpoint. Such a complicated game for them at this point. As Rebelo is looking from the trailer, trying to see if he can do something, and both American players operating kind of far away from each other. Very interesting choice by here, as Rebelo also has the C4. But then Envy is going to be the one to try to do the clear and face check, to be fair, Brody on B. But he's already at the middle of the map to try to rotate to A.
Once again, Rejects just in this disadvantageous spot. Zeus is just spotted out. Envy as well. And he has no help from Rebalo. Rebalo is very preoccupied with the push on towards A. Envy just drops straight down out into the open. I mean, fair play. He finds some value with the kill on towards Zeus, but nonetheless, this is difficult. Rebalo popping his head up from the bomb plant. Gets shots in towards 1. Is he egregious enough to make this push out? Is he looking for some good timing, or is he being super cautious here? I think he thought about it for a moment there. Still looking for the timing, decides to go back towards the bomb. Sapuka and GTO, they're there, they're watching this door, they're watching for some kind of egregious push towards it. There's the double chow coming on through. Rebalo gets the better of both players. He snaps.
Oh my god, that's such a great play. What? Well, he occupied the right positioning on that moment. Being at the trailer alone, it's a very close space, so He's got a chance of looking to all the potential entry points. And again, Amigos letting this one, escape away from their fingers. That's just unbelievable. And that comes to show the quality of the American players as well. As we see now, the next round rolling on, and Illusion trying to aim for the tower. You can see that there's a Rejects player over there. It's Jazz. He's at this very privileged spot to try to have a broader view over the map. And Illusion is not satisfied. He's gonna try to take him down there. It's like, hey mate, get down. We need you on the ground. I need to face you face by face. Such a great work on both sides. Such an even match so far, Brody.
Rejects still kind of looks stunted as to how to approach Amigos more often than not on these offensive rounds. Blur going to pick up Sappercut. That might be the entry they wanted. Jez has just found the perfect route in from behind. He's being watched by Illusion, though. Sat inside, or Insane, excuse me, sat inside that trailer. Yeah, I mean, you take that, you'll take a 1-for-1 trade, as now that's going to give you access to a bomb plant. Amigos now down to a 2 versus 3. You've got to be careful about this one if you're Jez. He is playing some aggressive gunfights. Ends up picking up the kill, but now it's GTO here. He's already picked up 1 kill in this round, looking for a 1v2.
120 FPS performance meter by Snapdragon on the case of Jazz. Fantastic follow-up on his first peak, I would say, coming from the tower down to the ground, but alive, standing up and facing the Brazilians. And now we're gonna have GTO coming out from the shadows. Try to play this one alone. It's very complicated. What? He was trying, but he managed to take Blur again. We're gonna see now he's gonna try to play against 2 players. And we see that Amigos fall to a very strong point on the side of Rejects, Brody, I would say, which is the multitasking. Rejects on many occasions are showing that they know how to work on multiple places at the same time.
Yeah, again, it's Rejects. It's a roster that when they're well put together, they can really start to get themselves some momentum in these games. There we go again. Blur. Oh my goodness me. Blur is on one at the moment. That is a double right off the rip here. Amigos thought they could entry in towards Wood, and immediately they're rejected. Now Jez starting to work with that momentum for the kill versus GTO as well. Amigos have been fully ousted from A. Out you go. You've got your eviction notice. See ya. Never again. And now for Amigos here, Insane and Sapika, they are split in this 2v5.
Rejects momentum carried away or carried out and up by Blur's momentum and Solo's momentum. That's in Jazz momentums as well. So the whole team is operating as a machine. That's just great to see. They're searching for the game. I mean, they were behind. They were suffering with 2 rounds versus 5 against Amigos, and now they are managing to equalize this one. As Insane was the last player alive being taken down by Envy. So the draw is happening, and perhaps it's time for Amigos to focus more on the game. Brody, try to fix this mindset and reset.
3 rounds on the bounce now from Rejects. It felt like Amigos were out of the conversation, or Rejects, excuse me, were out of the conversation. Amigos had been responsible for that. Now we're all even Stevens here. A chance for Rejects to stop this before it goes to overtime as well if they win the next 2. And they've once again got themselves in towards A. Long-range snipe from the jump up inside American as well from GTO. It's going to make it for a difficult exit for the bomb planter. Nonetheless, Rejects are going to get this bomb down. They've got 1 player out of position. I'm unsure if maybe that's going to be the key to winning this round for Rejects. That is Jez, who is well removed from this bomb site and might get some good timing.
Yep, they are all stacked up. We're trying to stay inside of the A, but there it is. Amigos are going to respond. It's going to be a very heavy hit. Sapuka coming out. GTO takes Rebelo down. GTO again for a pair of kills. This is such a magisterial player. Playing at his peak today, but Blur, it's on the other side. And we see GTO absolutely inflamed as Illusion comes to the defuse of the C4. 6-5, and Amigos managed to keep on the edge. What a game by the Brazilians, putting Rejects down at this one.
I'll tell you what, mate, you'd be thanking your lucky stars for GTO and Illusion here in this game if you're Amigos, because they are effectively carrying the entire team with the plays that they're pulling off. I'll also say Rejects. I talked about Jez in that play, or Solo in the play, excuse me, and he kind of shot way too early in that situation. You can see it on the minimap, him taking shots against a lone player instead of waiting and being patient with the trigger discipline. It's going to end up being the downfall of Rejects in that round. But once again, they've managed to get control of A. This time around, it is not going to be GTO picking up that first player. It's different positioning from Rejects. So they go into a post plant with all 5 players still on the board.
Yes. all of them. Everybody's alive. No one dead yet, but GTO disagrees with me and takes Blur down. GTO, come on. He's playing so well today. Perhaps already deserving a statue ahead of Amigos headquarters, as we have also Jess trying his luck. Sapuka coming to the middle of the map, and Illusion is gonna help him out. It's gonna be a 3, now a 2. What a fast round, my god, Rebello! What are you doing, man? He deserves a better paycheck, probably. What a game by him, stepping up at the right occasions. And just like that, we're gonna have another equalizer, Brody 6-6.
Apparently, Rebello owns that trailer. It's the second time he's made a crucial play in it here in this fine range search and destroy. At the very least, he's got a pretty heavy deposit down. In this economy, I don't think you can buy that kind of property anymore, but regardless. Rejects. Force the overtime versus Amigos. So a reminder, folks, if you're new to Call of Duty Mobile, which, to be fair, you're probably not if you're watching Mobile Masters, got to win by 2. And we'll be switching rounds every single round this time. So Rejects now on their first defensive effort here in overtime. Haven't given anything away for free just yet. Amigos, they are playing this one super patiently.
Yes, the third overtime for Reject so far in the championship when it comes to search and destroy modes. And Amigos definitely stepping up comparatively to their first exhibition on the bomb mode earlier today against Seminal, where they could not get this far. And it's already a better job thus for both sides. We see Illusion at the area, at the gravel, trying to be strong and be solid as Jazz is moving, trying to change his positioning. This one is going to be hard for Reject if Amigos decide to go that way, but it's not going to be the case. Sapuka taking Solon down on the middle of the map, and Zeus is down. Rebello doing again this kind of damage that they didn't expect. Bloody shot. Oh my god. That was just crazy to see. We're gonna be watching Amigos with the numbers to their side, and the C4 is down to the ground, and Jazz is gonna have to step up and make magic happen here.
Oh, Jez not able to get through the door in that situation, so I have to hit the ground for a moment. That's information for Amigos. They know what side of the map he's on now. He knows he's not making any crazy flank happen. I think he's just been watched on that push across the middle as well. So I imagine they're either going to play this one patiently or go for a cheeky double chow. It's not Rebello, so you don't have to worry about it inside the trailer. Jez exiting towards the site, gets shut down pretty easily there. Amigos get control of A. They get the bomb down, and they're able to take that round. 1-0 up in overtime.
You were just chirurgical now, not Rebello. Jazz tried his best, but he also was not happy to stay inside of the trailer. Perhaps that totally shaped the rest of the play for him on this last round. As we see Amigos now stepping up for a match point, eventually taking the map to their side if they manage to dominate Rejects on these positionings and bullets. We see Zeus coming up.
Wow.
Nice job by them. It's gonna be just Blur. Blur, on the other hand, brings a pack of kills using the Tundra. What a guy. What a player. Ladies and gentlemen, he's gonna have to do that 2 more times to keep Rejects into firing range.
Yeah, this would be a 1 versus 4, I believe, for Blur.
Yeah.
Amigos aren't going to give this one away for free. It is worth saying that they are separated, though. So there wouldn't be an immediate trade from either of these players if they went down, and they're in very different positions as well. You can see. Just being careful. Now. Just trying to get a feel for one another. Blur's got both weapons as well. A DR8 and a sniper rifle on the back pocket. DR8 she's picked off the ground. So I don't think Amigos will necessarily know about this, the change in weaponry. And they won't know about him transferring towards the bomb as well. He's going for a very wide plant here. This is a risky play from Blur in the 1v2.
Extremely risky. Oh my god, what a player. 3 eliminations. He steps up and brings the third one, but there it is. Amigos dropping the map. Fantastic ending. And as we could see, Blur trying his best. It was almost impossible, let's say, not for him, but at this occasion specifically, Brody, to do more than he did, and he did a lot. There it is, Amigos, equalizing this game.
Yeah, and it felt like early on, it definitely should have been Amigos map, right? The way that they played that first half on their offenses, they were 100% in the driver's seat, and they were driving pretty damn fast. I don't really know if Rejects were enjoying the ride that much for the first few rounds, but then for whatever reason, Rejects just started to get their collective stuff together, as it were, right? I mean, we saw some crazy plays coming out from Raballo in particular. He got a crucial double to close out a 1 versus 2, and then obviously, I think it was a 2 versus 4 in which he managed to get a triple inside the trailer to ensure that, again, Rejects were holding close with their opposition, but as we got in towards overtime, Amigos just coming out strong, the teamwork working very, very well in their favor. They're able to take it in the end. 8-6, I believe, was the final scoreline. And you're going to see it there as we get towards the stats in just a second here. GTO and Illusion just had it's phenomenal search and destroy. Here is a look over to that. And yeah, Illusion at 18 kills, GTO at 15 kills. Obviously, those numbers slightly inflated by the extra round that you get in overtime. But still, that is a worthy performance.
I'm gonna tell you this, GTO and Illusion stepping up from tier 1 Brazilian and Latin scene just recently, some months ago, to do what they are doing right now at this level of competition. It's just amazing for them, for the families, for their friends. And yes, they dominate in the field. They done a lot, as you could see, Brody, as we all could see. To be fair, we had fantastic couple of kills. They were just beasts, and they managed to stop a very aggressive Blur today. They've done this against Raballo in the trailer. Jazz was also stepping up to the occasion, but he was taken down. So Amigos proving to be a stronger squad on this one, and it was perhaps surprising to the American fans.
Here's a look, as you can see, that midpoint in the game where it really did feel like, hey, Amigos are going to win this one, and they're going to win it pretty handily. And then I think Rejects just really started to garner control. It was that 1 versus 2 from Raballo that really did kickstart some serious aggression, some serious momentum on the side of Rejects, where, you know, again, the team play that we kind of know Rejects is capable of, that we saw multiple times back in Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, it just suddenly came out again and suddenly appeared. And they looked so good for that collective 3 to 4 rounds they managed to put together back-to-back. But then this was the overtime in which Blur, I mean, look, a 1v4 for Blur, it's not out of the question. It's not that unusual. He almost pulled it off as well, but he was denied it in the end. And it does mean that Amigo is able to tie this series up at 1-1 now. We've got a series on our hands here, folks. Next up is going to be a standoff control, I believe. And this is going to be really interesting again, because I mentioned it very briefly when we looked over towards the map set here, Igor. This is not a map we've seen Rejects play once across the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series back in Season 4. They avoided it every single time. It was either hard veto or teams were hard vetoing it against them. Not sure which one it is.
Brody, I'm going to talk a lot, of course, about standoff mode, control mode, but I've got, just to make a quick note, as we've just seen, Rejects managing to open 6 versus 5 in rounds against Amigos, and Amigos then, after that, just building and piling up 3 rounds in a row, stepping to 8-6 on the final score. So Amigos doing a fantastic job and smashing Rejects here in this last occasion. But again, that's not everything, so Amigos are going to need to keep working, since Rejects were the last winners on the last respawn mode, as we've seen in the beginning of this series, dominating the hardpoint in the end, and they proved to be a very resistant opponent, going back and finding their spots. But everything else we're going to need to see after the break, so stay with us.
Yeah.
Strip till you strip, My God, you know we're walking through the devil's door to mine and breaking every law we know to make love with a crime. In your regular chair, boy, you came prepared. My favorite set. Although I'm not the tester, ooh, I kinda like the test. You know I feel it too. Do you know what you bought? I am what I'm not. Now there ain't no time to waste. Bottoms up, take a shot before it gets too hot and it takes me far away. I won't strip till you strip, strip. Why not try before you go? Enough to fake it. No way you can take me home, but take a quick hit. I hope you enjoy the show and I will strip, strip. We're on a trip, trip. Strip, strip. Let me move away your pain and I won't quit so that you'll see me again. Maybe I like it, you know, dancing with my friends and I will strip, strip. We're on a trip, trip, yeah. Down to Mexico where I can make my own bliss. Find me a local who looks just like his phone pics. Right where the city lies is where they all sit, trying to cast their eyes on all the girls who visit. No, touch me in places I can't see. Lie down in the sand, getting bruises on our knees. We know what's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. I say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cairo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh. Follow the music coming from the hacienda, calling all the girls down here to have a fiesta. Watch out for white lines is what they sell you, cause it's from some guy who claims to be son of a fella. Ooh, hold me in place so I can breathe. A notch upon the bed, posting sweat between the sheets. We know what's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. You say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cairo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. But then you go like Bond and a face like Banderas. No wonder why all these chicas are jealous. They can have him when I'm gone, just to let you know this how quick he moves on. He'll take you to dinner, then to Lovers Beach. Just say, baby, why don't we dip in the sea? Now say it's so wrong, but somehow I can't help but play it along. No tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back here, folks, to the Mobile Masters 2024 from Brazil. Well, we're not from Brazil. They're from Brazil right now. And they're playing pretty darn well as we're 1-1 on our series at the moment between Amigos and Rejects. Eagle, we just saw a firing range search and destroy that went the distance and went all the way to overtime. But in the end, it was Amigos that took it.
Amigos stepping up and bringing a lot of nice bullets and nice decisions, I would say. And on the other hand, Rejects, I would say they were hostages to a lot of individual solutions or plays attempt over the rounds in the map. So we could not tell, we could not see, to be fair, the Reject standards that we have seen along the challenge season. So they're going to have to improve on that. And I'm assuming that for their own good, Brody, they have watched a lot of Amigos last VODs on control mode, because Amigos, they like to be very aggressive from minute one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we are going into standoff control next. We talked very briefly about it before we went to the break, and I just want to get you kind of thoughts on Amigos when it comes down to standoff control, right? Because as I understand it, this is a very mixy map for them. It's not their favored control map by far. Whereas for Rejects, we haven't seen anything from them at all on this map mode combination throughout the entirety of the challenge season. So what are we expecting from Amigos here?
Yeah, Amigos, they're going to go for a similar play that Galleries have already attempted today. I would say on their first match, when they try to acquire, to collect the operators, to already use them on the second round, combining this usage with a potential spawn trap. So that's going to depend on how Rejects are going to readjust their positionings, how they're going to not be predictable by Amigos, who are going to be trying to push their opponents to the base, to the spawn. I'm expecting a lot of this, and also from Zeus, I'm expecting a lot of talent since he's very strong with the War Machine in this map. So there it is, Brody. Let's hop in because round number 1 is going to mean Amigos on the defensive side.
For sure. Rejects looking for the first wave of gunfights, because as we always know with standoff control, you do not want to get stuck in a spawn trap early on. It can be quite deadly, and you can look very deep into the spawn with very little repercussion without the worry of spawning people out in towards the alley. And I think that's the idea from Amigos right off the start here. Only one player got in from behind, but they were very swiftly dealt with. A couple of kills now starting to come through, make that 3 between Rejects. So they do break the spawn trap that Amigos did momentarily put together. Now, though, they do need to start translating this into some map control, into making their way over towards one of these 2 points, and we're not seeing much at all in the way of these individual efforts to make that happen so far.
Yes, Rejects could try to find a solution by creating a rule to be that would mess with the mindset from Amigos, who are not protecting that area properly. And just as I say, they are trying to go for that spot, but Sapuka is not letting anyone pass. So Amigos so far winning the trading battles. Let's see if that's going to stack up to also having better and more increased map control from now on. But both sides operating with a lot of tension, I would say, but with a lot of kills on their sides as well, since the lives per se are pretty much similar to this point, Brody.
Yeah, to be fair to Rejects, they haven't actually been bullied in towards their spawn just yet, and they've been relatively competitive with Amigos, but the time is really the biggest problem here, and yeah, it's going to run out before Rejects even get a chance to touch either of these 2 points. That is a massive round coming out from Amigos. Again, this is one of those control maps where defense is so crucial, so to not give a single tick of progression away on either A nor B, that's big if you're an Amigos fan. So now we move into the next one. I have no idea what's happening right now. There we go. Amigos looking to start things strong on the offense. And they do get a couple of kills here by way of Zeus. So they have got a lot of map control to kick this round off.
Yes, and see what Amigos are doing. Try to put Sapuka on the B, because that's not expected by Reject. So Amigos were setting the pace, setting the profile, the default on the round number 1. Pushing Rejects back, and now Rejects are trying to do almost the same, but then Amigos are like moving with separate pieces, not always together, avoiding to be caught as a squad. As we see both sides again fighting for the lives, they're pretty much similar, and that's very interesting to see, since these teams are applying a lot of quality here, trying to move ahead, trying to control the middle portion of the map as well. But Amigos, again, going for the objective on both heels, on both flags at the same time.
Yeah, these ticks, this kind of dual approach that Amigos are putting together at the moment can be so beneficial. Of course, it can befall you if you're not careful, because it ends up making weaker pushes on towards a point. And there you go, exactly why Jez comes down with the core, picks up a crucial double. Solo also part of the play that removes Amigos from the point, but they'll still be happy with what they've done so far here in this round. They've got a 4-life advantage now as GTO picks up a couple of kills. They've got 3 ticks between both of the 2 control zones. And Rejects, I mean, you can tell with the operate utilization here, they do not want to lose this round. They are being very careful not to do so.
Yes, we see Amigos pulling out 2 operators. Nice combination. Let's see how that's going to play out. Annihilator in the hands of GTO, not lasting as much as he would like to. And Sapuka bringing a Sparrow as well to totally open this way into B. Now, I would say Illusion is lasting longer there to try to kill more players from Reject. And things are getting sour here for Rejects in this end of round. Let's see how much they can resist. B is down. A is the next stoppage point for Amigos. But we have Solo eliminating 2 at the same play with the equalizer. Such a great job. Zeus trying to respond. Things looking pretty much at the same level on both sides. And Rejects totally trenched up on A.
single one that would win them the entire. Only one.
We see the end of the round as Brody is having some kind of muffled sound things. We see that the A is still open and Rejects they have one man more now. Things looking equal as we're gonna move to the end of this round number 2. Illusion coming to the middle of the map and Amigos trying to also bring the claw. Very bold by them to try to push them. They don't want to lose this one. That's the mindset on the Brazilian side,
crazy.
and they managed to do such a fantastic job. Phenomenal one, Brody. As I was trying to say, the emotions are taking over my tongue here, man, and I cannot have words to express how strong Amigos are looking at the end of this round number 2.
Again, a crucial round coming out from Amigos, and that's why you saw those operators coming out. They knew that, hey, look, if we use these operators now, we can effectively win the round and maybe even win this game. 2-0 up, winning an offensive round like that is huge for Amigos. Envy, though, did not use his, and that is crucial. He's going to use it right away in towards this round. That Annihilator, you have to find some value out of it. It's a true construct kill feed, coming out from the gate here. Envy only able to find one with the Annihilator is not what you wanted to see out of that weapon. And already the answer back from Amigos is very, very strong. They've got a kill feed that is entirely theirs, and they've got Rejects trapped in their spawn.
Rejects again dropped, and I mean, Amigos trying to do whatever they could not do on round number 1, meaning to be extremely aggressive to the point of being able to set up a nice spawn trap. They've tried again, but that had consequences since Reject. They managed to get out of there, and now they're spreading over to B and heading over to that flag as Zeus is spending his Hunter Killer to try to come and take solo down. A nice movement, but Rejects are gonna step over B. Let's see if Amigos are gonna be able to respond to this.
Yeah, indeed they are. They're doing a really good job at the moment. A couple of kills here. They're trying to cut Rejects off at the source before they can do some serious damage, spawn trap them while also dealing with them on the point. It's now just going to be one on the point. It's going to be Raballo, who only finds one kill with the War Machine. Removed from the point are Rejects, but they do get 2 ticks before going down. And Amigos took such pressure in towards the point that now they're no pressure over towards A. They've got nobody on the defense to deal with it. So Amigos now looking to try and re-garner A. We actually have a player name on screen right now for some reason. There we go. Finally, we do. We know who we're watching now. Insane looking to go towards the point. He and his team doing a good job at keeping them away from the point, but they still can't get everybody off. And finally, Solo is going to go down, but that's not before, again, 2 ticks go the way of Rejects.
Amigos 5 kills ahead. It comes to looking at the numbers from Rejects and consolidated at the map, dominating the core, the backline. See, they mount up a line that it's almost unspawnable by Rejects. And the Americans are trying to pierce that same line. I don't know if it's gonna be possible. They are looking behind. They're gonna eventually lose this map. Amigos, again, doing such a fantastic exhibition here. Managing to hold the pressure. Rejects are not able to steal, to convert any flag. No flag at all so far. They have stepped, and that's gonna be over. That's gonna be it. Solo, the last one alive. And Insane finishes him for another round. And there it is. We're gonna see Amigos 2-1 on maps. Such a great reverse by them. Totally energized now, my friend Brody. That's the kind of game we were expecting to see today, as we have talked before, a potential 5-map series.
Absolutely, and it was that second round that won it for them. We'll talk about that in just a second, but you can feel the hype of the crowd at the moment behind Amigos, just like they were behind them in Galeris, because, yeah, I mean, it is, of course, a home crowd for Amigos, and I think they're just, again, like we talked about back in map number 1, they're trying to draw off the energy of the crowd somewhat here, Amigos. They're trying to get them kind of in sync with one another to feel that energy, and it is working so far based off what we've seen from the last couple of maps where Amigos just really coming out to play. But as I said there, Igor, we go back to that round number 2, and I think that was the key difference maker for both of these two teams. Rejects, they played that extremely close. I don't think the scoreline does justice how close that game actually was for Rejects, but still, that operator utilization coming out from Amigos towards the end of round number 2, that choice to bring them out to play and win the round was everything, and it is the reason that Amigos win that game.
Yes, Amigos very confident, and doing what they were needing to do, to be fair, in this series as a whole. And Illusion moving from the search and destroy mode to control, keeping quality, keeping pacing, and keeping the numbers on his side, being the MVP on both occasions out of the 3 maps we already had so far, as we see some of the best moments of this standoff control, which was totally one-sided. We have seen this from second one. Brody and Rejects not finding their pacing, not finding their way to respond properly, or not in a long-standing basis at least, and then being a victim against Amigos.
Here, and here's a look back towards that end play from Amigos that was basically everything Illusion, who has been a playmaker the last couple of games, really. He was the one that brought out that claw, got the double, and there wasn't the response from Envy. He was still alive in that situation that we expected. I was kind of maybe expecting the operator to come out of him. Instead, he chose to reserve it for the beginning of round number 3 and only found 1 kill. And it is really, I think it goes to show, right, just how crucial these small, in-the-moment decisions can be to winning these games here in Call of Duty Mobile, as game number 3, excuse me, goes the way of Amigos. They now go 2-1 up in this series, Eagle, and we go into a rather daunting situation here for Rejects. As we discussed it, we're back into the vetoes. We talked about Arsenal Hardpoint being a map that will be positive for Rejects. How about we talk about Apocalypse Hardpoint being a positive map for Amigos?
Man, that's just thrilling for the Brazilian fans. Let's see what's going to happen, but Amigos are going to try to take or keep the driver's seat that they already have so far in the series. So I'm assuming they're going to be fighting on a potential 50-50 basis on P1. They're going to try to sense what Rejects are going to be able to bring to the case and to the table. But then the P2 is going to deserve all of our attentions, because Amigos, they are so strong at this spot. And usually we know that teams like a lot the P2 on Apocalypse, because it allows you, in a less complicated way, to set a line between the spawn and the objective itself. So it's kind of easier, let's say, but of course it's not going to be easy against Rejects. Rejects are going to be eventually trying to do the same, dominating the whole right flank and square of the map, and of course trying to battle in the middle, as well as they're gonna need also to rotate to P3. So all these elements, all these factors are gonna come into play in some seconds and minutes, and I'm very, very excited to see what's gonna happen, because as we know, Brody, Rejects, they won the first hard point, but Amigos, they are winning since the last 2 maps.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it is just going back to the fact that this is such a strong map mode combination for Amigos. You can absolutely tell that this was their pick in the best of 5. And, you know, I think for sure the last couple of maps have just been so crucial for Amigos on the whole, to take away the search and destroy in the fashion that they did, to make sure they took away that control and that crucial round number 2 that really did split the difference between the 2 teams. It does make things so much more positive if you're a Brazilian fan looking towards this Amigos roster, looking towards the prospects of them surviving this lower bracket elimination as we go into this Apocalypse Hardpoint. It's a map, I think, that we see a lot of teams, I think, trying to avoid for whatever reason in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We didn't see it that much in the North American and European Challenge season or the Challenge finals either. But we did see it a couple of times, I believe, from Rejects, and they won it both times. But I think the asterisk I would put onto that, even though they won it both times they played it, neither of those matchups are against top teams in North America. Truly were the best team that they played on that, and it was a very close victory. So I don't know if we can really take too much away from that, other than to say, hey, look, Rejects, they played this a couple of times, they won it a couple of times, but does it really matter when those teams were not Amigos quality teams?
Yes, and surely it's a map that requires a lot of patience, requires coordination when it comes to knowing the timing to give up on points. It's ideally a map on hardpoint mode where, Brody, you don't want to stay from the beginning to the end. You cannot search for a back-to-back domination on the hills. You got to understand that you got to give up some of them in order to make a rotation, in order to head to the next objective spot. So all of that, all these elements are going to be in play in a bit, since we're going to be seeing all these talented and fantastic players coming into action again. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see how Amigos managed to keep their level over time on the combination Apocalypse Hardpoint.
For sure. Well, let's not waste any more time, folks. This could well be the final map in this best of 5. Amigos, 1 map away from sealing away Rejects in 7th to 8th place here in the Mobile Masters 2024. And Amigos marching on to face the loser of Seminal and Stalwart. all still to play for, though. And off the start of this one, we know how mixy P1 can be. But Igor, there is a favorite side of this map, and it is currently going to be Amigos that spawn on it.
Yes, they're gonna be spawning, as you said, eventually trying to set already a nice, I would say, a buffer zone surrounding the P1. And Rejects are trying to not allow that to happen, as MV was trying his luck. We have Blur as well, making an effort to deliver the bullets. Amigos so far doing a great job. Such a stellar start by them. Not only winning the kills, but at the same time dominating the spots, dominating the geography of Apocalypse. Solo is gonna be working solo. Let's see how he does. He was taken down by Zeus. And again, Amigos doing the best beginning they could expect in this map, in this mode, Brody. Winning a lot of points and rotating to their favorite spot.
Yeah, you got to be careful if you're Rejects, to be honest with you. Got one player in towards the new rotation. He's hiding towards the very back of the map. That's going to be Jez, who actually has managed to play his life perfectly here. Influencer spawns enough now that Rejects will be spawning in towards the next hard point. Sapik was the only player over here, and Jez is going to remove him from the scenario. So now Amigo's going to have this one, fight this one through letterbox. Zeus has already picked up a couple of kills, make that 3 in a row. GTO going to find number 4 as well. Blur's going to answer back with a couple of his own here. Rejects, though, almost fully wiped from this hill. Insane in Sapika with 3 follow-up kills as well. And now Zeus feels it's time to bring the War Machine down onto Rejects as well. But look at this response from Rejects. Somehow facing down the War Machine. They're able to break back through.
Fantastic response by Rejects, not feeling rejected from the P2, and of course reorganizing their backline to get that connection and applying the same level, the same concept that Amigos used themselves, meaning they moved as a block. They got in with a 4 or 5 man hit into this P2, and Rejects just some seconds after that did precisely the same thing. And now we're gonna be seeing Rejects already moving to the next hill since Amigos decided to stay a little longer. So that's precisely what we were talking about before, Brody. You have to decide, you have to make fast decisions. Are you gonna go, are you gonna roll to the next hill, or are you gonna stay a little more? And Amigos this time they decided for points.
Rejects really do need to stop putting some time away on this hill. They cannot afford to give this one away. Now the Gravity Vortex gun coming out to play, of course. That was the decision made by Blur at the start of this game to try and get some value out of it. Unfortunately, it's not going to provide any value here for the Rejects as they do not get control. Kills now starting to come through from Amigos. And I said this needed to be a hill where the Rejects get a lot of time, and they've been completely usurped from it. Insane now going to follow up with a double. Not going to make it a triple, but he is going to be denied there by Envy. Rejects, they're fighting for the back 30 here, Igor. But nonetheless, the fact that Amigos are even able to get anywhere close to the hard point is pretty damning here for the Rejects.
Yes, and Rejects are on the hill, but Amigos already know that they got, at this point, 30, 40 points to use as a margin against Rejects, and use precisely these points trying to head to the next spot. So that's gonna begin to be troublesome somewhat for Rejects, since Amigos are stepping up. And I would say more than that, they are totally confident on their bullets. We can see that they stay longer and they fight longer. They do not avoid the 1v1 situations as we've just seen from Sapuka. And that's gonna mean that they're gonna be escalating their damage over time. Rejects gonna need to stop this train. Otherwise, it's gonna be a train eventually back to home.
Oh, no.
But we see now a combination between War Machine and the Claw right now. Let's see how that's gonna last, Brody.
Illusion trying to break out of this back spawn. They've already flipped it in favor of Amigos. Got to be careful about a wayward spawn coming through from Sapika here. Solo towards the hard point. He's going to get shut down. And yes, Sapika surprises Envy towards the other side of the hill. Just like that, Amigos, they collapse on through. Again, this is time you did not want to give away if you're the Rejects. Now they look to hold the back 30 seconds. Rejects have no choice but to give this one last shake, and Zeus is waiting. He's already one kill with the War Machine. Can Solo do anything on the entry? No, he's going to get shut down. Blur and Envy are going to combine for a double. It does remove Amigos on the back 10 seconds, but look at Illusion. He snaps on towards 2. Number 3 on the cards, and Zeus will steal away that kill. It doesn't really matter which player gets it, though, on Amigos. They're going to get it regardless, and it's going to give them a slight advantage here as we move into the second set.
Rejects playing so well. I mean, countering the level of comfort that Amigos were expecting to find in this map, since Amigos, right now, they would love to have like 50, 60 points as a cushion, but that has just not been possible because Rejects, they have been fighting to the end. They have been closing against the Brazilians, not making the Brazilians' lives easier, and we see now more of a busier or more packed core of the map as Amigos keep escalating their points as well. Rebelo totally adjusting his bullets and his scope, so doing a good job, and Rejects are not gonna fly away from this hill. We see the second rotation of spots, and that's gonna mean that both sides are gonna have to fight for this one to eventually create an edge from now on, Brody.
Amigos here. Looking to garner control of this P1 hardpoint. Rejects now. Got to be careful about how aggressive they are with this one, because to be honest with you, there's only 10 seconds left before the next hill pops. You don't really want to go too aggressive. You also want to be careful you don't give away the rotation towards Nu. Solo in the middle map's going to get shut down by Illusion, who's going to find a double. Nice Gravity Vortex usage coming out from Boer. He is going to find 2 kills. He's still got it ready to go as well. That last Gravity Vortex gun is going to do a really good job at zoning these spawns away for Amigos, who are continuing to spawn in the backline. Rebalo now with the War Machine as well. Amigos, or Rejects, excuse me, are keeping Amigos away from the hill for now. But those back spawns, they're going to be so frustrating to deal with, and GTO's already picked up a double.
Yeah, Rejects massive on the hands of Rebelo, doing such a great job today as a team player, more than individually speaking. But again, this is such a great job. It's such a great player, doing a great job, to be fair, today in all the modes as we have seen so far. And P2 totally dominated by Rejects, but Amigos, they try their luck. They cannot spare to lose points. They know this. And Brody, to this point, Amigos would love to have a better, more comfortable, more expanded slaying as we see in the Brazilian scene. I would call it even a Brazilian concept to play Apocalypse, Hardpoint, try to expand your marking zone to not allow the opponent to get closer. But again, that has not been possible because Rejects, they are playing tightly. They are searching this one. They're hunting the players from Amigos who now are forced to use this War Machine. Is it gonna last? That's gonna be the question, as Zeus is not giving up. He gets close to eliminations, and precisely against Rebelo.
Jazz up top now. He's got the claw ready to go. Annihilator and Equalizer's coming out as well. This is a massive investment from Rejects to try and make sure they get control of P4, something that didn't happen last time around, and it feels like that might be the case here. Rejects starting to get the gunfights in their favor. Yep, it's a good investment from Rejects, and it should guarantee them the back 30 seconds here, unless Amigos do something silly and push aggressively. Nobody actually in the hill, though, for the Rejects at the moment here. Illusion's able to knock at the door and pick a couple of players off, and Rejects are unearthed, usurped from the hard point. It's time that does not go their way. And for that push, I mean, Amigos don't lose spawns for Nu. They are still here first.
Yeah. Yes. So apparently the pair heals are the best ones for Amigos, right? The P2, the P4. Usually they are there before, as I said, trying to set up these spawn positions, locking up the entries, and Rejects, even though they got like 10 points now, they're gonna have to keep playing toughly. They're gonna have to keep this level of organization that you're showcasing now. I like it. I like how they reorganize their mindset and their bullets as well, since Amigos are also stepping into the hill and eventually moving ahead on points. But again, such a tough battle, right, Brody? We cannot at all predict who's gonna be the winner on this one.
Yeah, this is so 50-50 at the moment. These guys are so back and forth. It is the Rejects now in control of what could be a valuable 30 seconds that might well split the difference between these two teams. Amigos, though, well on their way. Zeus is going to find a double. Zeus is going to find 3. Insane also following up with another one. And Amigos, now they are the ones in control of this valuable amount of time. Rejects, I think at this point, you might as well just chalk this time. There's no real reason to go for it. Just make sure nobody from Amigos overextends in towards that rotation towards P2, because there is still a path to win this game, still a path to force this one to a game number 5.
Yes, and Rejects playing so safely, right? But in just 1 minute ahead, he's gonna be, like I like to say, the iron, the steel chest. And that was the case of Rebelo going ahead, kind of isolated, or playing as a lurker if you want to be very conceptual here when compared to his mates. But again, Illusion killing a lot and trying to make his team step up to 200 points, as this is looking pretty much as an even, a very, very balanced ending off map. Amigos, though, they managed to push Rejects away almost to their spawn, and that's what just happened. Sepulka trying to stay close, trying to help the team. Amigos clean more. I would say the kill feed is leaning to their side, and that's gonna keep being very dangerous for Rejects.
Amigos here looking for the back 20 seconds. There is a big gunfight going down on the rotation. That's solo to take out Sapika. Still got a lot more work to do because the God Spawn comes through from Amigos. So Amigos in a stellar spot here. Not only do they get control of this scrap time here, Igor, but they've got control of the rotation to new. The ticket towards the next round of play is theirs. It is in their hands. Now they just cannot let it slip.
Yes, and they already put 2 players in the objective to win their spawn. You know what? The rest doesn't matter anymore. That's what Amigos are talking between themselves. They're just blocking the rotation like you predicted, and thus Rejects is not able to easily come to this way. They're not easily eventually stealing this one, as we see. The attempt was done, but Amigos, they were solid. They just standed here. Fantastic work. Oh my god, Insane again with the equalizer. GTO, Insane, and Zeus also bringing the operators out. That's the moment. That's what they should do. Only 5 seconds for now. Are Rejects gonna be able to take this one back? It's over. Amigos from Brazil, such a great performance to win this one finally. And taking Rejects out of the championship, Brody. That's just massive. Another team from Brazil performing well.
You bask in that. If you're Amigos, you survive your brush with death. The home crowd once again proving a real buff here for the Brazilians as they walk away victors of that game. They walk away victors of that series. And Amigos just made the right decisions towards the end. There were a couple of moments where maybe it felt as if we could have saw more value out of the hard points being drawn by Rejects. A couple of moments where Rejects did just get outplayed on key rotations. Amigos, though, they made sure they were the ones on the better side of it towards the end as we look towards our scoreboard here. Zeus, I want to say, has been relatively quiet this entire series thus far, Igor. What a time to show up. 44 and 25, almost double positive at the end of that game.
He was completely sweating and making the Brazilian national flag totally wet, as we could see in the previous footage. And you are right, he was more of a colder player, not being so out there, but again, also looking at the audience and trying to soak up any energy he could. And all that played out very well for them, as we see the selfie moment. They are celebrating as they should. And there it is. That's gonna be the photo for the next days. They're gonna have to keep fighting, of course. There it is. It's another step. At least they're not out of the competition yet. And Rejects, they are out of this one, Brody.
Yeah, indeed they are, and they're all smiles at the moment. I think just looking back towards the series, I think at the end of the day, Rejects will be happy with how they perform for the most part. I will say I do think that Rejects still do have a fair bit to work on before Season 5 now, because now they know what the road to Champs 2024 looks like. I do think they should be putting a lot of effort into making sure they fix a few of the mistakes that maybe led them to a loss here in this game, because I think unlike the last two, where it did just feel like, hey, in those crucial moments, they were getting outplayed, and albeit they were still here in this Apocalypse hardpoint, there were still moments where, at the end of the day, Amigos did take control of their own destiny. There were also moments where Rejects did just kind of chuckle. I was looking over towards their control of P4. They gave away crucial time that might well have split the difference towards the end of the game. There were moments there where it just felt like Rejects weren't fully being as communicative as you would like, English, as you would like in a couple of those crucial moments. And I think Rejects, again, if they can fix that moving forward, because they are now out of the tournament in top 8, they will be fine in the future. Because like, this is the thing about Rejects on the whole, right? This is the thing about them as a roster. They almost reverse swept Stalwart Esports. They could well have been in that matchup versus Seminal, and they almost, of course, won a couple of those games. I mean, it was only a couple of crucial moments in games number 2 and 3 that gave the win away to Amigos. So ultimately, it is going to be Amigos moving on, though, Lauren. They look pretty good.
about this here, Lanex?
I'm very excited. Amigos proving their point and playing very well as we see. And they, again, like you said, managed to step up. They've lost on the beginning, but then they managed to show their qualities. And I'm very proud of them. They fought so hard to be here. They managed to do it. And on the other hand, Rejects looking like a broken vase with a lot of elements on this last map, but these elements were not talking to each other. So a lot of pieces of a puzzle to be talked about, to be totally adjusted for next competitions. And I want these guys to succeed. I mean, we're talking about 5 very experienced players on the side of Rejects who are going to have to try again next time.
Now, of course, Amigos will be waiting to see the results of the other match in this group, which is Seminal versus Stalwart. That match is still going on right now with Seminal in the lead 2-1, and they're currently on their hard point. So there is potential for Seminal to close it out right now on this map. We'll have to see how that match goes, but whoever gets knocked down is who Amigos will have to face off against and potentially defeat if they want to stay alive in the competition. So that's not going to be an easy matchup regardless of who wins that one. So it'll be really interesting to see what we get at the end of the day. We've got one more match for us to be watching here on the A stream, but before we get into that final amount of action, we'll send it to one more break. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Down to Mexico where I can make my own bliss. Find me a local who looks just like his phone pics. Right where the city lies is where they all sit, trying to cast their eyes on all the girls who visit. No, touch me in places I can't see. Lie down in the sand, getting bruises on our knees. We know it's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. I say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cairo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh. Follow the music coming from the hacienda, calling all the girls down here to have us a fiesta. Watch out for white lines is what they sell you, cause it's from some guy who claims to be son of a fella. Ooh, hold me in place so I can breathe, a notch upon the bed, posting sweat between the sheets. We know it's gonna happen when it's time for me to leave. You say we just enjoy it, cause here nobody sleeps. Late nights in Cabo, no tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. But then you go like Bond and a face like Banderas. No wonder why all these chicas are jealous. They can have him when I'm gone, just to let you know this how quick he moves on. He'll take you to dinner, then to Lovers Beach. Just say, baby, why don't we dip in the sea? Now say it, it's so wrong, but somehow I can't help but nights in Cabo. No tomorrow. He got me loco when he goes slow. And I'm told he's on the down low. This guy that I know from nights in Cabo. Na na eh, na na eh. Na na eh, na na eh.
get what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't care what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get, what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yo, I ain't never fitting into the stereotype. I'm more the type who living life to the stereo, right? This ain't no record, this is murder confession. You're hearing the weapon that separates the soul from the vessel. Now check it. I've been through the mud and blood to get it, never taking the L. You might as well just forget it. I'm steadily wrecking on anybody who reckless. My checklist is checking and anybody can get hit. Somebody call the medic while I'm sipping on whiskey. Cops wanna frisk me, chopped in a mince. Last little pips, so I'ma take my throne, cause y'all's lights is on, but ain't no one home, and that's a dumb cat. Catch you in the alley and I dump that. Fun fact, always got the belly in the pump check. Run that, only leave you asking where your lunch at. If you got a problem, I'll be there, give me 1 sec. I don't care what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get, what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care what they want, I'ma give them what they need. Never gave a what and I never take a plea. Never gonna hear what they always try to say. Never really listen anyway, like I don't care what they want, I'ma give them what they need. Never gave a what and I never take a plea. Never gonna hear what they always try to say. Never really listen anyway, like hear what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get, what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care.
En la pista bailando con pasión, la química entre tú y yo, una canción. Yeah, yeah. No puedo evitar que quiero saber más de ti. Esa conexión es un misterio, yo sigo así. Yo sigo así. Underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us, eso provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah. Bailando juntos en esta canción, nuestra química es una explosión. No me sueltes, no te quiero perder. Esta noche dime qué vas a hacer. Tú y yo en este momento en sintonía, baby, nos perdemos. Bailando skin to skin, sin miedo a lo que viene en la pista de baile. Esta pasión se enciende, el ritmo crece, el mundo desaparece. Underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us, eso provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah. La noche es testigo de nuestro deseo. Bajo las estrellas juntos somos fuego. Our bodies entwined, it's so electric. Your skin with mine, baby, magnetic. Sin prisa nos acercamos más. Tus ojos dicen lo que necesitas. A fuego lento la piel se grisa. Juntos seguimos en underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us, eso provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah. Bailando juntos en esta canción, nuestra química es una explosión. No me sueltes, no te quiero perder. Esta noche dime qué vas a hacer. Yeah, baby, it's chemistry between you and me. Yeah, underneath the stars, we dance so close. Chemistry strong, I can't let go. And I need to know what's behind your eyes. Underneath the stars, bailamos close. The sparks between us, eso provoco. I need to know que oculta tu mirada, yeah.
Know that they ride or Yeah, yeah, we're rising up. No, nobody can stop me, can't fight this rush. No, I won't stop, top 3 is the final push. Can't imitate how we be, better keep it hush. But I can't hide this buzz, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. In the moment, stay focused. I smell the wind and it's potent. I remain the main component, cause they all know I'm the coldest. So cold that they frozen, overwhelmed by the notion. Pressure building, it's over when you feel the explosion. Yeah, they call me the showman. The way I'm shining, I'm golden. And I bring the commotion. My spirit never been broken, cause I got the devotion. No magical potion, you're just a drop in the ocean. I'm a tidal wave taking over. In the moment, stay focused. They all know I'm the coldest. So cold that they frozen. Pressure building, it's over. Yeah, we're rising up. No, nobody can stop me, can't fight this rush. No, I won't stop, top 3 is the final push. Can't imitate how we be, better keep it hush. But I can't hide this buzz, cause we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up. Yeah, we're rising up.
Energy, I am the force. I am the opportunity breaking down the door. Yeah, I am the life energy. I am the force. I am the opportunity breaking down the door. I am the end to the means. I am the final touch you need. I am the means that precede reputation. I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing, nah. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing that, ain't nothing that. I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah, I stay high when they wanna go low. No switch is sweet, I just get up and roll. No AI, I'm the OG me. LOL to the ones trying to rip for free. Yeah.
noche luna. No te voy a perder, solo quiero ascender y te busco hasta en la lluvia. Corazón de mujer tiene su mal y su bien. Ternura, no te oculto. Nine written a secretos son absurdos. Ain't got time for them y no me luzo. Desde que me enteré este amor bien lujo. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Mami, mami, mami chula, eres suficiente, quítate la duda. Mami, mami, mami chula, tú sabes que ese error nunca nos dura. Nunca dura, ni su basura, ella lo jura. But then I prove the wrong, and I ain't beefing, no peleo. Dejo que pase las cosas, más bien la veo. Y analizo desde lejos. Gracias a Dios me entero y me sale bello. Me enteré del Judas los perros. Movimiento limpio, espíritu en espejo. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Mami, mami, mami chula, eres suficiente, quítate la duda. Mami, mami, mami chula, tú sabes que ese error nunca nos dura. Nunca dura, ni su basura, ella lo jura. But then I prove the wrong, and I ain't beefing, no peleo. Dejo que pase las cosas, más bien la veo. Nunca dura, ni su basura, ella lo jura. But then I prove the wrong, and I ain't beefing, no peleo. Dejo que pase las cosas, más bien la veo. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder. Desde que me enteré de que este mundo se mueve con puro poder.
Jogo do dia aqui da Stream B, que foi Q9 versus Inco Game. Então eu quero pedir que vocês recebam com uma salva calorosa de palmas equipe da Q9 e Inco Gaming! A gigante chinesa que vai ter o seu terceiro confronto do dia contra brasileiros. E a equipe da Inco Gaming que vai ter a oportunidade de revanche contra a equipe chinesa. Agora valendo tudo, tudo ou nada. Quem
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters live from São Paulo, Brazil, where we're watching our last group of teams make their way to the stage for the last opportunity to continue on in the competition through to tomorrow. We've got two of our teams already on the stage in Q9 and Inco, and that'll be the match that will be that will following here on the A stream. But of course, there are still two more teams that will make their way to the stage, and they will also be fighting for a spot in semifinals. We just watched what happened between Amigos and Rejects. Amigos keeping their hopes of continuing on in the competition alive, and they will have to face off against Stalwart, who we didn't get to see. They were on the B stream, but they did end up falling to Seminal 3-1 in yet another close battle here, Ton. So we've seen phenomenal gameplay out of our squads all day long.
We've had surprises. We've had very, very close games as well. It's been up and down all day long. And one final series, well, two final series to get us through the very first day here. And we've got a really interesting one on this main stream as well, Lauren. It should be an absolute banger to close it out.
Yeah, and this one should be really interesting here, Lane X, because Q9 coming out top from their region, right? They start off the day going up against Inco, 3-0ing them. Then when they go up against Galoris, they lose 3-1. Now they're back up against Inco, who has survived the elimination match, made it to the decider match. We've got a little bit of a grudge match now. Will Inco be able to make big enough adaptations to make up for that 3-0 deficit?
Yes, that's a nice point, because Q9 facing the worst and the best on the Brazilian favorite today, flavor, I should say, and taste. They have, as you said, played against Galeries, and then they were beaten. But against Inco, they had success. And Q9, they're going to have to play their best here to eventually get this advance to the day number 2. And Inco, they have beaten just the Europeans from Kings. So now Inco are also going to have to step up and show more, as we already have the draft. It's going to be a very interesting one, I would say.
All right, talk me through some of these picks. We're getting straight into the vetoes. Things are moving snappy here towards the end of the day. We're starting off on the summit hard point here, Ton.
Yeah, mixing it up just a little bit, but once again, seeing raid control coming in through Slums. We've seen sparingly, I want to say maybe once on the main broadcast today. Haven't seen a great deal of takeoff either. So yeah, a little bit of a mix in the map sets. I'm interested to see if it does make too much of a difference, though. Of course, with both these two teams, as we've already mentioned, going up against each other in the very first game of the day. It feels like a long time ago now, Lauren, but 3-0 then. Can you make that much of a difference from then and now? I'm not too sure. But look, I think if you've got anything for Inco Gaming here, they will have the crowd behind them. Their last opportunity to get through. They've got a bit of, in fairness, they have the momentum coming from a 3-0 win against Kings, whereas Q9 just got absolutely smoked. So where are their heads at? How are Inco feeling? It's about that momentum. We talk about it quite often. That could make a huge difference.
Well, also, Lanix, you're saying that that some of those vetoes were pretty interesting. The first time they played against each other, they did do a Hacienda hardpoint to kick things off, and Q9 pretty handily took that one. We saw them now swapping it up with the Summit. I didn't remember the rest of those picks and bans, but do you think that these newer choices, if you remember them, will favor Inco at all and try to maybe help them get a little bit of a leg up here in the competition?
I think Inco, they're going to have to fight against themselves. I mean, the players are going to have to keep in mind why didn't they need and they want to keep on this competition. You know, some of them, as I said before, were already retired from the scene some days ago, and they got called up on the last second. So to some of them, that's going to mean, you know, keeping their activity as professional players. To some others, that may just well mean like leaving a nice note to their careers. So I honestly don't know how that's going to play out, because judging by their faces, they are not so confident, and some of them looking kind of far away. But let's see, because inside of the map, that's what matters. I don't know how they are talking about this game against Q9. Let's see what they're gonna be able to play here to bring to us. They are experienced players, but I don't know how is their confidence level right now.
You know, that's a good point to make, though, Lanix, because we mentioned it obviously at the beginning of the stream. Inco were the team that came in when Godlike weren't unable to attend the LAN. So originally they weren't planning on being here, and already they've knocked Kings, who were the top dogs in EU, out of the competition. So even, you know, they've probably at least done a little bit better than they would have ever really hoped for, Tom, because they weren't even supposed to be here to begin with. So that's already kind of a win.
Yeah, look, you've been given the opportunity of somebody else's misfortune, which is, yeah, okay, it's one of those things. You get that opportunity, you've taken it to a certain degree, showing that you deserve to be there at least. So now it's kind of, they don't have anything, they've got nothing to lose, right? Like, if they're going to lose this, they've lost against one of the tournament favorites twice to knock them out, which is tough. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You get a bad run, but yeah, look, I think, you know, they've got to go into this with no pressure on themselves, see how it goes. If you win, you take some maps, you make it a close series, then great. Maybe you can start making some moves in ladder, maybe trying to start moving yourself into rosters, or start doing a little bit better there, getting better practice. And as I've said, like, throughout the entire EU and NA season, if these teams are going over there and they're getting beat by some of these better teams, it's about learning to be better. I mean, I always use the example of traditional Call of Duty esports, where the European teams, I'm talking 6, 7, 8 years ago, were terrible. They couldn't, well, even further than that, like 10 years ago, couldn't win a series in NA all the time. And then they eventually kept coming over, getting better and better and better because you're playing against good teams all the time. And then all of a sudden, you're at the stage where you're winning events. This is how things can turn with international competition. Is it an opportunity now for Inco to try and make that step once more?
Well, it's definitely going to be interesting to see, as we can tell that all of our players are looking pretty comfortable, ready to go. And as I say that, the match is underway. So the final match of the day, Linux, let's close today out.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And it's second time the charm for Inco Gaming. Maybe, I'm not too sure. It should be difficult for them. Q9 need the bounce back though here. I mean, they absolutely need to come out flying after what was a devastating defeat in their previous game. Can they manage to do it here against Inco once again?
Yes, Q9 already dominated the P1, and as you said, Inco needing to bounce back into the championship. It's gonna be tough, it's gonna be hard. I would say when it comes to weapons choices, they bring almost the same layout, with because they're playing with the R9 and Mao Chi doing the same. Of course, a majority of submachines on the players' hands, and Inco are coming to try this retake. Let's see if that's going to be possible, because Q9 looking pretty much solid here to already begin rotating to P2, so it's going to be the match of their lives. These 10 players needing to step up and show more, stay alive in the competition, and Inco felt this first point. We can already tell that they're not totally jacked up to try to fight for this one, so they're gonna have to rotate already, and that's exactly what Big Aldeira and Leozera are already doing to P2.
Yeah, good job managing to get a couple of kills for that rotation over towards P2. Just another small comment on the map set, actually. They managed to get Slums in there, which they won up against Kings, and take off hardpoint in there as well, which they also won up against Kings. So trying to come in on some maps that they have some confidence on, but they do actually have to take one of the first three if they do want to see takeoff. So it should be interesting to see if they can take that confidence, take that experience, take that winning feeling into a series here up against Q9. Rafa now towards the point, thinking about this rotation over towards P3. Right now, though, Q9 trying to get some sort of control of P2. They can pick up some decent time here. That will be good enough for them.
Yes. So Q9 definitely escalating in points, trying to go for the first 50 points, as they are the dominant side so far against Inco. And Inco, on their side, their synergy, their combination of efforts is going to be their biggest challenge. We can already see that they are way too spread apart to play against such a power as Q9. But there it is. They're going to have to fight for this. If they ever want to keep competitive in the international scene, they're going to have to fight for this now. And we see Rafa dominating the main area, rotating to the next spot. Nice work by him, doubling it up, getting close to the truck. And Sun is gonna, just like that, use also the Sparrow to try to barricade this positioning, avoid Inco from regaining spots inside of the objective. Nice work by him. Such a Chinese wall, if we could say, against Inco Gaming at this moment, my friend Tan.
Fantastic work from Q9. Really good hold. And that kind of thing is just knowing when is the best time to use the operator. Sometimes players use them to try and make a ridiculous play, or, you know, try and find a massive break. For them there, it was about just making sure you could solidify that initial push that's coming in from Inco on the transition. They get it done absolutely no problem. Inco, though, will manage to pick up this rotation, although partially spawning out by the looks of things. So a potential push coming in from Q9 over towards the next hill. If they can find these next couple of kills, that would be massive for them. Leozera will find it, though, for Inco. So some potential time on the board as they do start getting the spawns over towards the back of P4 now. Q9 is starting to find kills, though, at the wrong time for Inco Gaming, who may well now start to get spawned out. The break comes through far too easily.
Nice combination of Equalizer with the Purifier on the hand of the Chinese players as they manage to own the P4. Even though we have just seen kind of a break by Inco Gaming, trying to come from the back line to the flag itself to the hill. Nice work to try to retake this one, but Q9 looking pretty much solid on the fiery side, on the trading side. We see that they're going to manage to put almost 100 points ahead of the Brazilians, who are not looking that confident so far. Clearly, the absence of Lucas has changed the team identity. And more than that, it wouldn't even be fair to make this kind of comparison, because this roster is a combination from players from other organizations from Brazil. Since the since the last year, to be more precise. So it's kind of a new team that didn't have the time to put up a strategy for this level of competition. But Q9 has absolutely nothing to do with this done, and they are doing whatever they need to do to walk fast enough to the 200 points.
Dominant lead so far. It's about 120 points. The previous iteration of these two going up against each other in the first game of the day on Hacienda was only a 70-point game, so Inco Gaming very much are able to hang, but right now they're struggling to get kills, even with the Annihilator. Big kills coming on through now for Q9. Operators completely available across the board. You can see the Claw, the War Machine both out here for the side of Q9, just trying to solidify some more time. And they're using these operators just to extend their advantage every single time they possibly can do. It's about 130, 120 point lead now for the side of Q9, picking up some decent time over towards P1. P2 going to be coming up in only 25 seconds. If you're Inco Gaming, you need to pick up some decent time over towards Rails, and then when we get over towards P3, you need to see a full 60 to get yourself back into this game.
Yes, and that's how Q9 is profiting from this style that they bring to the table here by using the operators on a very interesting and wide way. Definitely denying space to Inco, who are suffering here in this smaller map for hardpoint when compared to Hacienda, where these two teams faced each other earlier today. In Hacienda, to be more precise here, Q9 managed to, of course, bring the victory, but Inco, they produced more. They got to 182 points earlier this day in this duel, but now they do not look to be the same team as before. Also, after a whole day of work and a whole day of matches, it's eventually complicated town, but we see Q9 again having nothing to do with this and managing to step to the 200s, as I said, and dominating this P2 with a nice control over the kill feed.
Q9 are stepping on business right now. Nothing to do with the miraculous story for Inco Gaming. Q9 making sure they get this one done cleanly. Yang with a couple of good kills. Can he find the third as well? Not quite. Crescent is there to just about slow him down. Rotation is not quite locked in. There is going to be one kill coming on through there from Inco Gaming. Over towards the flank. Not going to happen. No, that gets traded out. So rotation is now in for Q9. Inco will find themselves another few seconds of the scrap time. Can they manage to find a break this time around? Last time around, it was Q9. It was completely dominant. And it started that very same way. Good shots coming in from Crossroads. No potential break could be coming on through. Not quite. War Machine is out. Spawn's a little bit funky, though. This could be difficult for Q9.
And Inco managing to steal the spawn. They are there. But I don't know if that's gonna automatically get translated into an objective control, since some Q9 players managed to walk in this P3. Let's see how that's gonna play out. Q9 looking very comfy with this nice cushion. They're gonna make it roll against Inco for sure. And I say this because we already see some Chinese players trying to begin a dialogue with the next P4. Let's see how that's gonna play out. Q9 now invading, trying to keep Inco behind, and especially keep Inco locked in this P3.
Yeah, just want to keep them in. You can see a couple of players have retreated over towards the P4 side, which has allowed Q9 to make sure they solidify those spawns, and we're just trying to put the pressure on the players in Inco over towards the backside. Couple of big gunfights coming on through those. Yang will get dropped. Already the kill coming in from the Annihilator and from Crossroads, who does get taken down with the claw himself. So both operators coming in from either side of things. Purifier now out from Yang. Make it 1, 2, 3. Everybody on fire. Fantastic work coming in from Q9. 3 big kills. Can that be followed up from Crossroads? Not quite. Sun is there to get the Sparrow out to do as much damage as possible. Just keeping them away as long as they can. But looking at the potential break could be coming through from Inco. Spawn still towards the back for Q9. Oh, while Ao Ling. Fantastic work. 205 and rising. 30 seconds to play for here over towards P4. But Inco Gaming find a breakthrough from the cliff side. Managed to get in. 25 seconds to play for here, Ego. This is good time.
Yep, kind of surprising. Their power to get back on this one. Almost haven't given up, but again, getting back to the point, fighting again, fighting once more. As we see that some very aggressive Brazilian players from back in the day, Crossing, Leo Zero, Bigo, they're trying their best. Limbs as well. Rafa is more of a defensive guy. But again, it's not the same team. Without Lucasine and at these conditions, having few days to prep for this competition, they are lacking a collective mindset, perhaps, than trying to go for the individuality. Let's see how that's going to play out, because Rafa is already with the equalizer, did a good job. Limbs bringing his Sparrow out, and of course working in the smoke. Such a nice job by him, but is that going to be enough? Because the margin is still giant on the favor of Q9.
We said it's giant, but it has been reduced quite significantly. Q9 slowed down. P3 and P4 was a really good job coming in from Inco Gaming. They got it to about 70, but that's the thing. It was about 120. You've closed the gap about 50. You need to do that all over again and then some. Without Q9 picking up many points, but the War Machine is in. They're picking up 3 points here over towards P1 and just chipping away at that 250-point mark. Shots coming in from Owling once again. Just trying to lock it down as quickly as you can. 3 kills now for Owling. The rest of the Q9 team now starting to put some more together. P2 about to pop in 3 more seconds. Q9 have made that gap a little bit closer to the 90 mark now. This is so difficult for Inco Gaming, and I'm not sure they'll be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, you can almost see some sparkles of aggressiveness. They eventually here there try pocket plays, pocket situations. But again, I totally second what you said right now. I don't know if they're gonna be able mentally to get back to this. Even though we're seeing such nice backup numbers on the side of the Brazilian players, with Crossing almost reaching the 40 kills. All of them, to be fair, are pretty much equalized on that. But as we look into the numbers from Q9, we see such a great effort, and they are almost getting to the 50s as Crossing is annihilating literally every single Chinese player he sees ahead of him, and they're gonna wrap this map. It's a very strong combination of operators. Only 4 points, 3 now, 2. Inco are not gonna be able to break this one. It's too late, and that's gonna mean 1-0 for them to put a final dot to Summit.
Dominating performance coming in from Q9. A little bit more like what we expected from them. Really, really good job. But this is a team they went up against already today. And we'll be feeling very confident about their ability to find the job and get it done. 1-0 up now here in this series, and a knockout one at that. Can they keep this one going after a really disappointing defeat in their previous? Can they bounce back and find their way to Saturday?
Yes, let's see what's gonna happen next. Again, I think Inco players, they kind of took too much time to finally wake up and try to produce something inside of the map. You can almost tell that from mid-game on, they began having chances, but then was suddenly too late. Not even managing to get to 200 points, so almost repeating the performance they had earlier today against Q9, as I said before. With nice numbers, to be fair, of course, on the Chinese side, almost 3-4 OBJs, so a team playing very tightly when it comes to the objective and the spawns. The Brazilian players were playing, I would say, in more of an automatic style, freestyle, searching for the kills, searching for chances, but again, relying too much upon individuality. Ton.
Yeah, it was tough. It was really tough. When they started to string some hills together, so you think of the second time we went to P3 and P4, that's when things did start going a little bit better. But as you said, it's kind of a little bit difficult when you're finding yourself 120 points behind before that. Really, really good start coming out from Q9, and that was the difference maker. They'll be looking for 3-0 here once again. Really, really nicely done. And they were just so clean throughout. It felt like the operators are the big difference as well here between these two teams. For Q9, they're used to just the absolute maximum every single time. Efficiency is the name of the game. Really good play coming in, like a perfect example there from Young One. A phenomenal use of the Purifier. And it felt like they were using them proactively, not waiting for something to happen. It's say, oh, I should probably get my operator out. It was like, right, I'm going to get it out. This is what we're going to do. Very, very aggressive. Q9 will be feeling good. But the families of the team who are on the other side of things in Inco will not be feeling too hot about this right now. 1-0 to Q9, and deservedly so.
Yes, and you cannot say it's disappointing performance on the Brazilian side, because also the Chinese players, they were very fast to make decisions and dominate the setup before, just like as they love to do. Getting there before and setting up against the opponents is their game style. And then Inco once more, they didn't have the intensity on a gameplay level to get back there, to try again, to regain the mental condition of trying to get back into the game. And that's precisely, again, not everything is about Lucasin, but that's when Lucasin stepped up all over the last year, being the regain guy, as we began to call him in the Brazilian community. He was the guy on hard occasions that, you know, stepped up and talked to the team and said, hey guys, you know, let's lift it up. Of course, he's not here. He's from galleries now, of course, but like not into Inco's roster anymore. So you could tell it's a different team. And I don't know if they're going to be able to utilize this window in search and destroy mode to get back into the series, because that's going to be a huge chance they're going to have. I mean, against Kings, Inco played very well in the bomb mode, producing 8 against 6 rounds. Let's see how they're going to play this one. And once more, Slums was, once upon a day, a very nice map for Inco, but then it was Lucasin's Inco, not this Inco.
Well, I mean, look, let's have a look at the previous search and destroy between these two teams. It was an Express and a 7-2 win for Q9, so they're going to be feeling nice about that. And that is, I mean, it's not quite similar to Slums in any sort of stretch. It's very, very different. So let's see how they play Slums and see if it does work out for them. But based on the records that we have so far, it's not feeling too great for the side of Inco. They made some sort of comeback there on the hard point. They're trying to bring it back into contention, but not quite close enough. Do you see them taking... Well, sorry, I should rephrase. If you see them taking a map, which map would it be? The Control or the Search?
The Search, definitely. Again, this next map's gonna be their biggest chance to get back to the series. I would say that they're gonna need to play tighter. They're gonna need to make better duels decisions. And I know it's easier said than done, but again, on hardpoint, they did not do this. They were almost playing, I would say, a freestyle CODM and not being able to bug the opponent to a reasonable level. So that's going to be their biggest challenge, trying to play as a team, trying to bring this team play to the screen and try to do better. Because they can. They have done this before today. But now, Q9 is not Kings, and we're going to have to see how that's going to play out.
Well, let's see if Slums will be any different. The side of Inco Gaming, Q9 find themselves on the attack to kick things off. Inco Gaming need to find at least 4 rounds, you would say, on the defensive side. Let's see how they do. Bomb already down from Q9. Inco set right back to kick things off. We'll go for the retake, and well, it will succeed. Limbs will find 1. G9 will find 1 to answer back. 0 then coming in with the trade again. So trade's working in the favor of Inco Gaming, but they're still the ones that have to make the moves. Can he find anything here? Rafa, not quite. Sun will answer back. 2 versus 3. Nick keeping off the bomb. Mauji's done well. Comes in with a second.
Wow.
Now left in a 1 versus 1. Are they expecting the Charla to come through?
Ooh.
3 in the round from Mauji. Fantastic work from Q9.
Mauchi, brutal. Being the guy, being the name of this first round. And of course, being able to get closer, use the prize fighters, also using a primary weapon. Q9 playing, I would say, in a smarter way, waiting for Inco to step in the core of the map and then surrounding them, making the flanks their own regions against the Brazilians. And now we're going to have to see how Q9 are going to be using the map at this point, because Mauchi, okay, obtaining 3 eliminations on the last round. He's going to begin thinking about A, but it's a region defended by Rafa with the R9, so not very advisable to get in there, but crossing. What a bullet against Sun! That's a nice pick by them. And there it is, Inco suddenly opening the conditions of rotations, eventually pulling Q9 apart, but that's not what they feel. They move onwards and they push to the B, as Leo Zero is going to try to defend here, but the C4 is going to be brought to the ground. Done. That's going to be complicated for Q9 from now on.
Oh, it looks like some really good timing for Mauchi over towards the other side. The shots coming in. Fantastic. Really nice play from Q9 once again. And that's just having the numbers on the first round. You didn't have them in the second, but you make it count. It feels like Inco Gaming are giving up too much of the mid-map. They're allowing the presence to go over towards that B side. They're allowing them to get the bomb down.
Yes, not a very I would say, solid defensive system so far against the Chinese is we have Sun opening the scope against Rafa. He managed to bring him down. Xenon against Crozin. So that's a nice development for Q9 and Inko not managing to be fast enough. The game is being pushed up by Q9. We have Malchi getting into the back line. He's gonna almost surprise the last alive Brazilian player, Berlims. Managed to eliminate him. Young, even though was close enough to also help on the trade. So Q9 with a 3-0 over here, doing a fantastic job in the first half, done.
Yeah, really, really good job. This is a disaster for Inko. They're on the defensive side. You would be expected to have an advantage heading into your attacking side, but this moment in time, the best they can hope for is that they're going to be tied up. Howling going to have to back on down. A little bit more aggressive from Inko this time around. Does it work out in their favor, though?
Yeah, let's see how that's going to play out, because usually Q9, they suffer a lot on search and destroy mode against very precise snipers, and that's the case of Crossing today with the Tundra, but we see a lot of nice plays in a row from the Brazilians trying to use the moment, trying to grow back again into the game. Malchi moving, Rafa with the R9, and Crossing with 3 eliminations, proving my point on the side of Leocera and also Limbs. So the guys are trying to put the bullets away, but the Chinese team is having a better team play so far. Olin against 3 now is going to be very hard for him because he's far away. He does not have the information. But even so, we could say that he could get close to the C4 done, since it's not totally protected.
It's outside of graveyard. It's not protected. You're right. Still, it's one of those situations where you'd love to push and just grab it, but you will presume that it is being washed. Can't seem to find anyone, though. And we'll go for the free pickup. And I think Inko know, even if he gets this bomb down, they are going to be able to retake in a 1 versus 3. Oolong is now going to get that bomb down and invite them into it. He's going to get caught out here. 3 of them sprinting around the corner. He do so well to find more than one. Great shot onto the first. He nearly collided, but I think he still would have got traded. Inko with that first round of the game.
Yes, he surely could have gone for eventually a pair of kills, but that would be, regardless, very hard for him to get the kills and then evade at the following seconds. So, yeah, considering the circumstances, he actually have done a very nice job. Inko with 1 round, not looking very bright here because Q9 is managing to read the Brazilians better, and their patience level is also paying off as they are not going totally full on some spots. Rafa picking this one up, Leozera does the same, and Q9 now, I would say more split. Malchi grabbing Crozin from the back. That's gonna mean an equalizer. Oh, what is happening? Malchi, you are bizarre. You are so good. And All-in helps him out to reverse completely here. This round number 5, as we see. Only Leozera trying his luck. Let's see how he's gonna play this one. He's gonna have to be at a more closed spot done to avoid many bullets at the same moment. But again, it's another very situational ending, my bro.
Oh, good shot.
Never mind.
Leozera finds Oling. And now Yang. Left in the 1 versus 1. We'll find the gunfight. Leozera gets some bad timing. Q9 put themselves in a really, really good spot. Fantastic attacking half. 4-1 to the good. They got 1 more opportunity to make it 5. But you would take 4-2 on the attacking side, no problem whatsoever.
Yep. Pretty much pretty right map so far, right? If we have to make a very fast and broad assessment about this is Slums over here with a lot of smokes to try to, of course, push the Chinese away, but I don't know if that's going to diminish their confidence to make the pushes. Sinan, nice pick against Rafa. So Inko, very dependent on individual plays, and Q9 with a better polished plan as a group, as a squad. As Bigother is going to try to move faster onto the A, but Malchi again, he's just a beast, bringing a lot of bullets. He's going to begin selling bullets because he's got a lot of them over here, apparently. 11 kills out of 5 rounds, and Crozin is going to leave a nightmare against 3 players because the C4 is going to come to the ground as Olin is managing to complete the play, and it's going to be a very daunting, complicated drop of map for the Brazilians once more. There it is.
Nicely done. 5-1. Just nice and clean from Q9 so far. Pretty comfortable in map number 1. Very comfortable now in map number 2. Onto the defensive side for Q9. Expect some aggression. They want to get this one done. Crozen gets the snipe shot through, but I think it was the grenade that found the kill. And Inco find themselves a really good first attacking round. No answer back from Q9 so far.
Yep, now Q9 low on numbers, having to play with patience. Let's see if they're gonna reverse this. They have already done this before. Nothing is impossible when you have Malchi in the team. But now looking less possible. Malchi against 4. Those are going for the middle of the map. It's gonna be complicated anyways. He's got talent, but let's see. Oh my god! Malchi is the man of the match. Definitely taking down second one in a row. And he comes to try his luck again. He's not being shy or anything, but there it is. Rafa was well positioned, and the team suddenly gains traction over here, Ton.
Yeah, a little bit better now from the side of Inco Gaming. That was a good attacking round, but the problem is for them, they need to continue to catch up. Crozen will find another first blood, though. He's found one in the previous round as well, but all the kills now starting to go over towards Q9. And that could spell disaster. Limbs left on his own. That round is done very, very quickly. 1 round away now for Q9 to go 2-0 up.
Yep, Brazilians from Inco smashed against the wall here in a very, very fast-paced round for the Chinese. Already tasting this match point moment. 6-2. And apparently looking like a rub of a map, but let's see. Eventually Inco are gonna find their way through a lot of kills and reopen this conversation. But the Chinese players, excuse me, already in the core of the map, searching for the kills and not slowing down. No way. That's such a massive combination. Malchi, double elimination for him. Fantastic play once more, decisive. He doesn't fly away from the combat, and Zinan puts a final dot on Slums search and destroy, as we have a 7-2 score for them, managing to open this lead on maps. Such a convincing performance again, and I would say even more one-sided than hardpoint.
Very comfortable, I would call that. Very, very comfortable. Q9 looking the real deal in this series, and Inco just cannot get anything going. Outclassed, outmatched in every single facet. Can they manage to find a way back into this series, a map number 3, because they need it. They need to stay in this tournament if they can. But right now, Q9 are making that very, very difficult.
Oh yeah, it's a matter of working patiently with this control, as we see some stats on both sides. And Malchi was an absolutely uncontrollable beast. 16 kills, -5. He was the man, and definitely nothing to say more about this guy. Omniscient over the map. Very precise, not flying away, not escaping the responsibility of defining the moments and the plays. So what a great player. Let's see how Control is gonna come up to the occasion, my man.
I mean, Control last time around, if you look towards it, if you want to be specific, Q9 only won 3-1, but that's on Crossroads, so you are going to get the advantage every now and then of that defensive round, but it's not that much of an advantage. But either way, Q9 did win it comfortably. We are now going to head over towards Raid, which is a little bit more of a typical Control map, where you have your your chances on both sides to win it. So maybe this is an opportunity for a comeback here for Inco. But I'll be honest, I don't think I'm feeling it. I'm really, really concerned for them now. Looking so good on the side of Q9. And can they keep this up heading into a map number 3? Not much Inco can do from here.
Yeah, and I would say rather than that, the Inco Gaming, they're gonna have to be extra creative and push the Chinese team to try something new over here, because the Chinese team, Q9, they are so confident, they know what they have to do, and they just need to be swinging around and eventually marking some key positions, overdoing some plays with Mauchi. You know, he has been the guy. Surely he's gonna keep his pace, his level. So I think Q9 can already begin eventually saving some strategies for tomorrow, because that may be the moment where, you know, they're gonna do this one against Inco without having to push extremely. I think the Inco players, they are very good, but they are kind of tired. They are like looking down. They are not at their best days or moments now, so it's going to be hard for them anyways. But again, the game has to be observed inside of the maps a ton, because a game is always a game. I mean, each map, each series is a story. So let's see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, excellent game so far from Q9. Can Inco try and find a way back into it? We'll find out on the other side of this break.
drum hit, your whole body go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Yeah, we got it like that. All my people's where you at. Whole body go. Yeah, we got it like that. They go boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum hit, your whole body go crack. Baseline move, take it off of the map. No time to sit. All my people's where you at. Boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum hit, your whole body go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time.
Welcome back to the Mobile Masters. We have a map number 3 coming up between Q9 and G. I mean, look, this is got to be tough now for the LATAM side, right? I mean, you find yourself 2-0 down. You've already lost 3-0 to Q9. How did they get back into this one, Lennox? Because I don't see a way through for them.
It's going to be very, very complicated. As you said, I think Inco, they are fighting at this point against themselves, not only against Q9, trying to keep confident, trying to somehow motivate themselves at this moment of the day and the night, because it's been a long run. It's been a hard, long run, especially for them against Q9 so far, even though they have beaten the Europeans from Kings, as we said before. And let's see how that ride is gonna roll in a bit. It's a very, very, I would say, balanced map usually, right? As we know, when it comes to control, because you have the chance to fluidly flow from one point to the other. It's a lot of spots to observe. So whomever begins attacking is gonna have the chance to make decisions, to already potentially win a gunfight or dominate some spaces that can be essential to shape the scoreboard as a whole. Ton.
Let's see if they can do anything about it. In the previous control, up against Q9, they lost 3-1, and now one over towards Raid, which, I mean, it is a more typical control map. It really is about classic control gameplay, about cutting your losses, making sure you're making the right movements towards certain areas on the map. Q9 have started the better. Never mind. Never mind. I wasn't sure if that was me. You see, that would have been unfortunate. We'll figure out what's going on. I don't know if the players are still going or if it was a case of an observer drop, but it looks to me like the players seem pretty concentrated on exactly what's going on right now, so they may well still be going.
Yep. We don't know at this point. Let's see how that's gonna keep happening. But then we have to remember that Q9 definitely on a statistical level of things here. They are the better side, the stronger side as we get back into action. I was just going to say that they have beaten themselves, Inco, for 3 rounds against 1. And even though Q9 lost to Galleries, they managed to bring some nice points, nice plays overall against that other Brazilian team. But here against Inco, the Brazilians are looking better. We see that they are in the bottom side of the map. The A was already dominated, and they're going to begin moving to B since Q9 is almost focused entirely on that part.
Yeah, they're just trying to force them back into the spawn here, Q9. Can't find the kills, though. These next couple of gunfights are pretty crucial, actually, for the grand scheme of the map. Q9, can they keep this one going? Good shots coming in from Rafa. And now that'll open up the door over towards B. And it's firmly shut by All Link. Predator missile coming in. Doesn't land. Can they continue to hold here? Lives are pretty close, and now get closer. Q9 now find their way back into this one. Just need to keep a hold of B. Both points are quite difficult when it's only 1 point to defend for the defensive side. To attack them, it is difficult. Push now coming through from Inco. 1 minute to go. Got one player sent in the middle of the map here from Q9. Everybody else just holding on tight over towards the B side.
And it must be very sad when you bring such a meta as they are trying to do, Inco with 3 DRHs, meaning they're searching for map control here, and they do not have it. They are losing on the trades. They don't have the map control when it comes to rotating. They are the team to be moving more than Q9, so that must be very, very hard to see and hard to overcome, especially as Q9 are beginning to be more focused on their own B, on their own region, and Inco are not giving up. They're suffering. They're maybe bringing their heads too much out there, the covers, so they're suffering when it comes to kills.
Just could not quite turn this one around. A decent attacking round, but not the best. Q9 will find themselves in the lead pretty much immediately. Really good job from them. And just a decent hold.
Nice.
Even when they lost A, they just went and centered themselves back over towards that B side, locked that down. A is typically the one you really want to keep a hold of, but if you do lose that, it's very, very possible that you can defend B nice and easily. Crossroads will find an opening blood towards the middle of the map, and now it's about the attacking side for Q9. Can they find a way through? Already on over towards the A side. Gravity Vortex gun out from the side of Yang, just trying to zone these players off where he can. Capturing A very, very quickly here. Leo Zera on his way around. Howling's already found 2. Q9 in a good position to get a hold of A here.
And Rafa smartly trying to mess around the respawn from Q9 already in the garage. See what he's doing. He's alone, but he's a masterpiece for the team to definitely bug them and not allow them to be bored again in a very organized way, and of course move as a block. And then the Q9 players are having to be heavily focused on the A region, of course converting this one and beginning to think about B, possibly rotating through the middle of the map.
Couple of kills come through though for Inco. Yes, okay, they've lost A without many lives really being exchanged hands whatsoever. But they knew when they lost control of that side, they didn't want to overextend, so really, really good defensive decisions coming in from the side of Inco Gaming. Trying to cut off the head of the snake. Sun couldn't quite find the shots. Rafa does get taken down eventually, but the kill's starting to roll on through now. Annihilator out from Ling, and he's found a few. Can't find that final shot though. Leo Zera just trying to lock this one down. Finds a second. Really, really good job. Okay, Ling's can actually find 2 with the Predator missile. Still an opportunity here now for Q9. Not necessarily in the best of positions, but this equalizer could be absolutely devastating. He'll find a couple with this. Finds one Hunter Killer drone there to back him up as well. It just transitions over towards the B side, but the kills just seem to be rocking up at the wrong time. That was Purifier out. Both kills traded. Works out for the team who are in control of the point. Q9 in a good spot.
Yeah, Inco Gaming imitating precisely what Q9 did on the first round by hopping into B and then, you know, stabilizing your positioning there. And it's working. Rafa for a 3rd kill with the equalizer. What a guy. What a play by him. Playing very well now. Sun was trying that bullet. Balims managed to kill him before. And Inco totally paying off on these decisions. Big Godera also inside of the library, since Q9 did not manage to break this one to execute the retake on the B, as we are seeing. So both teams play on the defensive strengths of the map, and Young moving inside of the house. We're gonna see Inco take this one for an equalizer. Nice job by them. Some level of vibration, of course, and they're trying to come back to this game, Tan.
Good job. Really good job. Both teams invested a lot into that round, and Inco Gaming just made sure that their operators counted that little bit more. Really, really solid job. And then we'll get gunned off the rip, and this will be a push now over towards the B side coming in from Inco. 3 kills now for the side of Q9. That will force Inco back. I'm going to play passive here, Leo Zera. Getting forced back into their spawn now. Difficult position for Inco to be in, but they have started making a push over towards the A side. Trade is going to come on through. Well, in the trade, they're going to find a few kills here, actually, and all of a sudden, A control belongs to Inco Gaming.
nice rebuff, right? You could see that Inco, they were there, they were awake, they were smart to respond to Q9 moves from up to the south of the map, and now Q9 again trying to keep this protection ring surrounding the flag itself, as we see Xenon dominating the kitchen. Both teams operating on the same level of efficiency when it comes to killings, but let's see how that's gonna come up to the objective, because A is potentially on the hands of Q9, and there's nothing. Wow. Oh my god, it was Inco getting there. Q9 was close, but not enough. And there it is. Q9 are gonna have to play on B once more. Done.
Let's see if they can hold it down again. Defensive rounds have reigned supreme so far, but the Sparrow is now out from limbs. Can't manage to find anything. There's a War Machine on the other side. You got to make these count. He hasn't hit anything, so that's a huge investment for absolutely nothing. 13-8 in the lives. The round is pretty much choked down from Inco, being forced back into their spawn. It would take something quite special to get out of it.
Q9 now four lives as an edge. They're gonna have to use it smartly. These are precious lives at this point of the map, as we see Inco trying to make kind of a pinch play and organize themselves in the core. They're beginning to move in the kitchen, eventually to jungle. That can be a very dangerous hit against Q9 coming from the back positioning. But the Chinese, they eliminate a lot of Brazilian players. 4 or 5 in a row after Vortex. And just like that, we're going to see Q9 dropping this round number 3. Crozin was alone, and Zinan was the last guy to fire against him. What a work, and what a stealthy mode by Q9.
I think it was like 13 or 14 lives apiece there at one stage. And Q9
so fast,
found it 12-0 at the end. Now find themselves 2-1 up here onto the attacking side. We've only seen defensive wins so far. Inco going to commit over towards B. Q9 committing over towards A.
Very similar level of lives here, as we see. And just like as you stated, Q9 focusing on A, and Inco managing to begin this push, trying to respond. Hard for them. They're going to have to reorganize the lines. Q9 does not stop to kill. That's just absurd. Their level of precision here is still fantastic to see. And Alling again once more at the jungle, eliminating 2-3 players eventually, and managing to keep this very interesting edge of 5 kills.
Oh, Maoshi in the spawn. There's 3 with the equalizer, and he's just putting further pain down on Inco Gaming. We're now going to have to start heading over towards the B side, but there's an equalizer in the way. You can find 1 or 2 more here. It's just free farming from Maoshi.
Wow.
Q9 looking so good now. It's a 10 life advantage, and may well start to rise with the equalizer in this spawn. He's kept them off it, and they found the kill over towards the backside. They can now jump on over towards B. This might be the game. Q9 locking this one down. Inco Gaming. Yeah, okay, they didn't have their spot officially for the place, but they showed up. They showed Europe up, but could not go any further. Q9 3-0, back on track.
Back on track. Yes, managing to have their way into day number 2, and Inco Gaming now disqualified, losing whatever they have left. Yes, very, very complicated to play against such a high quality, top-notch level team as Q9 in the end of the day, after everything you have seen all over this Friday. So again, nice effort, but not enough yet. And Q9, just like that, they're gonna keep representing not only the eastern region but China itself, done in a very, very nice recovery effort by them since their beginning today, beating again Inco, having lost the galleries, but now facing this qualification to tomorrow.
Really, really good job coming in from Q9, and that's a really good way to bounce back. You have a really disappointing loss, you come in with a fast 3-0. It's a really nice way to set yourself up for what is a championship Saturday tomorrow. Really excited to see how those games are going to go down. But a really good performance from Q9, Oling, and I mean everybody doing everything they possibly could to get that one done in 3. Really good job from the Q9 team. We will live to fight another day. Into the top 4 they go. And let's see how things go for them tomorrow. They'll be wanting to be a lot better than what they were in their previous series, which was just not what we expected. Can they bring something different to the table tomorrow? It's another day. Plenty of COD Mobile still to be played.
Yes. Well, if Q9 ever has to face Galleries again, then now gonna have more material to study from the data tomorrow to try to adjust some points, try to rebuild their gameplays, especially such a stronger side as Galleries. But tomorrow is gonna be another day, and we're gonna see Galleries and Q9 confirming expectations from the community, I would say, on the A group so far, qualifying themselves to the playoffs. And it's a matter of seeing how the B group is gonna go, how it's gonna be wrapped up for the definition when it comes to the semifinals at this Saturday, Thun.
Listen, Q9 wanted to close out the day in fashion. Okay, they weren't going to drag it out. They knew that they could do this. They'd done it once before on the day, and they wanted to make sure they made it through to tomorrow to continue on in the competition. They have to represent as the region currently holding the title right now. They couldn't let anybody down, and they did so nice and clean. And now they can finally relax after what was a really long day. And that was something that, was also a question, that mental fatigue. That was 8.5 hours of gameplay for their day, really. If you think about when they started to when they had to finish time, that's not easy to do.
I mean, look, we ourselves feel that being on broadcast, never mind having to play that and think and come and do all those sort of things. So I mean, you can only imagine how they feel right now. It's a very long day to go through that, and it can sometimes start to wear on. But then the side of Q9, they've had to go through 3 games today. They look very, very clean in that very last game there. So they'll be happy to get through that. What could have potentially been a slippery one after their previous series, but yeah, really good job from them, and the mental strength is very much there.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if now they're able to kind of, in the limited time frame they have overnight, maybe address or at least discuss, do a little bit of VOD review when it comes to their competition up against Galleries, because there's a possibility that they might have to face off with them again, depending on how those semifinals do turn out. Obviously, Seminal being one of those teams waiting for them in the wings of those semifinals, and then we'll find out who that last team is. Our top 4 will rise to the top of the leaderboard, and I think when it's all said and done, Lanix, tomorrow is going to be crazy.
Tomorrow is going to be very special for many of us, for the audience, for the players, the teams themselves, of course, since we are seeing the confirmations on expectations with Seminal, Q9, and Galleries as well qualified for tomorrow. Lots of people talk to me about these expectations and their expectations on those 3 squads. And as we know, right now, Lauren, start playing against Amigos, unless we already have more updated standings. But from what I see, this is an ongoing game that is going to define the last team qualified for tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's a very close back and forth right now. Stalwart up 1-0 in the series in general, but it is not an easy S&D right now between these two. I believe they're in overtime, if I'm not mistaken. So this is, yet again, S&Ds all Dayton are proving to be just arguably the closest modes we've seen.
I think it's because like these guys have been playing Search and Destroy for years and years and years. You know the maps. I mean, I was only probably 3 inches shorter when I was playing them maps 15 years ago. So I think these guys have been playing them for a very long time as well. Look, I think that Search and Destroy is one of those modes that teams can just be that much better at. It's a great equalizer between certain teams, especially when if you're not working out in hardpoint or control. Search and Destroy is usually pretty decent. So yeah, we've had some bangers today.
All right, well, before we get ready to say goodbye to everybody here on the English broadcast side of things, Lanix, it was your first time with us here. Talk to me about your experience, or how you're just feeling about the competition today so far.
Fantastic. It's very nice to have this experience. I got calmer over the minutes, over the hours working with you guys, with Lauren, our production side, and Brody. So I'm feeling way better than in the beginning. I think today I'm going to definitely sleep more hours than from yesterday to today. So Lauren, I'm feeling fantastic. It's going to be good to have some level of rest, because tomorrow we're going to be demanded as much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're going to need it, okay? It's going to be a crazy day tomorrow, so get lots of sleep. Tan, give me your thoughts on the day.
Yeah, a long, grueling day for all the competitors, right? It takes a lot to get through a day like that. They'll need to get themselves rested as well for what will be an absolute huge Saturday. We've got the 4 teams we expected, though. We expected this to be the case, and we should have an absolute banging Saturday because of it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how tomorrow plays out. But day 1 of the Mobile Masters comes to a close, and after a tough day of competition, we will have those top 4 teams that have claimed their spots in the semifinals, which means tomorrow we will crown a global champion, and no matter what, it will at least be a changing of the guard. So make sure you tune back in to catch all of the action and see how it plays out. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible. And of course, we want to give a special thank you to our presenting partner, Samsung Galaxy, for providing devices with a game-changing combination of speed, power, and mobile AI. Victory can be yours with the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by the new Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 for Galaxy. Graphics render in real time with ray tracing for hyper-realistic shadows and reflections, while the bigger vapor chamber keeps the S24 Ultra nice and cool for a smooth gaming experience. You combine all of that with an all-day battery, the brightest adaptive mobile display, and the new Galaxy AI features, and you can expect to have an epic mobile gaming experience. Check out the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra to play like the pros you see here today. To everybody at home, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you here tomorrow.
It go boom, boom, bap, yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go crack. Baseline move, take it off of the map. No time to sit, all my people's where you at. Boom, boom, bap, yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Yeah, we got it like that. All my people's where you at. Whole body go. Yeah, we got it like that. It go boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go crack. Baseline move, take it off of the map. No time to sit, all my people's where you at. Boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Yeah, we got it like that. All my people's where you at. Whole body go. Yeah, we got it like that. It go boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go crack. Baseline move, take it off of the map. No time to sit, all my people's where you at. Boom, boom, bap. Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go. Baseline move, take it off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react. Your whole body go. Baseline move, your whole body go. The baseline map, yeah.
Déjame ver otro lado. Baja tus brazos cruzados. Relaja los hombros pesados. Y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Déjame ver otro lado. Y baja tus brazos cruzados. Relaja los hombros pesados. Y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Sí, sí. Miraste pa' dentro y volviste. Sí, sí. Te desviaste y luego seguiste. Sí, sí. Pero te levantaste y pa'lante fuiste. Sí, sí. Volviste y eres mi brújula, te sigo sin dame algo real y algo que me tinque. Más chiste, menos chisme. Dame algo original y algo que me indique. Dale fuerte que pique. Permítate, pana. Yo veo tus sueños cumpliéndose mañana. Yo veo tu futuro, el reflejo de tu alma. No te falta suerte, sigue con ganas. Sí, sí. Miraste pa' dentro y volviste. Sí, sí. Te desviaste y luego seguiste. Sí, sí. Pero te levantaste y pa'lante fuiste. Sí, sí, volviste y eres mi brújula, te sigo si me permites. No deje que tu chispa se extinga, no deje que tu esencia se acabe. Siempre has sido tú quien determina si te levantas cuando caes. No deje que tu chispa se extinga, no deje que tu esencia se acabe. Siempre has sido tú quien determina si te levantas cuando caes. Déjame ver otro lado, baja tus brazos cruzados, relaja los hombros pesados y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Déjame ver otro lado y baja tus brazos cruzados, relaja los hombros pesados y abre el pecho que está cerrado. Dame algo real, y algo que me tinque. Dame algo original, y algo que me indique. Que venga de corazón, y que me repique. Dame algo real, y algo que me tinque.